I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend.
DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech soul. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Fucking safe space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 140. In a very eventful week of crazy shit happening, which is like out of the blue. So Azerbaijan and Armenia has signed a peace deal and also giving United States control over the Ganzizo, the whatever corridor that is. They rename it as a Trump route or something. And then the United States also have granted permission to its military to strike at the cartel. So basically, the United States is now at war with the cartels, and this right give the military ability to strike the cartels anywhere in the American continents, which is quite crazy. I'm not sure if they ask permission from the other countries to do all this kind of thing. And yeah, then of course there's also the Alaska meeting between Putin and Trump, and already predictably the Europeans and Zelensky with Ukraine already putting out words and statements to undermine the meeting. So clearly everything is just going as per I expected. That eventually it will lead to some kind of United States abandoning Ukraine on their own if this continues, and the Europeans will have to foot the bill. So we shall see how this goes. So anyway, welcome back to the DPA Open Mic. Just now we had a Discord Open Mic, DPA Discord Open Mic. Yes, a new initiative. You can check it out. I will publish that Discord Open Mic on Wednesday as a separate video, and also this DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple DPA platform on DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, Twitch, Telegram, and Twitter. So we're gonna drop the invite link for you guys to join. As usual, I will be it will be in the live chat of the YouTube channels stream, Rumble channel stream, and on Twitch stream. All the live chats, I will be pinning it. So give me a second. Let me do the copy and pasting, and hope you guys have a great weekend. So it was a National Day weekend for Singapore. It's Singapore's 60th birthday, Diamond Jubilee. So there was just now I went to watch some fireworks near my place, and I dropped the link to join over in the live chat of the YouTube channel, the live chat of the Rumble channel. I've pinned them both, and I've dropped it in. Let me see, where's my Twitch? Twitch. And I pin it in Twitch as well, and also I'm going to drop it into the open mic speaker lounges for the convenience of the regulars. So tada, and the. Okay, so yeah, so just now I had this new initiative, the DPA Discord Open Mic. Yeah, hi Coping, and Coping was one of the participants, and basically it's just to bring engagement back into the Discord server, because I have a massive reset of the server, and also to make the Discord server a more serious conversation platform, because DPA forum is a wild west. DPA forum have no respect for anything, so so the Discord is the more sanitized version of the of the forum. So hopefully I can rebuild it into something of the glorious purpose that is it's supposed to have.
May I say something regarding the Discord? Because I don't like hanging around in chat groups, and the only reason I would do so if it makes something for the DPA Open Mic. Now, this Discord, that was a pleasant surprise. Interesting experiment to have people come on without the mask, and I like I said there, and people, this is a good place for you to get started, getting accustomed to getting on the camera, for example. Like this person that you're seeing here, this Coping dude, right? This digital persona was born here on a DPA Open Mic. This is where I took the step. I didn't used to like, showing my face or anything like that. And now look at me, how handsome I am, right? So for you to have like a good starting point, like actually the Discord is a good one. For there, Wyatt will be doing recording. He won't be live stream because he cannot risk the miscellaneous amount of misfits that may try to sabotage for him. This was done on the open mic here. There's a reason we have an on-camera policy here. But it would be a shame that you will be too shy, or for whatever other reason not wanting to come on here, maybe feel uncomfortable. Maybe it's a little bit of practice, right? Like I really get you. I'm here to help you be coping with that. So if you want to be, I'm going to try myself at least to be trying to reach in this Discord open mics, because I want more of you. Like it was very pleasant surprise for me to see more of you peeps, show your faces, be engaged in the conversation, having really sensible inputs, and why would you be lurking in the shadow when you're such a lovely person, right? So you should come here on the DPA Open Mic. So if you want to warm up, my recommendation for DPA Discord, well, I am coping and I approve. What I have to say about that.
So for those that do not know what the hell is this Discord Open Mic, it's basically like the Open Mic, less formal, because this is a bit more formal with proper programming. That one is less formal, and you don't need to show your face. But of course, and there's also no rules, in a sense, like there's no finger rules. So people will be talking over. It's like the early days of Open Mic. People will be talking over each other, and of course you're going to have beard people, but it's normal, But so that is really free.
It's good practice, just that, because remember, we became what we are through the process of the early days of the open mic. The chaotic nature, like that was what ended up making the self-moderation work, because we got an intuitive understanding eventually that if we just keep interrupting each other, we're not going to get anywhere. We're all gonna suffer from a failure to communicate. The DPA Discord, and that was one of the reasons that happened, was because a lot of people, like the faulty mics, like in my case as well, it would be cut off so people wouldn't, and you wouldn't hear other people as well, right? So it's a different kind of environment to get used to. And the Discord, actually, for you people, like you should just try it, because you don't have to be on camera, but just understand like, okay, but now I get why the camera, because if you're on the camera, for example, you can like here on the open mic, hold the finger. which sometimes it is ignored, sometimes it is not. On the Discord, there is no such rule yet. Like I entered there with that, and I was just reprimanded, maybe appropriately, by Archimedes. So maybe go through like that. It's a tutorial ground made for you, right? And like the regulars, us there, we're gonna, I'm assuming most of us are at least gonna try to be welcoming you and trying to encourage you to kind of come joining us here on this open mic, right? Because the more the merrier. I love the characters, I love the perspectives. Whether you're right, whether you're wrong, it doesn't actually. We are all. We ended here on the well, after Wyatt was done with the recording, which is coming up. I ended up with because we touched upon there are several speakers here you may disagree with on certain things, but you can at least appreciate the objective reference points that come with their perspective, and with the reference to what kind of sources of information and YouTubers should we go after, right? The ones that we came to a conclusion for are those who are able to recognize that they are enslaved by the information they have available, right? So you are going to be this is why people have a strong conviction, because it makes a lot of sense to them until it doesn't. This is a perfect place to have narrative fault lines come together, and it's not it's a good thing if you are wrong. Okay, that's a keep this in mind. You can be wrong, and that can be a good thing, because being wrong provides the clear reference to what is right. And just because we don't hear your thoughts on it doesn't mean it's gone, right? And if you are wrong, wouldn't you want to do that disservice? Have the balls to actually come on here, be wrong, be corrected, and in the process, not only are you kind of improved yourself as a person, but others are watching this, right? They have seen conversations like this going on, but it turns into a shit show because it's my team and your team, right? But when you have a bunch of teams starting to get together, this, you kind of have to get a little bit more analytical, so to speak, rather than anal. Oh, okay, jokes aside. Why am I the only one on here?
There is a new guy in the background, but I need to do verification. So, Johan, please look at the... Oh, he dropped. Okay, never mind.
Oh, I hope it wasn't my ranting here that caused him to just...
No, he just dropped.
There you go, the man.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
You sound fine.
Fantastic.
So I just add a bit more on the Discord open mic. This is recorded. It's not live stream, because I cannot risk because Discord is full of anonymous people. That's the main problem. So I cannot risk doing a live stream. If not, then people show porn, like what we happened, in the early days of open mic. Then I have to do editing. It's very troublesome. So I did it as a recording. I'll publish it probably Wednesday. So give this open mic a bit airtime to get its views, and then I'll publish that one. It's
do midweek. Why not?
Yeah, so it's going to be like a 2-hour recording, and then the people can continue to talk after I leave. But so it's a limited one before the open mic. So I try to do that at a fixed timing, and if I'm able to do that at a fixed timing, then the open mic will become a fixed timing.
And that was a brilliant move, by the way, because the conversation continued afterwards, and it makes people warmed up for kind of getting on here as well. It provides multiple layers of entry into the open mic. Yes, I support and thank you, Joe Republic, for the super sticker. Boy.
Hey, now we don't want any clankers on here.
Super chat.
No robots.
Why?
What are you doing here,
So thank you.
fucking robot? Get out of here.
So thank you, Joe Public for the super sticker, and also Johari said, what's your analysis on the Trump-Putin meeting coming up, and whether it will get anywhere or just an excuse for the US to jump ship? I don't think it will go anywhere. But I think it can be used as an excuse for the US to jump ship. Because the Europeans and Zelensky, they are so predictable. They immediately, meet up, and then immediately put out a statement and undermine the meeting immediately.
What if, they're talking about all this land swapping. What if Trump's deal?
Dude, what's with the fan? Can you please turn the fan away while you're unmuted? Please.
Oh God.
Hey, but
He's a
hey, it's not nice of you to be ear raping the audience like that. Some people have microphones,
Putin.
like Archimedes, even though he's clearly gotten so used to you, he doesn't care to object much. Ah.
Yeah,
Look at my
Hey,
the
Coping.
speaker of the year have
massive-
no give that many dams. No. He's like, no, I'm the OG.
Hey,
Sorry,
Vaughn
voice
went
stuff.
hiding. Hi, Bridget.
I always
So-
don't want to.
yeah.
Why you all keep exposing her name? I always call her Ted Derp.
Oh,
I wasn't shy until Coping started talking, about, us not being shy. And I'm like, I just realized, man, maybe I'm shy. So shit, thanks a lot, pal.
oh, my name is my game. Absolutely.
Yeah, you
my
forget that you're
pleasure.
talking in front of thousands of people.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah,
the
and
six
you,
of
you
us.
don't even see them, right? It's even more than being in front of a crowd where you can kind of read the crowd or something like that. Here you cannot. Maybe you get some insults sniped at the live chat. That's the best that you can hope for. Oh, sorry, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, they're talking about all like land swaps and stuff, and I mean, I don't really see the Russians giving up any land, and I mean, I could see them maybe trading away the stuff they got up north around the border. Kharkov and Vochansk and Sumy, but that seems kind of like a lame amount of land to swap for. Considering what the Russians will be getting. So I'm just wondering, maybe we're looking at it the wrong way. Maybe the actual swap is Alaska for Ukraine.
I don't know about that.
Are you?
I mean,
Are
think
you
about
guys?
it.
Are they so
Hold
unpopular
up.
for
If
you
Trump
guys?
does that, you know what he's going to say? Because the people there will become Russians. He'll be like, "These are the best Russians, the best, greatest Russians. They're better than regular Russians."
No.
And that'll just make it
We'll
even
give the
more.
Russians Ukraine in exchange for Kamchatka. Okay, that's what's gonna happen. And Vladivostok while
Yeah, you
we're
guys-
at it. Okay.
But I do wonder, though, it's a good question. Like, what are you going to get out of this meeting? Because I don't think really, like, I haven't looked into the terms because I simply don't see the point. Like White pointed out here, they're very predictable. They're going to be like, okay, and here we're going to come, and this is our terms, and you got to be doing that to us. And of course, they're going to be saying, well, fuck you, we're not going to do anything for you. And then you got the impasse going, unless you see actually something change with Ukraine, for example, or Russia, I guess both are possible. Then this is going to continue. That's as far as I can tell, because like even though like Ukraine is clearly losing, they haven't lost, so you can still perpetuate this war for quite a while. The Americans are quite good at that, right? So you shouldn't be underestimating them in that regard. What we have noticed is that it's the European and maybe also the American arm industry, it's now beginning to ramp up. Like the changes we should have been seeing several years ago, like in the beginning of the war, basically, we're seeing that more or less happening now. Too little, too late, but better than nothing, right? So that signals, right? Because why would the corporations be willing to do that compared to why they were not willing to do so before? Tons of money being sloshed around, right? But did they actually expand their production notably? Not really. I mean, there were some exceptions, but not really. So they depleted their own arms production, right? And they haven't been able to replenish them, as far as I understand it. And now they're taking the measures. Now later they're taking the measures to expand. Why? Because they didn't trust that way. Why would I be spending so much money on factories and shit like that when the war may be over in a year, right? Because that is the signaling they were given all the time. Oh, this war is over in any moment. Russia is running out of shells and blah, 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 even though that was pure projection, right? Like the US were depleting their stocks in Israel and stuff like that and throwing it into Ukraine and barely matching up, right? And did they compensate actually with expanding their military production? Arguably not so much, right? And now they're doing it while they're in an energy deficit. Hi, Mehdi. While they're in an energy deficit, right? Where with...
Maddie,
so like,
good to see you, man.
so we were having like we were having like this discussion where we're noting like, okay, actually they are now making measures, but it's not going to be enough. So what is it then? It's going to be enough to perpetuate the war. That's what it looks like. So I kind of get the impression like the money train that they have been on, they cannot really jump off it yet. Like they really want to go on it. So now they're having a market correction, but there's still a lot of signaling on and actual deals being made on arms expansion, that those who are investing in it, they understand that once this little dip is over, all the orders that are actually coming in, because all the arms industry across the board are getting like orders upon orders upon orders upon orders to be fulfilled, ASAP. So they are clearly inclined to be continuing this. They just want to be, but they're not going to be committing fully, right? So I think Ukraine is still going to be heading on a very dangerous spot. Sorry, I've been talking too much there. Voislav.
Yeah, I was listening to Alex Cristoforo earlier today, and he made a good point about how much can Trump actually do, to convince Europeans, Zelensky, and especially neocons, he's gonna be. I don't think he has much of a maneuver space. I mean, yeah, that they can, he can tell Zelensky to shut the fuck up, or Europeans, but but when it comes to neocons in the States, then he's gonna have a big, huge, pushback on whatever he decides to, as they call it, give up to Russians, So I mean, whatever he does, they're gonna call it he's given up to the Russians, So I don't know how much he can actually do, I mean, I'm sure Putin, and Russians, they also know this, that in some ways Trump hands are tied, but I'm sure they're trying to make a good effort, and let's talk, let's negotiate. But I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I kind of feel like with the whole deal, but trying to make a deal, everyone knows Ukraine's always going to be the sticking point, and probably the EU most of the time. And I mean, it kind of plays into the theory. I mean, we bounced it around. It's out there, like maybe there was a deal already made. Like they're just going through the motions of negotiating and letting Russia do what it wants for the most part, and then they'll just make a deal with Russia at the end. Because I mean, think about it. They probably come up with all kinds of options and stuff, but they always know Ukraine's going to say no. So, I mean, I'm sure Russia would like a deal. The United States would like a deal, but at the same time, I kind of feel like they're just going to go in there and make offers to each other. Then they know Zelensky will say no, and nothing's going to change. So I don't know. I just feel like it obviously plays to the Russians, and it kind of makes me wonder if Trump's just going to. And it also gives you an off ramp. Like, look, dude, I've proposed 10 different deals. Every deal we've come up with, you said no. I've traveled, hundreds of thousands of miles all over the place trying to make deals with this guy, and every time we come up with something, you say no. That might be the way to walk away down the road, but I mean, I feel like the United States, at least some people in the administration and the Russians, don't really feel like it's going to go anywhere, just because they know the other party is not going to agree to anything, no matter how much sense it makes, what they give them. I mean, and obviously Zelensky can't really agree to anything either, probably, because they'll probably just kill him or coup him or whatever. But I mean, it's kind of like a dead end street, but they're going to drive down it anyway, I guess.
So I just wanted to say that Zelensky probably can't agree to anything. So in between this Friday meeting and then when they meet in Russia, like, I think there's a possibility that they'll just bypass Zelensky and go to the Rada, because Russia has been, President Putin has been saying that Zelensky's not legitimate anyway, so how could he sign anything? But as far as the neocons not being on board, Trump can really spin this as like, look, we were going to do all these sanctions. We forced Russia to the table. This is a great deal, and it's all because of me. Give me the Nobel Peace Prize. And I think he could probably get Europe on board with it if he convinces them that they need to have elections in Ukraine, and this is gonna put Russia in their place and all that stuff. So it's wildly optimistic, but that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I doubt that Ukrainian parliament can do anything. I mean, it's at the end it's the Nazi battalions and whoever operates Zelensky. It's they're the ones who decide at the end what's going to happen. So I don't know how Europe or United States is going to deal with that. The Russians can deal with that by force, but I don't know. I don't know how they're going to make them, people,
Well,
leave the stage. I don't know.
just to push back on that, way back in Istanbul, they had an agreement. So something about Russia's goal from the beginning was the denazification. So there was something in that agreement that they felt would accomplish that goal. And I'm not smart enough to know what that is, and I haven't read the
Yeah.
agreement. But at some point, they did work out a diplomatic way to address the Nazi issue.
It's true. It's true, but you got to understand, back then they were scared shitless of Russia. They thought that this 5 million person army is coming onto them. So I think that's why they were kind of willing to accept the peace before they find out that the Russians
think-
really didn't have this many troops.
I think a bunch of those laws they passed too, real quick, not to cut off Mehdi, they passed a lot of those after the peace deal, and then I think they started passing more and more every time negotiations came up or there was a failed offensive. They, anytime there was a talk about land or taking over the land, there was always this. Well, in the Constitution it says this, so I almost wonder if the Rada is probably more radical than even Zelensky's inner circle, just because I don't know how it's made up, but they passed a bunch of laws, and Zelensky always uses that too. Like, well, I can't agree to any kind of land swap. It says in the Constitution. That's why I kind of feel like it's a dead end. Like, maybe Ukraine thinks they're going to scam everybody and get something out of it, but I think the two big players kind of feel like they're just wasting their time, but they're going to go through the motions. That way it looks all nice and clean, and nobody can really, say anything like, hey, we tried 20 fucking times, And think about it. It's going to come out, if that's the case, that you're going to see the concessions that each side made, and people are going to probably be surprised, and it's always going to be, well, we had this worked out, but it was always Ukraine or Zelensky or the Rada or something. Mehdi.
You're muted.
Hello, I'm muted again, right?
Classic.
Go figure. Anyway, I wanted to agree with Vaughn. That I think that they're going through the motions. I think both Putin and Trump know that the EU, Zelensky, and neocons are going to blow up any agreement they have. And like Vaughn just said, they're going through the motions. So basically what they're doing are giving Zelensky enough rope to finally hang himself where the U.S. can point to it and just walk away from it and let the Russians get done what they want to get done. I personally think that's the case, but I thought this was going to happen previously. But something changed in whatever Trump was being told, or the plan, that master plan he has, or whatever. But I think this is it. This is it for Zelensky and the AFU if they don't change anything. And Ted brought up a good point about human rights violations too. This is, about denazifying and such. Part of it, I think part of the problem for the EU and Zelensky is it drives them absolutely batshit crazy is that they're not in these meetings right now and listening in on or able to defend themselves about what's being discussed. What information could be passed from Putin to Trump or Trump to Putin that could affect things? Imagine if Trump walks out of there. I put this on X. I would love nothing more than Trump to walk out of there with this big file full of papers and just walk out and not say a word about what they are or what they pertain to, and just watch the media, the EU, and the entire Washington, D.C. establishment lose their minds. And it could be just plain papers. They're scared about that part of it because, let's face it, money or things like that don't matter to them. They've always had power. They've never been subjected to persecution for what they've done. And I think that time's here. And that's what really worries them. And that's why they keep it going on.
Yeah.
So I just want to add.
Go ahead.
I got a feeling. Just now Maddie mentioned about how we expected Trump to abandon Ukraine much earlier, right? But I think maybe he did not, because the Europeans say that we're gonna buy more stuff from you. You're gonna buy more arms from you, And then if maybe they tell Trump that if you stay on for a bit more, we'll buy all these things, all this military stuff from you. Then Trump is like, oh, okay. Sure. It's good business, no? And maybe that's why he stayed. I think that is the main thing. So, which is that's what Trump has been boasting, right? Lately, he's like, we are not spending any more money on Ukraine. They keep saying that. He say NATO is the one that's buying everything. Voice stuff.
Yeah, I think what's like the most important thing about this meeting is that Putin is gonna be finally able to tell Trump not to believe anybody, when they talk about, whatever is going on in Ukraine or in finance, in economy. They should. I think they're gonna. I think he's gonna tell him that, look, these guys are talking about that we're dropping dollars. We're not dropping dollar. We want to use it. So don't fucking believe anybody. We want to do economic cooperation with you guys. We want to get back on a good track. So I think that's like, even if there's no deal when it comes to Ukraine, I think it's important for Putin to get his message across directly, to the U.S. president, that, hey, this is not what, how it is, and we want to work with you guys. What do you guys think about that?
Was Mehdi before me? I don't remember.
Go ahead, Cope.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to piggyback a little bit on what I said earlier and what Wyatt was saying here regarding Trump. And, are they paying for Ukraine? No, I kind of get more the impression that Trump is sort of inverting it a little bit. I'm not too convinced that this war is going to end just because his adversary was starting this, because the same interest groups that want this to keep going, well, I mean, they're still very much a part of his administration as well, right? As far as I'm concerned. So, but then if you look then at Europe, right? So like I mentioned, they are trying, like they complain and they whine and all those kind of things, but what do they actually do? They do exactly what Trump says across the board. And what do they demand in concession? Ultimately, nothing. They just concede. So what is Trump what could be possibly going on here is actually that Trump is keeping this war going, but it's going to be even more so on Europe's expense. And then he can wash his hands as he kind of maybe gradually pulls himself out and make another agreement then with Putin here. So Putin and what Putin and Trump really need to do if they want to kind of just find a clean exit is they basically need to find a mutual arrangement, right? Like a mutual interest that, this is going to be good for you and for me. And, to hell with the Europeans and Ukrainians or whatever. Like, it's like, we are the big boys. We call the shots eventually, right? So, yeah, that's what I kind of, my impression of it. Mehdi.
The only thing I want to bring up is about it being held in Alaska is, it may not be anything other than it is the most convenient point for both Putin and Trump to meet, seeing that Russia is right across the strait from Alaska. And it also allows them to have somewhat control in the area in case something does go wrong. They're already in position, at least, to be able to make some type of response instead of down in Saudi Arabia where they really can't do anything. Because we got to remember, the U.S. politicians, Biden administration, they were all talking about how they wanted to arrest Putin if he traveled. And this is kind of like Trump throwing a thumb in their nose in their faces, too, because they're allowing Putin on American soil. And with guarantees, I would imagine, with guarantees that he won't be touched, harmed, or arrested in any form, shape, or whatever. So I kind of think this is also maybe Trump a little bit thumbing the nose at the neocons in the United States as well, because he's inviting Putin right into the dragon's lair, where these are the people that have been saying this guy is such a nasty piece of work. He should be arrested and put on trial.
So, well, I mean, that's the only way they think they can win the war. So it's a desperate, that would be something desperate they would do.
So during the meeting, Sukhoi 57s will be circling, at Kachamka, just off Alaska, it's like making sure that nobody can do anything funny with Putin. I think that's a very, very good idea. The entire Pacific Fleet will be there. The ways.
Yeah, I especially have confidence in that 1'5" security detail lady from the failed Trump assassination. At the podium where she's trying to grab Trump, put him down, and she's like, half the size of him, and yeah, I have a too much confidence in her that she can probably protect Putin as well. I mean, fuck. Hey, you guys know that the Russians have to like, they have to communicate with the U.S. Secret Service to make arrangements, and make sure everything goes well. So I'm thinking about like, what if the dude, the bodyguard, Putin's bodyguard, has to deal with this lady, I mean,
All
and get
those females on his detail have been replaced, and a lot of them have been taken off security detail duty altogether. There's no, as far as I know, there's no women at all on his detail, and there might not be a lot of women in some of the higher profiles.
The sunglasses guy is now the leader of the Secret Service. The one that actually hugged Trump. He's now the leader now. Tag them.
Yeah, we know, but just imagine, if you put two of these by the one by another, the Russian security detail, and then you have that lady or something similar. I mean, who you gonna
I don't
trust,
think-
to
I
protect
was
you?
thinking that
ladies-
too, because some people are saying like, oh, they wouldn't dare let anything happen to Putin while he's on U.S. soil, but like officially, of course, they're gonna protect him and make sure. But unofficially, like, yeah, the Secret Service didn't do such a good job that one time, and maybe President Putin wouldn't turn his head at the exact right minute. So I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a greater than zero
Probably
chance
World
that
War
something
III,
crazy happens.
guaranteed.
Well, yeah, sorry, Maddie, I'm just gonna throw in a couple words. Yeah, I mean, I do think, no, of course that they don't want to start World War III, but you got to understand, these crazies, the neocons, or even somebody from Ukraine, like Budanov, who knows, what the fuck they're gonna come up with just to do that, because that's essentially what they want. They want a Third World War. That's the only thing that can, or at least they think that is gonna save their ass. Go ahead, Mehdi.
I was just going to say, I highly doubt that the Russians are going to allow Putin in without his own detail. I can't see them allowing U.S. protection be the only thing that Putin has. I have to assume he's allowed his own protective detail.
Well, I mean, every president that comes or goes, their leader, they all have their own details with Secret Service, so there's no way that would be changed.
Right.
Yeah, but you can only protect so much,
It's a
I mean,
trap.
there's only so much they can do,
It's the trap, Admiral Akbar.
I want to say something about the super chat and super chatter. I have commented before to you, Toronto Brad. Like sometimes when you're kind of like squeaking over the keyboard like that, you kind of look like a little child that is just like, oh, I find something funny and stuff. And when you're sending a super chat like this, like, can you blame me for getting the suspicion that maybe you just recently watched an old goodie from the good old times? Because I can tell. You and we entered the time-space continuum more or less around the same wave. Thank you very much for recognizing that both of our cognitions have been shaped by cartoons and B-movies, and for the super chat. Thank you.
Yeah. So
And the crowd went wild.
I think there is only so much that immediate security detail around Putin can do. Unless you have like 200 other agents, like going around and positioning. I mean, of course, they're not gonna allow them to to bring snipers and shit, but it's all gonna be up to American side to make sure nothing happens. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, yeah, of course they're not gonna allow, but I still think you still have crazy people that do want to start a third world war, and that's the only way they see that they can get out of this situation.
The
No matter what.
only way I could see something crazy happening is if there's some military officer on the base, because they're probably going to land in Anchorage, because that's a big base there. I mean, I looked around, I didn't really see anywhere they could meet. because I mean, there's a lot of like intelligence stuff around there and listening devices and radars. So I'm sure the Russians aren't going to be like wanting to hang around there and talk. And even the president probably doesn't want to be around anywhere where it's easier for people to listen in on what they talk about, because I'm sure there's still people who would love to leak out shit. But there is a pretty nice Orthodox church center there, Russian Orthodox, left over from back in the day, and it's got the domes, the onion domes. It's all painted. Maybe they'll do something around there. Which I think is another bad optic for Ukraine, and like the fact that it's in Alaska is so far away from the EU and everybody else that's
Yeah.
Britain. And it's
And Zelensky can't come,
and I mean, if you think about it down the road, I mean, there's really going to only be two real players in the Arctic, and that's the United States and Russia, and that's a good place to kind of meet and work it out down the road.
It just
I mean, China can buy in. The EU, they're too schizophrenic. I think they'll just spin out of control for a while, so I don't think they'll be involved in the Arctic. Canada's part of America, so whatever they talk about the Arctic, that's just going to be what we tell them. So, but yeah, I mean, I think it's a good place to kind of make a statement. The place between the two countries where we both have a pretty serious future interest. So maybe that's maybe they'll talk. Who knows? Maybe they'll talk more about what they want to do in the Arctic than they will about Ukraine.
Just now Voislav say about no Zelensky cannot come.
go ahead.
But it reminds me of something I noticed, that Trump did not say anything about Zelensky, and like the White House did not say anything about Zelensky, but the media reports it as if that Zelensky is part of the picture, as if that Trump is wanting Zelensky to come, like he put words into Trump's mouth, which at least from what I've heard from Trump never talked about like he want to bring Zelensky along. No, why would he want to bring Zelensky along? He don't really like Zelensky that much. So it's a bit weird, because they were going to talk a lot of stuff that is non-Ukraine related, 100%. Like most of the talk is actually unrelated to Ukraine, if I'm not wrong. It's all about the strategic partnership that they're planning to do. So why would you want Zelensky to be there? But then I think the media is like they're complicit in this. Like they're trying to help the Zelensky, Ukraine or European side to push and to try to make this into a talking point. And then you can see this happens when the media, they'll keep asking Trump about Zelensky at the meeting. It's really weird. It's like there's some kind of conspiracy happening behind the scene that is like trying to help Zelensky to get into the meeting. It's super weird. Boy stuff.
Yeah, like Maddie said, he should come out with a bunch of papers, just to make them fucking, wonder what were they talking about, Yeah, I was wondering the same thing, earlier. I was thinking, was it Trump's doing and their administration trying to pull Zelensky in, or was it just the media, Europeans, trying to push, make them part of it, part of the, talks as well. So yeah, like you said, it more looks like that it wasn't Trump, that it was just stupid Europeans and the media, mainstream media, that's and it's crazy how powerful this is, and how I don't know how much they can get to the Trump, how much does he listen to them, but like I said earlier, I think Putin in his diplomatic way is gonna tell him, look, we want to negotiate directly with you, we want to do business, you should not listen to anybody else, about anything, because all this stuff about Russia or BRICS, don't want to use dollar. It's actually from the media and from the from the neocons, so basically they make Trump say that, or to say, hey, we're gonna fuck Russia over, and they have to use dollar. I think everybody wants to use dollar as a reserve currency, because it's still currency of it's still pretty confidential currency, and they I still think that they want to use it. I mean, you buy you buy oil, you buy gold, you know, everything in dollars, so it still has a value, you know. So why wouldn't they use it, you know? Go ahead.
Mary, yeah?
To answer to that is that look at what happened to Russia. All their assets, $300 billion in assets got froze because they kept money in the Western system. You know, that's the whole point of BRICS, is to get away from that, to not be controlled in that way. And, you know, with Trump slinging tariffs around left and right, which I get what he's doing, but he doesn't realize that if BRICS wants to, it can form an agreement where they request that, not request, demand that all payments for their imports into the U.S. be done in a BRICS approved currency and not the U.S. dollar, because that way at least they're going to recover some of this through the exchange rate. And that's where this is going. I think there is going to be a showdown between the dollar and whatever BRICS comes up with, whether it's their own currencies tied together or a different currency altogether. I think the ultimate goal is to separate from the U.S. dollar, and that's part of the reason why BRICS exists, because the U.S. dollar is what controls everything that's going on, and there's the problem. If the U.S. dollar is not involved, then the U.S. really can't throw its weight around, because we can just print whatever we want to get whatever we want. But if they request it in a different format, that's not the case. So I don't know. I mean, it could go either way. I'm not an expert, of course, but, you know, a lot of us have been warning about BRICS from the very beginning. It's more than just some little loose association. And now we're starting to see what it is and the power it has and the potential power it has as well.
Super chat by 4Taps God. First time see him do super chat. Casual bilateral meeting. Okay, that's the emoticon.
I mean, the other thing about BRICS, though, is, I mean, you know, Trump says he's against it, the United States against it. You know, there's obviously reasons to be against it. But at the same time, if you look at like what will probably be some strategic partnerships with Russia, you know, and they're obviously going to try to quash Brazil, maybe somehow, but maybe harsher on Venezuela. I mean, maybe in some ways the U.S. is going to be like a silent partner in BRICS, you know, a hidden investor. I mean, they're going to sit there and talk about how bad BRICS is, but at the same time, they're going to have partnerships with the major players probably in BRICS. So if BRICS is doing well, then we do well. So, I mean, it might, you know, there might be a way to work that out too, to where, you know, we're publicly against BRICS. Maybe there's some kind of friendly competition, but at the same time, we're obviously going to be, you know, if BRICS is doing well, then I would assume if you've got partnerships with the major players, you know, then you're probably going to get some benefit off of that too, you know. So I don't know. I mean, there's so many crazy ass things that could happen. I mean, I kind of agree with Wyatt. I think they'll talk more about other things than Ukraine, because like I said before, I think the whole peace thing is the dead end. So they can go in there and say, hey, here's an idea. And the Russians will, oh, you know, I like this, but no, here's our idea. And then they'll, you know, and then they're like, okay, let's take this to them. And it's like, well, you know what they're going to say. So that's probably 5 minutes of the whole meeting. The rest of the time they can talk about the Arctic and how to deal with that. And the thing is especially with the Arctic, it's kind of a good optic, because if there ends up being some kind of, you know, normalization with Russia, or, you know, kind of agreement on the Arctic, you know, that's kind of another angle for China to have to watch now, because, I mean, yeah, they can go into the Arctic too, and they could probably buy in and participate in that northern route and stuff. But I'm just saying, it's like, you know, if the U.S. cuts in on the action a little bit too, and they're friendly with the Russians, it's like they're right next to each other. So it might just be another point of contention for China. And if you're really like serious about trying to contain China or keep China on edge, then that might be another point to work out with right there at the Arctic, because you got Kamchatka, and then you've got all the major Alaska stuff, the oil fields. You know, could you turn that area into like a major point where oil and gas and all that from both countries is just getting loaded on ships or pipelines and sent all over the place? You know, I don't know. I just don't feel like the peace thing's going to be very much in conversation. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out in details. Kopi.
Thank you, thank you. I would like to add on, like I'm not, Mehdi may be very well correct. I had this thought recently, like, are you going to de-dollarize or are you going to work on the same system? Because the United States, like if you adopt the reserve currency, you're also going to have the same baggage thereof. And for China, that's going to be pretty disastrous because then they're going to have an appreciated currency and that's going to make their exports falter and then it becomes self-defeating. So they, in a sense, actually need the United States exactly where they are, right? And the United States won't need them where they are, right? But what power does the United States have then to retain it? I get the impression it is for the time being currently on the technological level where they still have an edge, because you are the only one who then have that product to sell, right? And it is desired, and that gives you not an oligopoly, but it's a monopsony basically, because it will be you have the to kind of make the difference. I don't mean to be so semantic, but a monopoly compared to a monopsony. In a monopoly, you have the power of the seller, the whole production line, and usually a monopoly tend to be a monopsony, whereas the monopsony is the power of the buyer. Now, one clear-cut example of that is, for example, uranium. You can have several uranium mines around the world, but those who have uranium don't actually have a lot of leveraging power because it's so few who actually use uranium and also have the enrichment capacity for it. And so that makes a niche market where the buyer has the power and through technological means, right? And so you can make that a little bit analogous with AI and several others. Like the United States is still clearly on the more advanced when it comes to AI and robots, at least robots in particular. They're very clunky, the one they show off from China by comparison to like some they have from MIT. But that is just still a narrow edge, right? Like, so for the United States, it might be that they, for them to actually kind of get out of this, they would have to have a special niche where they are not going to actually face any meaningful competition because all the minds involved in it are going to go there. Like I had this thought to compare that with the de-dollarization part, because you have two facets here. If you de-dollarize, it's sort of like fragmenting a nation, right? So it's sort of like when you look at Syria, it seems tempting. Of course, it would be tempting for Israel to fragment Syria, but then you suddenly have a whole lot of more different factions that you need to deal with in the form of normalization and whatever. So, Israel has stated before that they're clear for regime change, right? So what they tend to seem to be okay with is already established societal orders, and as long as they're regime friendly, that's really what they seem to generally prefer. And that's why I think they're hesitant about, for example, fragmenting in Syria. And that's why I also think that it's not a given that the BRICS would want to actually detach from the United States dollar. They may actually want the service of the reserve currency that is the dollar. They may want that to be managed by the Americans. So the impasse here is, of course, that they're working against their own interest. They need to find mutual interest in that regard, and they may very well do so. Except that the United States will have to do something that is very difficult for it. It is to acquiesce a certain degree of subordination on certain fields, which is, that's bad for the American exceptionalism. I don't want to be rambling to get forever. It's a super chat, I think, and someone else holding a finger, maybe.
There's a salute.
Thank you for being a member for 15 months.
Well, I would have some points where I would not agree completely. Chinese are not behind in the robot area, and not a lot, at least. I have seen the other day for 6,000 you can already buy a humanoid robot which moves, like a human does, and does jumps and breakdance and whatever, kung fu moves and stuff. So they are quite in the game, and with these AI models, the open source AI models are definitely much better than the American ones. The closed source are not far ahead, maybe half a year or two maximum. So obviously in the known stuff, whatever they have in their secret labs is not known, both sides. And also, why would you say that Israel wants a peaceful neighbor in Syria? I don't see the benefit for Israel, a large benefit. if it was a peaceful neighbor, what about giving back the Golan heights and stuff? Probably they would like to have a frozen conflict situation at least.
So I would like to, before I forget, so on the I don't disagree with you on the technological edge that the United States have is not phenomenal, but what they do show seems to have a notable more prowess than what the Chinese are mass producing. Now, that is, of course, a very notable difference here. Are you able to, that you can make it is one thing. Can you actually implement it is an entirely different thing. So arguably still China would still have they're not far enough behind to actually be off the game by all means. I'm absolutely agreeing with you on that. As it pertains to Israel, you kind of answered your own question, right? If it pertains to, for example, the Golan Heights, if you're going to negotiate that with are you going to negotiate that with a multitude of different creatures? Because once they take, let's say, the Druze thing right now, because they have called for being annexed, right? And it may seem very tempting for the Israelis to be doing that, because once you have fractured them, you have a never-ending conflict. But there's also, I don't think it's easy to overestimate Israel, because they've kind of had a fair amount of success with all their bigger neighbors, right? But they look at how poorly they have done with Hamas, right? Hamas is still going on, and arguably the weakest one of all the adversaries that Israel has been dealing with. So I don't think that Israel is necessarily all that keen on having a frozen conflict. Yes, because I think that might be actually as good as they think it can get. But what they would prefer, right? This is what I think. This is not what they're necessarily going for, but they may still be going for fracturing Syria and whatever, for all I know. They might find that to be actually the most reasonable thing. But they do have an incentive to keep the entity called Syria together, because let's say the Golan Heights is then still a bargaining chip for Israel, right? They still have I think it's only recently that many of the Druze in the Golan Heights started actually maybe we're done with the Syria thing, we're going to become Israeli, right? But this is far from a foregone conclusion. This is still a very ongoing process, right? So I think the Israelis, because, okay, fine, you get, if you look at it from a video game perspective, the Israelis will get a buffer zone with the Druze, right? And that makes a lot of sense, right? But then you have complicated pretty much every single other diplomatical effort you want to make done, because what is actually most in Israel's favor? Hey, be a part of the Turkey-Qatari pipeline, right? Which probably explains why they were okay with letting the Saudis and Qataris getting a full entry into Syria and be part of the lifting the sanctions and everything. They know Jelani is whatever fucking creature, right? But they also recognize that the point is here to maintain the entity that is Syria, because the alternative, while it may be advantageous at the end, it is so chaotic, it's very hard to assess, right?
But there is no entity named. It's named Syria right now, but the Kurdish and the SDF part is still separated. And
you're correct. You're correct, right? But let's say because they are very exclusionary, the Sharia regime that is currently right now, what the Israelis might be aiming for is trying to support at least, if not minority led, then at least very minority representative federalist or movement. If this is, of course, if their preference is to have the Syria, the social entity, and just turn it friendly, either frozen conflict or friendly. But they would be more okay if they wanted Syria to be remained. And this is the indication, right? Once you see starting to see a replacement with the Jolanis, because this is untenable politically on pretty much every single front. So I'm not too far from the suspicion that there might indeed be an idea or thoughts among the Israelis to do a regime change in Syria in order to have more like a federalist assembly, whatever that is, for whatever reason. It goes beyond what you can't comprehend, right? But what are the Israelis used to? They are used to one Syria. Even during the civil war, the one they primarily negotiated with here, that was Assad, right? Or maybe lesser so with Hezbollah.
I have an answer, but there are super chats.
Sure.
Super chat. So I read super chat first by Anders. The offshore dollar system is much more complicated and organically built than people think, like a very extensive telecom network. Good luck, Briggs. And by 4 taps got 64. Pinful here. It's pretty much textbook bilateral engagement between USA and Russia. They can bypass the EU, the Western branch, easily in their designs. Yep.
May I please say something to the super chat regarding the offshore dollar system? Because this is from Norway, so he knows perfectly well what I know he knows well what he's talking about here. So the sovereign wealth fund of Norway, at least 40%. Then this is my numbers might be outdated, but around 40% or so of all its investments are done in dollars, which it means that Norway has gotten really rich through the dollar system. They don't want the dollar system to fail either. But at the very same time, and this also makes them beholden to the United States, because if you don't do as the United States say, all your wealth is cut off like that. It is not the oil in Norwegian soil that actually makes our wealth. It is that we were able to export it, which, William, you may remember we were talking about the key interest rate in Russia being so high. Right? If they did not were able to offload a lot of their currency and a lot of their investments abroad because they were utilizing the internal advantages they had in their economy, that might explain why they get an inflationary pressure, which necessitates a high key interest. But maybe, right? Like we didn't really know. But I kind of get the impression that, what Anders was saying here on the super chat, it is really complicated. And that's why I'm kind of inclined to think that, generally speaking, it's because there's once you've gotten an institution like the BRICS, the IMF, the dollar as reserve currency, right? Are you going to reinvent the wheel, or are you going to make the wheel spin in your favor? And I think they're going to be more inclined to want to make it spin in their favor than let's destroy everything, right? So when it comes to, for example, Syria, right? Okay, the old times are over, right? So what do we have to work with here? We have now an option. Fragmenting it is absolutely on the table, right? But what are the costs of it? What can be perhaps more cost? Is there still a shot for a regime change, right? And they are inclined to do so. Like if you look at the Mossad, how they're dealing with Hezbollah and the Islamic Republic and Assad, it's mafioso tactics, right? They're going straight for the leaders, calling them and saying, "We're going to wipe out you and your family if you do not comply." Right? This is pure mafioso tactics, right? And that makes sense. That doesn't make sense in a conventional war, but that does make sense if you intend to absolutely eradicate the political leadership, right? And so if they have a habit for doing that, whether successful or not, that's not the point. The point, if they have a habit of doing that, it isn't too far beyond the stretch of imagination that they will be inclined to want to actually, well, we did manage to make Hezbollah change their political stance after taking out their leaders. It was the elimination of Nasrallah and his successor that caused them to change their political stance. Otherwise, Nasrallah made it crystal clear right before he was killed, no alteration on the diplomatic stance, right? So they might be thinking okay, maybe we can replicate this in Syria. Well, maybe this Shadal dude is not going to work.
But they have replicated it in Syria from at least some people say so, that this guy Giuliani is very much a player of the West, and maybe Israel, because Israel did during the war between Assad's side and these guys, they helped them. They did give them medical services in Israel and stuff. So one could argue that they are already have succeeded with the replacement of the government. So this argument, I think it's reasonably in a way what you explained here, but I don't see the big benefit for Israel or the motivation. Why would they go for such a thing? I think partition. Just let me finish. Partition of Syria is, I think, much more preferable for Israel. From their point of view.
I mean, you might be right, but I want to underscore your argument here, why you might be correct. So, for example, this argument about Sharon maybe being an asset of Israel, well, he's definitely assumed to be an asset of the United States by many Druze people, for example. So I found that an interesting perspective that was showing up a little bit more than I thought. Now, what they were also kind of noting is exactly this fragmentation game. So if you look at, for example, the one who was ahead of the general security in Shreda, which is the biggest Druze city, right? This guy was a member of the Muslim Brotherhood and a Turk, effectively. He was called Ahmad al-Dalati. And so he was essentially working for Erdogan, but he also had close cooperation with another very known Lebanese Druze called Walid Jumblat, where they had this ordaining and they had their arrangements with drug drug exchanges. I'm sorry, I'm running a little bit off on the sources here, but like it's a very complicated thing that will actually, like, I agree with you that the winds of fragmentation, they are definitely blowing there. But I think that when you look at Israel or Syria or any of the other powers, I think it's a mistake to think that, oh, they're going to have a unified agreement here. I think there's probably going to be the notable element in Israel that's going to be like, yeah, you know, fuck this Syria thing. We're going to want to have this truce because whatever. And then you have those who be like, no, we actually want more of the status quo part, right? So exactly where the chips fall, you know, I guess we can only guess. So now I've been talking way too much. Sorry, Nika, please.
Hello, hi guys. So I disagree with a lot of what was being said here. There is a lot of internal politics, whether in Syria, Israel, or Lebanon. For example, Walid Jumblat is a Druze, but the Druze in Lebanon are anti-Israelis, anti-occupation, so they are against what some Druze in Sweden and South Syria are doing, because a lot of people don't know the internal, as I said, the internal politics. Druze have religious leaders that are religious and military and spiritual and political leaders. So they are like monarchs, you know, practical. In Sweden, there's three. They call them Sheikh al-Aql. So there are three. Only one of them are pro-Israeli. The other two are against Israeli occupation and stuff. Even Druze and Syrians in Golan Heights, as people here maybe know, don't have any Israeli passport, refuse to be in the Israeli government. They consider themselves Syrians. I think the best aspiration for Israel vis-a-vis Syria is dividing them. That was even an ancient. It's not a new thing. It's like before even a lot. They don't care about alliance because they threaten like Egypt, Jordanian. They threaten even their closest allies and like lapdogs. So I don't think they need allies, and they have America, the biggest ally ever. So they don't need in their most idealistic, because you need to see the internal politics of Israelis. They are led like practically with ideology, with the religious ideology. So they are thinking like from the river to the Nile. They see it like this. Even Jordanian, even ministers are saying this. They are talking like in biblical terms and stuff. So in their benefit to divide Syria, even if it's messy, it's easier to deal with 4 or 5 states, small states, that fight against each other and against themselves than dealing with a bigger nation. And it was always the case because they are always enhancing that aspect in Syria. And before it was like they dealt with Syria because they didn't have another choice, but they worked they worked with it. So, in my opinion, it's the best thing for them is dividing them. They work for it, and they have like the idea of the corridor, and even the Druze leader is talking about that corridor and aspired to do it. But I don't think they care about stability in the region. It's not in their benefits. If
What
it's
corridor,
unstable.
Nika? What corridor?
The corridor between the northwest Syria, from the northwest Syria to the Druze area, to Israel. So it's like in the diagonal, close to the Jordanian border, Jordanian-Iraqi border.
To the Kurdish area.
Yeah, the Kurdish area. So it links the Euphrates to Israel. So it's a map to achieve the river, the two rivers state, practically.
Nika, can I ask a question regarding because you seem to know enough about this to kind of maybe pick up, like there was like one thing I've kind of wondered is why haven't Hezbollah, given that they have fairly good connections via Walid Jumblat and so forth with the Druze of Lebanon, like why did they? Because they're not friends of the Sharia or Jolanis or anything like that. So why did they not? They did not even care to virtue signal any symbolic import of significance. There were fractions of them they did so, but like this seemed like for me like. Considering that they had to actually acquiesce disarmament and withdrawal after fighting with Israelis and the fall of Assad, like, yeah, I'd take whatever fucking shit I can do
Hey.
to kind of get a little bit back into
What-
and this seemed like
It's
the
no
best one.
question. Hezbollah's dead, dude. Hezbollah's not dead, but they've been beaten down for a long time. They're not what they used to be 2 years ago, right? They're gonna come back, but it's gonna take some time. Hezbollah is
Yeah.
still, not dead, but they're dormant. They've been knocked out, right?
No,
I mean, Hezbollah is a huge fucking thing. Like Hezbollah is not just the military arm.
I
It's
agree,
a whole
but it's also
phenomenon.
irrelevant.
But the military arm has been neutered for a while.
But it's not,
But
that's
I-
not
the
the
biggest-
point. But hold on, let me clarify what I mean here, because here even symbolically they can simply just do so and get gains from it, right? Because this will conflict with the Israeli narrative. The Israelis
Oh,
are having the narrative that they're protecting the Druze and all that kind of jazz, right? Here Hezbollah can do exactly the same, having Lebanese Druze who are much more in favor of them and actually incidentally also anti-Israel, and they could just simply utilize that and say like, oh, look at what the Sharia is doing, right? And they could be like, and also the Israelis are bombing. Look, this is horrible. Like we are your ones. Like they could at least virtue
And
signal.
what about all the Sunnis in Lebanon, right?
What
No,
about them?
you need to know a bit history before that. So Hezbollah was fighting Ashara in Syria. That is one of the biggest mistakes because that led them like open to Israelis infiltration because Syria was open ground to every field. So them involved to the Syrians because they had like the most like one of the best security like apparatus. It was like Hamas, but getting them involved in Syria opened them to Israelis infiltrations. So and plus they have like bad blood with Syrians because they fought with Assad against Ashara and a lot of factions. This is one. Walid Jumblat is a pro because, for example, what Syria did is they caught the one who killed the father of Walid Jumblat. It's a big political leader in Lebanon. They caught the killer. He was a known killer, but they caught him because he was a Syrian from Assad, and that like they gained a bit of favor from the the Lebanese Druze. And it's like the fact that Lebanese the Hezbollah in Lebanon cannot like do whatever they like because there is a big division inside Lebanon itself. There is a faction that's against the Hezbollah, and there's people blaming Hezbollah because they defended themselves and attacked Israel. And because Israel is practically doing a terrorist like politics because they will punish the civilians, so the civilians can turn against the ones who are fighting. It's like terrorism. It's like what happened
Before we are over to that point, because the internal divisions. One thing I've noticed also is this Walid Jumblat character keeps coming up as a very divisive character. So like there are those who will be like, yeah, this is the Lebanese one, but then there will be those who be like, no, this one has already let himself be taken over by some jihadis or something like that, right? And they would use, for example, that he is married to a Muslim, which is kind of a big no-no in Druze communities. Like you're generally excommunicated if you do that, right? And I think there were some other Christians like
Lebanese Druze.
The guy is generally viewed. My impression of him, and as people are describing it, and the information I come across, he strikes me as a pretty unabashed opportunist. Like he's willing to throw his mother under the bus
because if you follow his history from the start, he gained a lot of good reputation in all fields: Druze, Arabs, Shia, Christians, because he was a very patriotic person. He fought the Israelis. He fought the people who were pro-Israelis inside Lebanon. He's very like well seen in practically a majority of the areas. The only you need to see the only weird figure is the ones in Druze in Syria who's supporting Israel. Those are the seen like in a very weird way because they're only a one faction from the Druze inside Syria. That's the practical the thing about that. It's not all the Druze in Syria are pro-Israelis. It's one faction who have a lot of money, a lot of weaponry, who's gaining like control and trying to cause the Israelis help. It's like treason. Practically, it's
may I
treason.
agree with you? May I agree with pretty much everything you said there, and kind of like for people who may not be familiar, because the thing that needs to be maybe said regarding the Jews is that they have like first and foremost loyalty to their own people, but they also, when it comes from a social political perspective, their loyalty is to the nation that they belong to. They consider themselves the host wherever they are. So, for example, like what Nika said in the beginning.
No. It's there's
No,
no.
okay,
It's the loyalty. One second. One correction. It's the loyalty into their own leader, because Sheikh Al-Aql is the leader, the spiritual, political. He have the leadership. What he said, the others will follow without even arguing.
Right, and I'm not disagreeing on that. They are the final law for the Druze people themselves, so that's why they can tend up to be veering off quite a bit and do their own thing, right? But they are generally not like, oh, we're going to want autonomy or self-determination or anything like that. Not in Israel, not in Lebanon, not in Syria. They've been like, okay, instead of being like, so for example, they did not acknowledge Israel's, like you mentioned earlier, they did not acknowledge, most of them at least, Israel's annexation of the Golan Heights, and so they retained Syrian citizenship. And this is also kind of understood a bit as being a tacit agreement between Syria and Israel, as they were kind of heading in for more of the frozen conflict thing, where they are officially at war but not really doing much, right? And so because they will get more internal pressures on each side with the Druze, because the Druze are exactly that unruly. But this is kind of like it kind of highlights, because like when you come with Walid Jumblat, for example, a divisive character. And you can say the thing that you're saying about, for example, Israeli Jews, Lebanese Jews, I think it's just symptomatic of how people generally are. You are going to be having the perspective where you are going to be mired in that amount of information, right? And you can see that what better example actually than the Jews. They number like between 1 to 2 million people. They're generally concentrated in that area. They're true ethno-religion, very, very insulated, right? But even despite that, they will still be like on the political scale, they're a wild card. Like, and they're not a wild card like the Kurds, where they are actually
but it's not sorry, Fortune. It's not an anomaly, because the Israelis did that in Lebanon. They invaded Lebanon. They had a political group, I think the Christians. They had them with them, and then when they wanted to go out because it was too much pressure for them, they went and they abandoned their allies, like to help with them. So anyone who wants to ally with the Israelis need to learn from those people's mistake. Those like it's like an ally to the USA. If you are an ally to USA, you are in deep shit either way.
It's interesting that you're saying that, because there were actually Israeli Jews I came across that said exactly that. They were saying like, look, if you're going to be relying yourself on Israel or Syria or anything, you're going to keep getting kicked around. What you're going to be wanting to aim for now is autonomy and sovereignty of any kind. And this is where it goes back earlier, right? It seems tempting for Israel, and if their strategy is fracturing Syria, then yeah, we can see that their overt support for Druze sovereignty be a very clear indication that is exactly what they want to do. They want to fracture Syria. But if given that they're a bit hesitant, because let's face it, they haven't really committed into, like, there's still fighting going on around Shreda and things like that, and the Israelis aren't really doing all that much. The media isn't saying much because Israel isn't really involved, and so it's kind of like on a low boil right now. But I think the indications of what Israel's strategy will be vis-a-vis Syria is going to be shown in their actions. Either they're going to support the Druze to be shut up, Vaughn. Either they're going to be supporting the Druze so they will have their own little mini state, because what precedence does that set, right? You either have the federalist where you keep Syria together, or you go for the ethnic states. So you have starting with the Druze, you get the Kurds.
At the end of the day,
What?
I mean, like at the end of the day, right? Like this is how much longer do you want to talk about the Druze and Israel and Syria? I think there's a lot of current events that have happened this week.
Oh yeah, it
I think
was
we should
more the
shift the
thought
topic
exercise
back.
of fracturing or keeping together. So, but I'll leave this topic.
Yeah, right. So anyway, I think it's interesting. There's been a lot of current events this week, right? There's Ukraine is collapsing on the battlefield. Secondly, there's a meeting between Trump and Putin, which we have talked about. And thirdly, we've got this Azer-Armenia corridor being developed by Trump. He's calling it the TRIP. And finally, we also have, and this might be the biggest news of them all, the Latin American SMO, the Cartel SMO that's going to be going on. But I'll go ahead and just want to introduce those things because I think they're very significant. I'll just toss it to Mehdi now, and I think a couple other people wanted to talk after that.
I was going to say something, but I'll leave that subject where it is. About the cartel thing and the SMO that's coming up, isn't it kind of odd that Trump comes up with it right now as a lot of mercenaries that are fighting in Ukraine are actually from the cartels in South America? So while they're weakened with their soldiers fighting in Ukraine, dying in trenches by the hundreds, it would be a good time, you would think about it in a military sense, that you would go and try to go after the cartels now while they're in a weakened state, before they get much stronger, where these guys start coming back with man pads, which they probably already have, RPGs, you name it, they've probably got their hands on it by now. And it is going to be a problem that the U.S. is definitely going to have to deal with in the future. So I think that's a really good move, is, going after the cartels. Can we do it as much as we think we can is the question. Because that will require a certain type of fighting, a certain type of military structure with the proper units to go down there and force and to do those things. Are we able to achieve that right now? Is my question.
Is the cartel fighting, the cartel soldiers fighting in Ukraine, are those the Colombians? Okay. I didn't know they are cartels. I just thought that they are very, very desperate for money people.
I don't think they're all cartels, but they say that there's cartel guys mixed in. And I mean, you got to figure they're going to get drone time and all that kind of stuff if the guys survive and somehow make it back to Colombia or Brazil or wherever they're from. But I mean, not to be cheesy or anything, but I mean, this whole thing with the Mexican SMO, I mean, if you read the old book, the Tom Clancy's Clear and Present Danger, it lays out a pretty realistic scenario on how to do this kind of operation. And I mean, obviously I would change things, like I would put ground troops down in South America to try and attack like drug manufacturing labs out in the jungle. But you could obviously hit, storage areas or logistical sites. You don't even really have to go after the guys. You just have to hit their money if you want to keep it on low and not
that would hit American money. It would hit American money.
Yeah,
Why would the army
we can
fight
get
the
into all
CIA?
that dumb shit right now. I'm talking about the fucking military part. I don't give a fuck about all the other administrative shit.
I want to see the AC-130, gunship.
But what I'm saying is I feel like if they do anything right off the bat, it'll probably be drone related or airstrikes against a depot full of cocaine, or maybe they'll find tunnels and collapse them or something. But I don't think they'll make a big scene about killing cartel members or targeting them. So that's why, even if there's a lot less guys down there, I don't think it matters right now, just because I think they'll just go after hard targets first and easy stuff that's fixed and hit them where the money is first, and then see how that goes.
I agree with you, Vaughn. The only other thing I'd bring up is this is an opportunity for the cartels to train their soldiers as well and come back with weapons. So it's a double-edged sword. But I agree with Vaughn. It wouldn't be boots on the ground automatically. It would, they'd be going after its infrastructure first, and then looking to be able to maybe put boots in the ground, because until you get everything solidified, where all their forces are, you can't just throw a bunch of guys on the ground and go find them. You have to have an idea where they are, and you want to make sure they're softened enough that you're able to to achieve your goals. So what Vaughn said, I think, makes the most sense.
Yeah, I think it's going to look a fair amount like GWAT, in terms of not necessarily like the Iraq invasion, right? But it'll look like all these operations that we've done around the world in order to take out various groups designated as terror groups, right? And I'll just give a little bit of background on this, is that this is one of those things that's been in the works for a while. That on the first day of Trump's presidency, January 20th, he signed this executive order, amongst many that he signed, establishing a process by which a cartel group, a Latin American cartel, could become classified officially as a terrorist organization. The numerous cartels over the last 6-7 months have been put through that process and being classified as terror organizations, just like and so it justifies the same type of action, military action against them, as the Houthis and Hezbollah, and so not Hezbollah, sorry, but Houthis and Hamas and so on, that we've seen from the United States, because these are quote unquote terror organizations. Now, the other thing about this is that this executive order was signed completely silently. Trump didn't post, as far as I'm aware, he didn't post anything on Truth Social or Twitter about this. He didn't make any press conferences about this. He didn't take a video of him signing it like he often does with his executive orders. He simply signed it, put it into the record, telling the U.S. military, prepare for military action against these cartels, which over the last several months have been becoming classified as terror organizations. Which leads me to believe, that this actually might be like the most real event of all of the events that have been happening. And there have been so many events, right, that have been happening with Trump, as a smokescreen. He's been doing the, without even mentioning the Epstein files, of course, he's got this Armenia-Azer-Armenia Peace Treaty and Tripwire, which is an interesting conversation in itself. And and he's got this meeting with Russia in Alaska, obviously. And on top of that, he's telling the liberal, and he's hosting a press conference tomorrow, which will be really interesting. And he's bringing in a good amount of federal troops into DC, which in itself is not really majorly newsworthy, but that is the thing that he's pushing, and that's the thing that that the liberal rags are talking about all weekend. Is they're talking about, he's federalized DC. So he's doing a lot to throw people off of the trail of what I think is the most important event, which is that we actually might be genuinely getting a new global war on terror, but this time against drugs.
New sit rep for me to do, yay!
I want to say something.
Yeah.
The people who still think that Trump is doing all the 3D, 4D, 10D chess moves and doing those all smart ideas, I think they are still living in a dream world. I don't think he have the political intelligence to do that. He's just chasing the Nobel Prize. He's chasing the fame. That's it. This is the most simple thing that can explain that. And another 10, 20 decades in terrorist fighting, I think it will be very beautiful for everyone else in the world. It will occupy the crazy military, and will enforce, it will make China more stronger and increase the strength of everyone else. I think it's a good move. Go on, Trump. Fight all the terrorists you want. It will increase the happiness of Chinese, of Russians, of everyone else in the world. I think it's a good move for everyone else. Not for the Americans, but for everyone else.
No, Nick, I don't think this is a Trump move at all, because the DEA and the US deep state have been wanting to do this for a long while. They just didn't have the clearance for it. And the thing is, now is a nice set of things have come together essentially. And I also want to compliment Medi's thing that the cartels are weak, especially the Mexican Sinaloa cartel, because the Sinaloa cartel is currently having a civil war between the Chapitos and another faction, which I forgot the name. I have to check. So essentially, the Sinaloa cartel has split and are fighting amongst themselves. So this would be actually the perfect time to go and just clap them, right? And I think this is a deep state's one of the things that they wanted to do. And let's not kid ourselves. It's not Trump who's taking the shots anymore. The MAGA movement is not in power, right? The deep state is having his way. And yeah, this is a real thing. I agree with Archimedes that this is definitely has the potential to actually be quite a good thing and quite a significant thing that America has done in quite a while. And there are a lot of naysayers who say that the cartels cannot be destroyed at all. I'll say, look at how India dealt with the Punjab cartels. 10,000 people arrested, 2,000 drug kingpins encountered, dead. So you can definitely take down any organized crime syndicate, no matter how big they are, and it can definitely happen.
Well, look at El Salvador.
Yeah, El Salvador is a perfect example. Perfect example.
Can you please take a trip to Sweden? Can you please take a trip to Sweden and clean out for us? Thank you.
But I also want to caveat that this can also implode. Let's not be so sure that this is something good. There is always an opportunity that when Trump said he's going to do an SMO on the cartels, he actually means Venezuela. Because a lot of the rhetoric from the White House does seem to point that he's not talking about the Mexican cartels at all. So there is also one of the possibility there. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
You heard it first.
Go ahead, buddy.
DPA Open Mic. United States is going to invade Venezuela.
I'm so down. We're going to team up. Guyana is going to be our proxy. Go ahead, buddy.
All right, all the oil.
Well, this has been talked about since at least the 90s. During growing up, I remember when me and Vaughn were probably back in service that this was a big thing. They were talking about using the U.S. military, using, they had aviation. They were using actually radar balloons at the time, trying to stop flights coming from South America into the United States for the drug cartels. So this is nothing new. It's just that all former presidents have basically just played it lip service and never did a thing about it, which should make you wonder exactly how much reach did the cartel have into them. But I don't know if it'll work. I don't know how it'll go. I think it's going to go Vaughn's way at first, but I do. That's the other thing that the gentleman just brought up. There's other calculations going on as well about like the Venezuela in Brazil and things like that are down there that are also on the plate, not necessarily in conflict, but as in political wise. So there's another reason for us to be there. Like, once again, there we go to bring peace and democracy to the people by gunpoint.
Well, just real quick on that. I mean, when I say the airstrikes or the drone strikes, I mean, I would include all of South America that's involved in the drug trafficking. I mean, because, it's not like they can't fly something down there and stand off, hit it, a warehouse or, I mean, think about it. You could target the airstrips down there with a cheap 250-pound glide bomb and just put a hole in the dirt strip right in the middle. It's, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do. And I would assume if he's going to do a battle against the cartels, that means wherever their infrastructure is. I just don't think that they'll start killing guys right off the bat. I think they'll really just take out all their infrastructure, which means Venezuela, Colombia, anywhere they can find it, Panama, especially since they can do it on the down low. And who's gonna, and what is somebody going to take up for the drug lords? Oh my God, I can't believe the U.S. bombed a cocaine processing plant in the middle of the jungle. No, I mean, we're going to do a UN
All the
resolution.
government give green light.
But yeah, I would
They
assume
allowing the
I
US
would
to
assume
fly
that
in.
means that all of the drug land in the American hemisphere is under target.
But
I
one,
kind
the
of
most
doubt.
important infrastructure that has to be taken down is definitely within the United States, because you cannot smuggle and make that big of an organized drug syndicate without having
Not just
support
that.
within the
Not
United
just
States.
that. If you look in Afghanistan, the poppy fields in Afghanistan, they disappeared after the Americans went away. So when the Taliban took over, they just didn't allow it to happen, and they went away. It's kind of a superficial argument that the Americans are really having this as the main reason for these activities. The drug deal, except maybe that the drug deal is competition to the American deal. However, I kind of agree with Desi that this can be very easily used for other geopolitical goals in the region. So Venezuela would be an interesting target for the Americans for sure. And I have seen that Maduro answered to the 50 millions on his head with the statement that he would pay 50 million if the Americans release the Epstein files, you know?
Yep.
Man of the people.
I want to ask. So, what you since Maddie is, I might as well ask Maddie. No, how is the US going to get permission to strike? No, would all the countries play ball with Trump, or would the United States just send in stealth bombers and don't care about the sovereignty? Maddie.
What? I would think that they would try to work within the governments to get permission, but then again, how much do you want to tell them? Because they could just be relaying the information right back to the cartel, telling them where they're going to strike. So it's like, you want to do things the right way, but if you want to be effective, maybe you just go and do it. That's the only thing I could think of. There's another problem.
My opinion would be like they, depending on the situation, depends on how much cooperation you get from us. And more than likely, I would assume the majority of the time they're not going to ask. They're just going to do stuff because obviously everyone knows the cartels have deep tentacles. And I mean, there was a guy a few months ago, one of those Delta Force guys. It's all over the internet now. And, he was talking about, if they called us up tomorrow and said, hey, you guys want to go kill the cartels? He's like, yeah, hell yeah, we'll grab our rifles. We'll all be gung-ho to go. He goes, but the reality is with all the corruption, he goes, there's no way we could go down there and they wouldn't know we were coming. So it's like a suicide mission for that kind of stuff. I mean, there's not saying they can't pull stuff off, but that's another reason why I don't think they'll go in like that right away, because there's plenty of low-hanging fruit to get that would hurt them. And I mean, think about it. People start losing billions of dollars and millions of dollars. They're going to start infighting more. And, you might just let the problem take care of itself, especially if you target one cartel over another and they get more money. And you know what I mean? Just like that stupid movie Sicario. I mean, it's the kind of shit they could do, but not actually have people on the ground, just create problems for one over the other, help. Maybe there's about to be a big gunfight and you blow up the other gang's guys before they get there, and the other gang gets to take over unopposed, and that pisses off somebody else. So, there's a lot of ways just to instigate shit without ever actually having to touch Mexican soil. So I figure for the longest time they'll do that as much as they can get away with it. And that includes Venezuela and anybody else. I mean, that might be a little more touchy, but I would assume if they could get away with something, or with a stealth bomber or something like that, they would.
I just wanted to throw the... Okay.
No, I just want to say, like, when Mandy say, maybe we'll just do it. the immediately my brain start playing America, hell yeah. He's like, don't give a fuck, just go. Sorry, Desi.
No, I just wanted to throw the question out there. Could Trump potentially use relaxation of tariffs as to gain official or at least legitimize consent from suppose he's going to Mexico? So just that question out there, if anyone wants to. I mean, that would be a smart thing to do.
I think you'll use whatever is available. Why not? You're kind of stupid if you don't. You know what I mean? If you're going to go
think about it. If you want to go fuck with Venezuela, why not make one of the test flights of the B-21 dropping a bomb on a warehouse? You know what I mean? It's an easy play. There's not a lot of chance of getting detected. Until you get down close to Venezuela, maybe you could try out some new long-range glide bomb, and like Mehdi said, they'll probably use whatever they think they need to use to do stuff and get away with it. Because think about it, the cartels are going to know damn well who's blowing their shit up. It's not like you need to advertise it on the 6 o'clock news.
But I do doubt that the vast majority of fentanyl-laced cocaine does come from Venezuela. I think that comes from Mexico. I do doubt, like in a communist, like a Stalinist kind of state, how much the cartels can operate.
You cannot say this kind of thing. They definitely have drugs there, like because the election, this a dictator, so they have drugs.
There's a big thing going on in Maine right now with the Chinese triads. What they do in Maine is they buy property They buy an empty, derelict house that's on the market. They're everywhere in Maine. And what they do is they set up labs in there. This is where they grow marijuana. We don't know about if they're distributing any heavy drugs. There is one that was busted that is basically 5 houses down from me. And it was raided about 3 weeks ago. And if you read in the news, this is a thing now. It's happening. They detected it in Maine, and there's properties all over the place they found out that are being bought by Chinese nationals, or they're being bought. A local resident is being given the money to buy the property. And what happens is that's where all the marijuana that they have or whatever else they're going to distribute is grown from. And then it gets distributed out through the state and throughout the Northeast. And some are mentioning that there's possible connections that between the South American cartel and the Chinese triad doing this, and they're using these as distribution points for like fentanyl or things like that. That hasn't really come out yet, but I think it's over 50 houses now they've busted. And you should have seen what they pulled out of here. I cried when they were bringing it out. I was like, I want it all, but I couldn't have it. Anyway, but that's what's going on in Maine. So it's not just, I don't think it's just the South American drug cartel that we have to worry about. We also have to worry about other entities using South America as well and distributing through them through the United States. So, look it up. You can find, there's plenty of articles on it, at least in Maine.
There was also a similar situation. I don't know if it was Desi that talked about it or if I saw it somewhere in the forums, but it was Indians that were doing this, setting up houses and businesses and then running scam centers and stuff out of them, and they got busted too. So, and apparently the program was funded by the U.S. government to help new migrants purchase a home. And they, like Mehdi was saying, like they'd go bust these houses or raid these scam sites, and the people that bought the house obviously weren't there. The people that supposedly owned it weren't there, and it was just like either a grow house or a call center or whatever. But yeah, apparently that was a pretty big thing. I don't know how. I'm sure they're cracking down on it, but you can imagine a place like Maine. It's probably a bad problem, but it's probably not a lot. But imagine what it's like in probably Chicago or New York or L.A. I mean, there's probably thousands of those things going on.
So, Supershot, do we think that the American military is prepared to fight the kind of war that we're talking about in Latin America? I mean, I was saying it's going to be comparable to to GWAT, except in the jungle instead of the desert. But of course, there's the factor of FPV drones. And I also just want to briefly mention, Thomas has a theory he wants to share at some point about Russia, but we can we can talk about that when we get back to Russia.
So let me read the super chat info.
Just finish up Latin America, then we could talk about the peace theory.
Johari post super chatted, if US were to send troops into South American, aren't they subjected to FPV drones attacks from this mercenary that it was in Ukraine? Is US troop even prepared to fight this kind of war? There's a lot of technological barriers they need to overcome. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Punjab cartels were using drones themselves, if you can imagine that. I'm sure the Mexican cartels will be equipped as well. In fact, the Punjab police bought 7 electronic warfare machines just to combat the cartels here in Punjab. So yeah, I think they definitely are already trained. I don't think they need to learn from Ukraine, but yeah, I mean, they're using it for currently, shipping in drugs across the border. I'm sure of it. But maybe if they really went to Ukraine, maybe they have combat experience. Maybe Juan can say how we can.
I mean, honestly, I don't know how many of these Latin American mercenaries are even going to make it home to pass that knowledge on. But there's obviously guys that are already doing it, because I mean, the same thing here on the southern border. They already fly drones around to spy on the border patrol and shit. And I'm sure the same thing with drugs and stuff. And, they've seen enough videos over the last 3 years. They figured out they can drop like a homemade, well, for them, they got the money and the connections to buy real grenades, so they can already do all that. And they could do the same things that the Ukrainians and the Russians are doing with the small arm or smaller ordnance like mortars and RPGs, which is all stuff that they can probably buy or already have. But the only thing I would see is in the jungle, it'd probably be a lot harder to do a lot of that just because it's so dense and hard to get through. But that's not to say that when there's opportunities that they won't. I mean, think about it. You maybe can't get the guys walking through the jungle, but you might be able to hit the LZ where the helicopter landed and dropped them off. I mean, think about it. You've seen it already. Put a little solar battery thing there. There's a little dormant drone sitting there with the camera. Some guy's sitting a mile away in a bunker. All of a sudden, a Black Hawk lands. It takes off and blows up the Black Hawk, just like you see them sitting on the road and waiting for a truck to drive by. I mean, but like I said, I think the reason that you won't see a lot of that is because they'll probably do standoff stuff as much as they can. Even if they go after guys, they'll try to. I mean, they probably don't give a shit about foot soldiers, but if they can get the leaders and the lieutenant guys, which I'm sure they'll try to do that at some point, just to end it all. And I wanted to say one other thing real quick. What if the whole thing is just getting rid of your competition so that you can more easily assimilate Mexico?
Yeah, could be.
Can I answer?
Go ahead, Matthew. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to say, I think the success will be dependent upon the objectives and how they're supposed to achieve them. I think many Americans, such as myself, actually am concerned about us being in another Vietnam, where the combat would be somewhat similar. And so would the enemy, because the enemy is going to be not as high tech as the Russians are, but they're going to have some. Now they have weapons that are formidable that the U.S. would have to worry about. It isn't like they can just fly a helicopter down there and not have any concerns for anti-air manpad or something coming up at them. So that's my concern is how are they going to go about the objectives? That's why I think Vaughn is more right. It's going to be more hands-off and bigger targets with strikes that come from the air. Because I think that the risk of putting men in there and then it evolving into another Vietnam where the success is measured by the body count of the enemy with all these little fire bases around the place that are supposed to be able to support each other, which can't. Those are the things that concern me. And I think that other Americans who maybe pay attention or read history and such like that would see it the same ways. Sure, going into a juggle, yes, we have a great force. Yes, we could beat them, but then terrain plays its part. And where
Just a
they
short-
are, and they're on their home turf, and you're not.
Just a short question. Just a short question. I think the Mexicans don't have even tanks. Is it right?
They got some stuff. I mean, it's like light vehicles and stuff. I mean, I don't think they have any tanks.
The Viet Cong didn't have tanks either.
No, but my point is, too, I do want to amend what I was saying about it. I mean, I still think it'll be standoffish. But another thing you could do, too, besides go after, like, the hard targets, like the manufacturing and distribution stuff, is you could go after, like, because, I mean, think about it. It's an organization, or they have multiple organizations. These guys are top of the line. I mean, you can always go after the Cartel's intel guy, the Cartel's logistic guy, and not even fuck with the bosses or that, just create problems by taking out key personnel, just like Israel did against Iran and Hamas. My understanding is they've already been flying a lot of drones over Mexico unopposed and running those, electronic surveillance airline up and down the coast, like of the, Baja Peninsula, way down along southern Mexico. So you can assume that they've probably been identifying all kinds of targets and stuff like that. But that'd be another thing you could do. Just go after like competent personnel, where they're at. You could kill them and then just create more problems for the cartel and not really, keep it as hands off as possible.
And I also wanted to point out that not everything that the cartels do are in the jungles. Most of these distribution centers are in like Mexican suburbs and in small towns, right? And if America can get cooperation from the Mexican police force, then you can just take down their supply chains. Essentially, it won't completely break down the cartels, but it'll definitely hurt them, right? and reduce the amount of drugs that are coming into America. And so it can just be, I mean, if it properly done, regular police work with American support can even, really hurt the cartel. That's what I'm saying. Without even,
Well, I mean, think about
on
it.
the ground in the jungle.
With a combination of the new border policies, you've got the military zone declared along the entire border, which allows the military to operate freely in that zone. And then you have this effort plus all the other, interdiction and, efforts and stuff. I mean, it's a multifaceted thing. It's never going to be zero, obviously, but you can definitely, I mean, think about what do they make $1 trillion a year, probably worldwide or more. And I mean, they can pretty much buy anyone's equipment if it's for sale of any generation, and they can buy people to operate it and fly it or whatever and make it. So it's like, it'll take a while to knock them down, but the obvious thing is you go after the money first, take out the competent people, and
yes,
you might have it. Like I said, the problem might solve itself in a lot of ways, and then then you could just pick off what's left after the Civil War. I mean, there's already one going on, so it's not like you can encourage it more and just make it worse by taking their funding away.
Because these are not like states, right? These guys are not Iran. You have to essentially understand them as corporations without any morals, right? Corporations who do not follow the law. And if you really want to hurt them in their wallet. That's where it'll hurt them the most. And if they stop paying their underlings will stop, cooperating with them. Then the only thing they will have is fear. And the more fear and more terror they cause, the more they will lose their organized structure, and the more they will start fracturing. And the more of their underlings will start cooperating with Mexican police, with the DEA, with the FBI, whoever they can find to seek some kind of protection. Because at the end of the day, most of these guys are just, looking out for themselves, looking out for number one. And if you can, convince the underlings that, we have the best interest for you, not the guys who's making you fight a cartel war, that's the end of the cartel. That's what happened in Punjab. They might even testify if things turn around that much. Who knows? I'm hopeful for this at least.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid, legitimate attempt compared to the rhetoric of the last 30 years. It's finally like a real try. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, like I said, you got military, the border, the wall, this SMO against the cartels. Maybe something will actually, I mean, hell, if you can knock it down 50%, and the key thing is just keeping the drug amounts as low as possible coming in. I mean, and it'll make it crazy expensive. That'll, I guess cause people to self-sober. I mean, you might have spikes in crime because people want to get it no matter what. But I mean, it seems like a legitimate try, so hopefully it works out. I think it seems like it's already having some benefits, so this might be just another good start.
I think we have chewed this topic through. Best we go back to Alaska.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think is what is the probability of success? What is the chance that they come to an agreement that Europe and Ukraine will also accept? Zero, Vaughn. Why do you think zero?
Let Thomas give his
let Thomas go.
He's been wanting to talk about this.
Okay.
Well, my theory, not really theory, it's not something I came up with. I read it on one of the more pro-Russian Ukrainian Telegram channels. In terms of the territory, what I read was a little bit more earlier, so there wasn't that much info out there. But now there seems to be a lot of mixed information, even some American outlets claiming that Witkoff was confused as to what Putin meant, where maybe he thought that they give him all of DNR, but then Russia gives up all of their Kherson and Zaporozhye holdings. But essentially what I read from the Ukrainian one was this was kind of like a speculation. that they give them the rest of the Donbass, which is whatever those little fucking forests of Luhansk and then the rest of Donetsk. And when it comes to Zaporozhye and Kherson, without giving up the two major cities, they put those cities and the surrounding rayons, which is like a county, into the adjacent oblast. So like Zaporozhye would be put into Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, and Kherson would be put into Mykolaiv Oblast. And that way, whatever Russia's holds of those two oblasts, they technically can incorporate into Russia in their entirety. So that was one of the theories that everyone was Archimedes was talking about. But since then, I've read other things. I've read that they want the rest of DNR and LNR, and then they want to trade like whatever they hold in Kharkov Oblast and Sumy Oblast for the rest of the Kherson and Zaporozhye Oblasts. But to like address what Voin was saying, something I thought of a couple of days ago is because obviously the Europeans and Ukrainians are not going to agree to whatever, even if Trump and Putin do agree to something, they're not going to agree to it. I think they even said as much to JD Vance because he was in the UK yesterday. I was thinking, what do you guys think if Trump? So let's say that Trump and Putin are on the same page. Trump tells the Europeans that he'll pull the U.S. out of NATO if they don't agree, and if that's like something that the Europeans would be really afraid of. What do you guys think?
I don't know. Could the Europeans counter with "we won't buy the weapons" then to try and bluff Trump?
I don't know. I didn't read it anywhere. It's just a thought I had. Like, how would Trump make the Europeans agree to whatever they agree with Putin? And I was thinking, like,
I mean,
I think the Europeans are just
oh, sorry.
biding their time. Okay. Did anyone else want to go? Sorry, I interjected.
No, sorry, I lost signal. I'm driving through a rural area. Go ahead.
Okay.
my
No,
thing is, I just think they're going through the motions because they know Zelensky and the Rada and the EU is the sticking point. So, I mean, because think about it. Obviously, there's going to be concessions on both sides. I'm sure if we knew the concessions, we might be surprised, that the U.S. or Russia maybe suggested these concessions and agreed to them. But they probably both know that at the end of the day that whatever they come up with, no matter how smart, wise, or good it looks or seems or is, they'll never go for it. So it's like kind of, like I said earlier, like going down a dead end road. It's a dead end road, but you're going to go down it anyways. Just like I said, maybe this is a way to make everything like clean and politically viable. Like, hey, we made 20 offers. They said no to all 20. What am I supposed to do? And it gives America an off ramp maybe to pull out down the road. Like, this guy doesn't want peace no matter what we offer, no matter what Russia wants to give up. I mean, it could just play out like that. And in the meantime, Russia just keeps doing what they're doing on the ground. Because, I think that's the sticking point is Zelensky and the Rada and the EU. Mehdi.
I think part of the problem is that some of these oblasts already voted to join Russia. They're not going to give them back, not at all, and especially Kherson. I highly doubt they'll ever give that back. I mean, I think it's a good idea, but I think the circumstances are that it's beyond that now. I'm more in tune with what Vaughn is saying. This is just for show. This is basically giving Zelensky the last inch of rope to hang himself, because if he doesn't accept the deal as it is, this gives Trump and everybody said, look, we tried several times. I even tried to give him another chance, and look at where we ended up. And then he washes his hands and he walks away.
The thing is, too, is, it's not like he can't come back in a couple of weeks and say, hey, let's try to meet again. And, they can just keep doing it and come up with whatever idea, and they can pretty much both count on the three guys that are going to say no. So, like I said, it makes it all nice and neat. Who's going to complain? They met 20 times and made 20 offers, and
right.
And there'll be different players that might agree too. You might even get countries in the NATO and the EU that are like, hey, that's a good idea, but the von der Leyen will never go for it or whatever. So I think it's just, I give them credit for trying, but I don't think they'll have much luck.
I just want to ask a brief question before you go away. does anybody know about the meeting or any information on the meeting supposedly the EU, Zelensky and them are going to have at the same time? Like little kids trying to plot, find out what's going on and trying to plot how they're going to get out of trouble. They're doing this as Trump and Putin are supposed to be meeting. Has anybody else heard that? And where is it supposed to take place? Because I heard they were supposed to meet.
I have also heard or read that they are going to meet somewhere in Europe, the Americans with the Europeans and the Ukrainians, to agree
Yes,
on well, some points before the meeting. But
it
I'm
was
not sure if,
yesterday.
yeah,
JD Vance
I'm,
met with the Europeans and Zelensky in London.
yeah. Okay, so there's nothing of that that I have heard, which was the agreement there. But I wanted just to add to the points before. You know, I agreed with one. Trump can turn on a dime. It's no issue for him. And in fact, I have read somewhere, and I agree kind of that this meeting is anyway just a kind of off-ramp for Trump, because he started to invest himself into the war with the threatened 500% tariffs and stuff, you know. And he tried it, and obviously with India, he lifted the tariffs on 50%, but not for most imports. I think most imports from India are exempt, just I think for gems and jewelry. And all of the other imports, pharmaceutics and stuff, which are the majority, are exempt from these taxes anyway. So, but Trump needs an off-ramp, and maybe he's looking again for a way to just walk away from this, you know. And this would be kind of try that he achieves peace through negotiation, and he can later say, well, I tried, and now you can have it, to the Europeans.
The other thing too, I mean, oh shit, what was it? Now hold on.
Well, let me step in then. You mentioned like they're giving Trump an off ramp. So do you think that he genuinely believed in the Kellogg kind of point of view, what Kellogg was telling him, and now he realizes they kind of screwed up and he needs an off ramp? Or like, do you genuinely believe that he'll actually walk away if the process doesn't work out?
Maybe he's progressively got better and better intelligence briefings, because you got to figure before he was president, he was getting whatever garbage Biden fed him. And then, you know, when he first got there was probably people that had to get cleaned out. Then you got people like Kellogg and stuff that are biased and telling him stuff. I mean, he might be figuring it out now and deciding that it's time to go and head on down the road.
I think it's true, seemingly really that Trump tried with the tariffs, you know, but China, India, and Brazil, they just called the bluff, and now Trump is basically backpedaling, and he wants to find the off-ramp. I think it's not just
I mean, think about it. He's playing chicken, and he lost a couple rounds of chicken, so he's trying to offset it, you know, with Armenia and some other things. I mean, he's not really playing chicken with Russia, because this is just negotiating a lost cause.
Well, according to what the Duran were saying in their video yesterday, it's not like Trump's been getting better and better info. He knows what Witkoff's stance and the Russian stance was since the first time Witkoff met with Putin or with the Russians. So it seems like more like he had Witkoff and Kellogg in front of him, both of them telling their side of the story, and he tried. There's two possible scenarios. He either tried going with the Kellogg plan and tried the tariffs, like Voyan said, or it's been a maskarovka the whole time, and they've been secretly like hashing out this offer that they just gave to the Russians now, and who knows? I think those are the two like possibilities.
It might have been that he wanted to keep his options open, so go both ways possibly. But one point that is extremely interesting for me till now is that this guy Witkoff is anyway part of this anyhow, you know. He's never been a politician, never been a diplomat, never been anything. the only thing that goes for him is obviously that he has trust of Trump. Trump trusts him more than the apparatus, than his guys from the intelligence services and stuff. And obviously through Witkoff, he can communicate with Putin without the deep state kind of being part of it. This is maybe his strongest thing that goes for Witkoff. I was always fascinated that this guy is doing all of it for Trump, all of these negotiations.
I think that Wickoff was chosen, and that's why we see Kellogg fading in the background, because Trump trusts what Wickoff is telling him. And I think it's more that what the Russians and Wickoff are talking about and the actual status of things on the ground are starting to come to Trump, because I noticed he was saying like how millions of Russians are dead. Well, he's now not saying it the same way. He's saying many Russians have been killed.
Well,
because
like
I think
this
it's
morning-
starting to get. Go ahead.
Like this morning, J.D. Vance was on Maria Bartoloma, and I noticed when he was talking about the casualties, he said there's over 1 million dead Russian and Ukrainians. So they're already changing their tone from being specific about one side or the other. But then again, that's something that happens from time to time. There's like moments where he talks about the casualties in general, which we know are bad. And then there's other times where he'll specifically try to cite a number or something, which we all know usually is bullshit. But now they're back to the, general casualties, which I don't think anybody would agree. There's probably been 1 million casualties between both sides. We just don't know the split. That's about it. And I mean, that's another thing that's changing. But, like I said, I mean, you can negotiate all you want, but I think they know it's kind of a waste of time.
Not really, because they have other things they can negotiate about, not just Ukraine.
Oh, I
They
know. I
could,
mean, we were talking about all the stuff around the Arctic and stuff that they could work out, like long-term strategic stuff between themselves.
Yeah, Arctic.
I mean, they might
Middle
not even
East.
talk about Ukraine more than 5 minutes because they both know it's a dead end. So,
European security architecture and stuff like that.
Yeah, because the way I see it, the only option that the West has is to decide whether they want to capitulate in Ukraine or they want to continue losing in Ukraine. Because the course of the war is set. And the more that this drags on, the more inevitable capitulation will be for Ukraine, and that'll be it. I think, like Trump on the first round definitely gave Zelensky, it was not Trump's off ramp. Then the first round was Zelensky's off ramp, and Zelensky should have taken it. But this more seems like Trump is washing off his hand, and like, yeah, I did what I had to do. I have listened to the deep state. I did the extreme. I tariffed India and China, and all secondary tariffs were done. Didn't work. I'm giving up. Or this is it. If he's smart, that's what he'll do, and you'll slowly phase off military aid. So you'll stop spending more money in Ukraine. But if what I suspect is that the deep state is in charge and not Trump, then I do think that both the American deep state and the Europeans want to turn this into a forever war. They will keep sending whatever token military, assistance to Ukraine that they can, and the war is decided, but they will try to drag it out as long as possible, and maybe even if for like wait till the next election, essentially American election, and see if another Democrat comes in and starts pumping in American arms again into Ukraine. I think that's what the Europeans are betting on. Anyway.
Yeah, can I second what I've heard a lot of that sentiment of what you're saying here, Desi, that there's a lot of European politicians that are or sitting governments in parliaments or whatever. Like, for example, Norway is very firmly within the Democrat camp, so to speak. Like, if you were to be picking a side in the United States, it would be the Democrats that our media tends to be emulating. And so Trump is bad, he's the evil orange Hitler and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's what you can expect on the. And there's it seems to be like a very clear, for even though like be you pro or against Trump or whatever, like pro Democrat or Republican, an acknowledgement of this, that like okay, what we got to do is hold off Trump and whatever changes he's making to policy until we can get back into the thing that we were doing. But here's the thing: Norway is about to have an election in a month from now. It's not a given, of course, but if it shifts over more to the right, this party that is likely to come in is much more sympathetic to the Trump narrative. Like, this is the one they tend to be emulating most of the time. And so, would that be changing much of the dynamic? Because, like, my impression of it is that the Biden, like, because I think we can all agree, like, the deep state, that there's not much to say about it. The underlying interests for this war, they are there regardless who is the president. However, that is not to say that there is no alteration between the administrations. The parties and the people that they have involved, while they have maybe a mutual interest on perpetuating the war, that is not to say that they don't have a different way of going about it, right? So for Biden and like, their way of going about it may conflict a little bit with Trump. Trump seems to be like, that's my impression at least, that he's trying to offload it as much as possible on the Europeans, and then he can say, like, we are supporting the Europeans. They buy our armaments and stuff like that, but we are no longer involved in the battle and the war and everything like that. Whereas on the Biden thing is like gung ho, full support. No, we're never going to let the Russians ever take Ukraine, and that's kind of like if you want to make that might be the distinction I'm seeing. Benny, please.
Oh, what was I going to say? Hold on, let me rethink.
But what do you think about that? Like, regarding the different, it might be because, and if you think about it, like, the conflict of interest need not be big enough here, because Trump's strategy can work also interchangeably, like the Republican strategy, if that's what you want to name it, right? It can work interchangeably with the Democrat one. They have both of it. And what are those? And this is an element of confusion for those of your subordinates, right? You got to listen no matter what, but you also know that it's only a matter of who is in charge, and their interests are ultimately going to align more for themselves than for you, but you got no other choice, right? So are you going to follow this flute, this thing that the Biden administration is having, or this tune that the Trump administration is having?
Look,
And
the thing is,
you end up with both.
no, the thing is, okay, Mehdi, you want to go ahead? Well, I just wanted to
Yeah, I
say one
remembered.
thing.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Mehdi. No,
Go
before
ahead.
you forget, you go. You go ahead, Mehdi, before you forget.
Well, let's look at the situation as it is. I mean, this is not an easy situation. Trump comes to office with the war in Ukraine already going on, and it's not something he was totally signed up for, and it was landed in his lap, and this is something he has to do with. Now, a lot of pundits are on there going on and saying, "Well, this is Trump's war and stuff," but we don't know what's been going on in the background of how he may have been trying to get us out of it. And we'll never know that. And there's another question I got to ask. I keep on seeing these things about Trump and the Nobel Peace Prize. Has he ever mentioned publicly that he was searching for or looking for one? Can we stop that bullshit then? It's just stupid nonsense.
I think he's mentioned it before.
Yeah, so it's the media that like to ask him the question. So when the media ask him, so he just say, "Oh, it would be nice to have it," but it doesn't matter to him, He just wants people to stop dying. That's what he always says. No, he never.
The only time the only time I can recall him mentioning it was he was basically being sarcastic, and it was about Obama getting the Nobel Peace Prize for virtually being black, is what it was. If we put it right out there. So, I just want people. I know he's not perfect. But by God, do you think that you could step in at this moment in time and try to get your forces, your commitments to Ukraine, get them to end? And part of it is also knowing that part of the reason Ukraine actually is a thing is because of U.S. politicians using it for corrupt purposes. So you also have a responsibility for what has happened as well. How do you get out of that situation when you need to gain the trust of other countries around the world again after the Biden administration had basically blown it all apart? This is what this president faces right now. We can laugh about him, his hair, what he says, how he says it. I wish he would stop talking. for the most part and just act, because I think that'd be the very best thing he could do. But the way he talks, everything's got to be to put through like a PR spiel, how it's the biggest, the best, whatever. Drop that shit, because this is about warfare. This is serious stuff. You don't need that shit, and that shit is what hurts him. He needs to just talk plain when he's discussing the Ukraine and war itself, not about how it's the biggest and brightest whatever fucking thing he thinks it is. And I'll just leave it there. And I support the man. I don't care who agrees or disagrees with me. I don't see any better person that could have taken charge at this time that would at least get us to the point where we're not actually in nuclear World War III, because that's where we were headed with the Biden administration. And we all know Kamala Harris would have been a disaster. So
Before you go, Wine, can I just wanted to
Go
add
on.
to Mehdi's point that I completely agree with Mehdi. And the thing about what you were saying, coping, right? I think the Democrats are the deep state's party, right? Before it was both, like, as Archie has told in VC a lot of times, and that's the way I see it. That's the Indian perspective of it. That before, both the Democrats and the Republicans were like two sides of the same coin, and the party of the the deep state, right? With very flavorful, superficial differences. But with what Trump brought in is like a real alternative. Like, you didn't have a right wing. America didn't have a right wing before Trump, right? You get a proper right wing. So even if, like, Trump is going with has to, or rather I would say, go with some of the things that the deep state is doing, at least he's not exactly the deep state, right? He's an outsider, and so they have to work with him. So essentially there is more resistance to whatever the deep state, American deep states, wants to achieve, with a MAGA person sitting in office rather than the Democrat sitting in office. Or at least that's my perspective of it. Anyway, Vajan, go ahead.
I think that was
Super chat.
pointing at the super chat. Yes, thank you.
Super chat. USA does not have an off-ramp concepts in their policy. The constitution. No, that's not constitution. That is constitution, and enables them to use various other tools globally, planetarily. Yeah, have to be
Can I
great.
please respond to
People
this?
spend money, to write words.
Can I please respond to the super chat? Because I
We're in the
kind of get where you're
Constitution, if
coming from,
not.
but I have a slightly different view on it. I would say, like, maybe the United States does not have an official policy, and you can kind of tell by it being able to just flip and change the policy as it wills it and whims it, right? But you have self-interest policies, right? So Trump, he, like what Desi was saying earlier, he deviates because his self-interest, the flavor and way he's going about it, deviates too much from what would otherwise be kind of a uniparty mentality. Right, and so he gets flack from primarily the Democratic Party, but you also see it from the Republican. However, Trump himself, as for safeguarding his interest and role where he is, he would, of course, reasonably at least, have some off-ramp policy, like, when it comes to Ukraine, I'm going to go this far because this person in my staff or these interests of my donors or whatever is going to be ultimately mattering in the grander scheme from my vantage of things, right? So he will have, and I think Trump absolutely has an off-ramp policy, but I do agree with you. The United States, this seems to be more like, okay, do you find an economic reason to perpetuate it? That seems to be like, I think it's Voyan, maybe?
Yeah, regarding these off-ramps, off-ramp is just for one side of the American entity, and the other side is not the off-ramp, or is not using this as off-ramp, but as their goal, So there are always different players also in the United States, or maybe the deep state or the Democrats and the Trump. But whichever side is currently in government, both sides will, at least in foreign policy, look for American interests, and they align a lot, between deep state and the Republicans and the Democrats. The foreign policy does not change a lot when these governments change, and that's also what the Russians say. They don't care very much if it's Trump or Kamala Harris, because they don't believe that regarding Ukraine and Russia, there will be a lot of change. the question is what would change anyway, because as I said, America will try to achieve their own interests, and which would be their goals. The main point is, I think, do they meanwhile accept that the era of full spectrum dominance is over, or do they still cling on to it? Do they want to keep hegemony?
Can I jump in on
And
this question?
yeah, just to finish it in one sentence or two. The question is then, do they accept that Russia has won? Most likely, because they can't really avoid a defeat or a very costly maybe war against Russia for itself, or do they want just to further continue supporting Ukraine so that Russia doesn't at least achieve a major victory, and gets much more than they would if they still support Ukraine somewhat. This I can see Trump doing. So go on, Archimedes.
Yeah. Well, I know, Mehdi, you've got your hand up. Would you like to speak, or do you want to let me go on this one? Thanks, man.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to respond on this. Right. I think it is true, generally speaking, right, that whether the Republicans or Democrats are in charge, the United States foreign policy is the same. And I think ultimately, right, foreign policy is an arena where the actions of the state are created by ultimately the real physical almost dynamics of power that are upon the world, and and effectively states act in their self-interest, right? And it doesn't have that much to do with ideology or sort of domestic politics, except for the question of how self-interest is defined. And actually, that's not so much the question of how interest is defined, but rather the question of how self is defined. Okay, so right, like just to, and so if there is a domestic political, ideological, cultural change that defines the notion of the self differently in terms of the state, like what the state is, what the state conceives of itself as, that will have foreign policy repercussions, not directly but indirectly. The direct foreign policy choices are made, in more or less entirely according to the type of logic that you see in the white papers, the working out of strategic consequences, and that's true of most of the world. So, what I'll say is Trump's presidency, is Trump's phenomenon upon the stage of American politics, is that changing the conception of the self of America as it relates to the world order? And I think fundamentally, yes, it is, because it's about whether America is fundamentally capitalist. It's part of the new liberal, post-national, post-ethnic, post-gender even revolution of bringing humanity forward to a new age where we leave behind all of history and instead have an internationalism and a globalism that brings all mankind into one kingdom. And this is clearly the project that has been ongoing since at least the Second World War, when it took off in earnest. And the counter to this, the counter argument or the counter narrative, is nationalism. Okay. And these are much broader things than one person, right? You can say that this era of globalism came from Woodrow Wilson or Roosevelt or whoever it is, but really it came from, all of the millions of people that work in Washington, D.C., all the people that work for USAID, all the people among us, I'm sure we all know a cousin or a friend of a friend who, works in some capacity for the U.S. government, if we're Americans, and works in some capacity for the U.S. government imperial structure. Maybe they're going and building churches in Myanmar. Maybe they're teaching, they're tearing down churches in Slovakia. You know what I mean? So they're working in some capacity. Maybe they're making, they're teaching kids how to code in Venezuela, right? Who knows what they're doing? There's all kinds of this stuff. It's a multi-vector thing. Our whole society is based on this idea, and the worst, of course, are the global corporatist elites who look at countries. They sit in their giant houses and their penthouses, and they look upon the world and they see that the American financial instruments and the American corporations can access the whole world. Oh, maybe we should expand to emerging markets. Maybe we should expand to Europe. We should do this and that. Right? We don't think in terms of America. We think in terms of the globe. And this is what Trump is beginning to change. And it's got almost nothing to do with Trump the man, Trump himself, the physical being, except insofar as, as he is the leader. It has much more to do with the movement, the change in consciousness in the population. And so this is why, the sort of the conversation about Trump's personal drama is so irrelevant to me. Who among us has no price? Who among us is not driven ultimately by the, by whatever power makes us do? Who among us lives our life according to our, most, inherent principles, right? All of us would betray our principles for enough money, or if there was a big enough threat, a big enough coercion on top of us. All of us would. I mean, almost all of us, right? So to say, oh, look at what Trump is doing politically. Look at the type of things that Trump has been involved in. Look at the blackmail and the conspiracies that Trump's been part of. I mean, it's about Trump, right? What really matters is Trumpism. What really matters is the awakening, the consciousness change in the population, the vibe shift that has opened up nationalism and made globalism an ideology of the 20th century. Has made globalism uncool, right? This is the biggest and profoundest change that Trump has brought, and it needs to be. It is pretty important, and it's got a lot more to do with the employees at USAID that used to make $100,000 and now make nothing and have to go work at Starbucks. It has a lot more to do with these peons than it has to do with the fate of Hillary Clinton or Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, this is a grassroots change, a transformation, and Trump is not the end of it. He's not even the beginning. He's just one stage.
And I also have a prize. Come, throw $1,000 to me to kick out whoever you don't want on the screen. No, I have a prize.
Can I respond to your community, like on the because I'm not sure who went first, if you don't mind, because I'm about to lose the train of thought. So Archimedes was talking quite a bit here, but I want to kind of add on and substantiate a little bit about the narrative duopoly, right? Like we do know there's more nuance to it, but I do kind of agree with you that you have like this kind of globalist thing where pretty much all identity and so forth can be malleable, and then you have the nationalist one, and then you have the rhetorics, like what actually identifies the United States being actually an empire, right? The hidden empire of sorts. And Trump is kind of like being a little bit more unabashed about it. And how can this ripple and reflect through multiple societies? So I'll take Norway as an example. Our nation, us as a social political entity, our inception was empire and Christianity, both from Rome, firmly our imperial parent. And to be just giving a very simplified storyline here, our first king, who became Harald,
Norway was an empire?
Norway became an empire because our first king was the king of kings. You have to understand that our society was so violent that not even the Swedes and the Danes bothered to conquer us, because even though they had very violent societies, they considered us to be basket cases. Our propensity for dueling and blood feuds were so extreme that well over half of all skeletons you find of Norwegians back in the day, they were brutalized with bludgeoning and cuts and what have you. And the fight went on for the sake of vengeance. Like, you know, these Islamists, they have like, oh, martyrdom for Allah and something. That's peanuts compared to what Norway was. For us, it was simply die in battle, no further qualification needed, right? And so that's of course, that sounds very sensible for a warrior mentality, but it's not very conducive for political stability. What stabilized us? Our first king, he was serving in the elite bodyguard unit of the Byzantine Empire, the last vestiges of Rome. And the Varangian Guard, it was called. This was comprised entirely of Norsemen, which offered him a lot of political connections, savviness, and insights, especially as it pertains to the state's monopoly on violence. So here, how can you, for example, correlate a little bit Rome and Norway? Because there's some similarities with Norway, with empire. Like the difference is that we had to discipline ourselves. He brought the skills of empire. He brought that back to Norway, started duly defeating king by king until Norway was a nation state by empire. And the difference between Norway and, let's say, the UK and Israel, right, from the ancient Israelites to the ancient Britons, is that we did not get the direct conditioning. We got very much an indirect conditioning. So after Harald Hardrade had defeated, he abolished the last vestiges of, for example, dueling. We had a thing called Holmgang, where the way of sorting differences was to be shipped out to an island and only one get to return. Things like that does not fly no matter how hard of a ruler you are, because you need to maintain the monopoly on violence. So thereby the empire was made, but if what you got by force, right, can also be taken by force. And so necessarily Norway had to undergo another civil war. And this one was between, ultimately the successor here was Olaf the Holy, Olaf the Holy One. So the Christian factions ultimately succeeded. And that arguably brought us, like, whether you like Christianity or not, there's pretty much no denial on the pro or the anti side that the Norwegian society was brought out of the Dark Ages by violence and force, but concomitant with Christianity, it provided a facet for us to, from a societal instrument point of view, okay, power politics, right? You have an avenue for stability that enables you to create a larger social order. And this goes a bit, again, to what Archimedes was saying, globalism, what is the counter, and nationalism and empire. Think about most nations around the world. They got the gift of empire. It was the Romans that civilized the ancient Israelites. They used to be very much more like the Muslims, where they would kill each other for blasphemy and apostasy and whatever. And after being severely disciplined multiple times by the Romans, they decided, okay, maybe violence is not an avenue. And from there on, fast forward, you get the environment where this character called Jesus Christ has an environment to exist at the very least. Right? So I'm simplifying here, but the point I'm making is that the empire gifts you when it humbles you with war, because any war may humble you, but only empire civilizes you, necessarily by bringing you into a larger societal order. And that what it gives you after it has punished you, it will outlast very often the lifespan of the empire. Think the Roman Empire. How much is it not influencing the current world, Europe in particular, without even existing anymore? Likewise, the British Empire. Most of the African countries, the British and the French empires, like, they are long gone. But now these countries, which would typically had beefs that were longer than the occupation of the colonial powers, they tend to kill each other generationally, just like Norwegians used to do. Here, they have been disciplined to the point where they could no longer sort out their issues with violence, and they were gifted. This is going back to what we talked about earlier, BRICS. And you want to keep an entire sovereign state because it is now a societal tool for control. The empires, they choose to do it for their own sake, but as they were falling, right, now you are the children of empire. What do you choose to do with this societal instrument? Do you go to a civil war? Well, we can see how that usually goes. But once you're done, those countries tend to often be relatively potent. Anyways, I'm rambling a lot. I'm sure I kind of Archimedes got us into this philosophical streak, and here I'm kind of going on the black hole. Sorry, Mehdi, please.
Well, there's a lot there. Anyway, first thing, I keep on hearing the word nationalism. I am not a nationalist. I'm an anti-interventionist. They're two distinct different things. And we keep on being told we're nationalists if we're not agreeing with getting involved in other countries' affairs or politics, leaving their sovereignty alone. That is where I stand. Letting people call us nationalists when that is not what we are. Where we're about, and this is part of the problem. Every 4 years, the rest of the world's got to worry if the United States is gonna hold and commit to the contracts and agreements that were made by the previous administration. Every 4 years. And we just seen what happens with the Biden administration when it goes out of control and does whatever the fuck it wants. And there's the problem. And as an American, I have to start thinking about this and maybe opening my horizons a little bit and start looking at it from the other angle. I ask other Americans to do this because if you're living in another country and you see every 4 years, the United States, you got one president that will make an agreement. You got a second one that will either ignore it or break it completely and come up with something totally different. That needs to change. And we also, I think, need to get back to the 1930s where we passed legislation that would keep American armed forces out of other continents fighting their battles. The problem is with the loopholes that allowed them to get around it, and that's what led how we got into World War II. We need to get back to that again, because that's what this country was founded on. It was supposed to be a friend to all and enemy to none. It was not supposed to be involved in other politics. We were not supposed to control other countries. We just got rid of that and made sure that we were armed to make sure that couldn't happen again. But we see the current trends of politics the way they are right now, where the rule of law is just flat out ignored in the United States. You look at, I'll just bring this, ICE. It's a law. But yet you have communities and sheriffs and law enforcement that refuse to enforce the law. As far as I'm concerned, that should eject them immediately from their job. The law is not a choice. The law is followed and obeyed, and it's to be applied to everybody equally. There's another problem in the United States that we have. And we have to understand the rest of the world doesn't live in the same propaganda bubble we live in. They are seeing a different story than most of us are, I think. So I'll just stop there. But it's just, until we choose to really have, to be able to present to the rest of the world a true form of stability with U.S. policy, I think we're still going to have these problems. It's something that we need to work on. I don't think we need to change the Constitution or anything like that. All we need to do is follow the laws as they are and follow the Constitution for what it was meant to be.
Hoorah! I totally agree.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I don't really agree with one thing with Mehdi with what he said with as far as being a nationalist, because that just makes it sound like nationalist or nationalism has a negative connotation, which it doesn't. I mean, I consider myself a nationalist, but that just means I want my country to be first in as many categories as possible and do as best as possible. It means that people here legally, American citizens or legal residents, since they're a part of America, I want them to have skin in the game and have the best opportunities and do the best and have the higher standard of living. I mean, obviously, there's other things that go along with it. There needs to be a little bit of empire with it, but to me, the empire is the North American and South American hemisphere. We can do other things in other places, but that should just be mutual between the other poles kind of thing. But I don't really have a problem with nationalism. I think that's the best way to go because it takes care of your country's interests first. And obviously you can't go around and be a dick, or you probably can't take care of all your country's interests. So it should, and every country should be like that. I mean, it would be stupid if you're not. And if you have leaders that don't put your priorities and needs first, then you should probably find better leaders. And Trump's not perfect, but he's doing stuff that might get the ball going in the right direction. It's momentum. It's one phase of a long-term project. Hopefully it keeps going. I mean, today they were talking about, I guess Trump supposedly dropped a hint about Rubio or Vance and Rubio 2028. So, and if they keep the same policies going generally, I mean, it's a good thing. You got to wait till a lot of it plays out. I mean, a lot of the stuff they've said, it sounds great and all, but it hasn't been implemented, and there's no, data to verify if it's working or not working or half-ass working. So, but yeah, I just feel like you got to kind of wait and see what happens with it.
Coping, you had the finger up before me.
I kind of lost my train of thought, but I think it might have been something to do with, but don't worry, I forgot it. So, I can't leave Mehdi alone hanging dry here. Like I have to kind of, coping. Okay. Oh no, it was coping for Vaughn. Yeah, but what do you consider like nationalist? Like I think the distinction between what Mehdi was saying and what you're saying, Vaughn, is, I mean, I see some people mentioning in the chat, "Oh, you're a patriot," right? And that tends to be made a distinction: are you a patriot or a nationalist? can you be a patriot and a globalist? You know, there are some contradictions to be dealing with here, but the same would also apply for, are you a nationalist? Like, are you going to be always thinking about in the self-interest of your country, you know, all morality be damned, all, you know, the rules we have for us, but not the same for you, right? That's a contradiction that you're going to have to deal with if you have empire. But what are you going to do without empire, right? Like, what is your actual alternative? Are you actually going to be able to have, you know, come with the kumbaya and rainbow, and that's going to just have everyone just do what you want to say? No, you're going to be speaking softly and have a big stick nearby, right? So yeah, I think that's contradictions you're probably just going to be facing anyways. And Shamapak, I don't hope you don't mind, Boyan. Shamapak has been here and saying absolutely nothing for like a good hour or something. So now that he's holding his finger up, I would like him to have the opportunity, please. We can't hear you. You're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. I don't think it's
cannot
muted.
hear you.
No, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Change the microphone settings.
Yeah. Buy a better China mic, man.
Yeah, why don't you just go ahead then, Boyan, while he sorts it out?
Yeah, my point is basically going in the same direction that you said. What Mehdi and Bon talked about sounds a lot like patriotism. And I think the Americans have a different concept of what nationalism is than people from nation states, which America is, I think, not. America is more like a political idea within borders, a political system. And European nation states or nation states otherwise have a different concept of nationalism. It's more in the direction of ethnic nationalism than, loyalty to the state, you know. People cling together, whether they're in different states or not. Let's say the Russians in Ukraine when they're nationalistic, then they are, favor being Russian over their Ukrainian citizenship, you know. So it's a bit of a difference, maybe, in the concept of the word nationalism. What Mehdi and Bon were talking about, in my opinion, is mostly patriotism, you know. Desi?
Yeah, I would also kind of agree with you, Wine, that the American patriotism, American nationalism is definitely different than the concept of nation state that arose in Europe. But Europe was long, had been ethno-nationalist long before they were nation states.
Hello,
Right?
am I
The
audible
concept of
now?
nationalism. Yeah, we can hear you.
Continue,
You want to go ahead?
No, basically you finish up.
Yeah. So, but at the same time, point like there are other examples of non-ethno-nationalistic nationalism. Like here in India, we have various ethnicities, various cultures, various religions, but we are all still patriotic and nationalistic about the concept of India, concept of Bharat. And so I think like nationalism can arise in different shapes and forms, and it's the people who of the nation who define what nationalism essentially is. Why a lot of people in the comments are saying like, "Are you a patriot? Are you a yeah?" is because at least from the outside, the perspective has been that what these American senators and American, whenever they give press conferences, they go, "I am a patriot, and thus I am going to war in Iraq, in Afghanistan," right? So for a long time, the perspective has been that American nationalism is interventionist, is warlike, essentially. And I completely agree with one that the new nationalism that has been brought in by Donald Trump is not that. At least it didn't seem to be at first, right? Even though now he is going the old route, it seems, or at least halfway. But nationalism itself can change. The core of a nation can change. Don't forget that India went from being a semi-socialist state to a right-wing, religious nationalism, which we have right now, right? So it's completely possible that the very nature of nationalism, especially in ethno-nationalistic states, can change in itself. So yeah.
I mean,
Sam,
just
you wanna
real
go?
quick, to what Coping said earlier about Trump, like in a lot of ways, the foreign policy doesn't change a lot. There's not a lot of difference. but you can definitely see Trump's signature or imprint on the foreign policy and some of the changes of the more spicy nature of it. I mean, there's obviously going to be give and take. Some things will stay the same. Other things might happen that people didn't expect, but that's all I wanted to say about that. I mean, you know, he's open to anything, probably a lot more and a lot better than previous administrations. Go ahead.
Before I give it to Sam, I also wanted to say, Vaughn, you support American hegemony over South and the Western Hemisphere, but do not forget that the current track of globalism, its roots comes from the Monroe Doctrine. American interventionism started with the Monroe Doctrine. So, I mean, it's going in circles if you know.
Well, I mean, I don't mean so much as like taking it over as, you know, we have more influence over it and it's more of a partnership or a co-op. I mean, it makes sense. It's like you've got, you know, lots of resources and population, and then you've got the technological and advancedness of the United States. So it's like, why don't we all get together and make it work to our benefit in this part of the, you know what I mean? And obviously you're going to trade with other people and all that kind of stuff. But it just seems like, you know, it should be a machine that works for this, you know, the hemisphere, it should just be a, you know, a unit that works together for, you know, not like communism, a mutual benefit, but I mean, there's a lot of chance, you know, a lot of ways to improve everything across the board and make sure everybody is on the same team, Team America, from Argentina to Iceland.
I just want to add a bit on the nationalism thing, just drag it a bit longer. I think I'm thinking about it. I think the nationalism thing, you know, it can only exist when the people have a shared identity. Like, you know, the whole of India, despite the different ethnic groups, you know, all share this identity of Indianness or being Indian. Singapore is the same thing. Singapore is a very small place, you know, and our race is like, you know, it's the same in Malaysia or, you know, in Indonesia. We are the mix, you know, same in China, but we are mixed. But we have this very unique identity, Singaporeans, where the nationalism works. You know, Singaporean is very unique on its own. So nationalism works. I think in United States, it's a little bit harder. There was this extent of Americanism, you know, there's this national identity. But, you know, it's a bit fractured because of, you know, there was the slave trade during those days. There's the black community. Then the black community is very different from the white community, you know. So the nationalism doesn't gel that well. So they have their nationalism is more towards patriotism. And the patriotism also don't apply to everybody. Like, you know, nationalism, but it should apply to everybody. For them, because patriotism is a bit different in definition, I feel. It's more about sacrificing and blind faith, in my opinion. Like, if you're a patriot, it doesn't matter your country is doing a bad thing, you know. You should do it because you're a patriot, you know. If your country is going to kill half of the world, no, but you're a patriot, you do it. You know, you don't give a damn. But nationalist doesn't necessarily will do it. That's what I mean. Of course, the social nationalism, like the Nazis, is a different thing altogether. That's a bit crazy. So when you look at United Kingdom, you can see why they have a problem, because they actually have 4 different identities: the Scottish, the Irish, the English, and who's the one more guy? Yeah, they have a just different identity.
Welsh.
Welsh. So they have a different identity. As a result, no, you have nationalism, like you have a Scottish nationalism. Like they keep thinking and flirting about, you know, going independent. And then you have the Irish, getting very confused about, you know, what are they, you know, between the two sides, you know, North Ireland and Republic of Ireland. So they don't have this shared identity. I think that is the problem with UK. So they don't have nationalism in UK. In my opinion, they have English nationalism, so you can see it in football. You know, you can see it in football, but you don't see it as a country, as UK. You know, I think that is the unique thing. Russians have. That's the interesting thing. The Russians, despite all the various, the Buryats and whatever, you know, so different. They look entirely different people, but they all say they are Russians. You know, that works for them. You know, so yeah. So I just want to share. You know, just I was thinking about it. It's like, you know, Voyen.
Shampapak, go on.
Thank you for the chance. Actually, I would like to expand on what DC just explained, and also Wyatt and Coping. and also Mehdi. The point is we have to put in account that nationalism, patriotism, and non-interventionism might just align, but they can never be the same. Because when you're a nationalist, you are focusing on putting your nation first, definitely. But that doesn't anyhow give you the rights to intervene into some other nation or anything. Because what about that particular nation's nationalism? And I also believe that nationalism is subjected to the corresponding piece of land being governed by that particular sense of nationalism. Nationalist laws are subjected to traditionalism and the norms of that particular piece of land which is being governed. I strongly believe so. So I would beg to differ on this one with Vaughn, because yeah, I think just like I mentioned in a prior DPA session, maybe the moment US decides not to intervene into other nations' policies, I think the condition of those particular nations in question as well as US would develop. And a interventionalist is necessarily not basically it's about intervention. If we are speaking of intervention, then I don't think interventionism has anything to do with nationalism, because you are putting your assets in some other piece of or in some other part of the world. So I
Could it
believe
be? Could it be a bit more like the identity itself is about the dominance? You know what I mean?
exactly, because what
Like for example, the Nazis, their identity, their German identity is unique on its own. Is about dominance over the region, and then the Americans have the same thing. You know, they have the dominance over. But initially, of course, it's not like this. You know, it evolved. You know, from before World War One. You know, they evolved from very self-centered all the way to something that is like more far-reaching.
like Coping was speaking of his nationality when he said that the Norwegian nationality was brought into civilization by war and forcing war and defeat onto other sections. So, me being from India, Desi can support me on that. We had princely states, the Rajputana. From that particular stature, after the English came in, they colonized us. We got to know what Western version of civilization was. But did that ever mean that we were not civilized? Wrong. Isn't it so? So I believe it's never aligned when you are speaking of, it's not about alignment as well. It's about leniency. Certain aspects of the society which I don't like about some other society cannot be forced unto them by me until and unless I am of that particular nationality. I believe so. It's my staunch belief. Thank you. And I would like to hand it over to Coping now.
Thank you, guys. It was exactly you touched on it exactly what I wanted to talk a little bit. Like I don't want to be muddying the waters with more terms, but I came across one that conceptually I found kind of useful. Like, hi Effie. Hey, nice. I'll try to be quick here. Yeah. No worries. I'll wrap it up so you get to introduce yourself. Anyways, so like I find this to be kind of useful. Like, what is the distinction between fascism and nationalism? It kind of pertains, right? Like Shamak was saying here, Shamapak was saying, like if you're like you can be a nationalist, but it does not necessarily entail involving others, right? And we have seen that was be very clearly expressed by the American, the interventionist or non-interventionist stance, right? So like what's the difference between fascism and nationalism in some respect? Well, like Shamapak was saying, nationalism is the nation first and the state is for the nation, whereas fascism, the nation is for the state. It relishes kind of the structure in and of by itself, and I'm not sure if that's useful in and of by itself, if it's actually accurate or correct, but I do think it's kind of useful. Like if we're still going to meander a little bit on these kind of like terms of understanding and a little bit on the philosophical definitions and stuff, then I kind of get the impression that, like, look, if you want to be a nationalist and your idea of nationalism is non-interventionist, then you're probably going to be having like the nation first before the state. But there is a gray zone, like Vaughn was saying. It's us first and foremost, right? Like, I joke around with Norway never blowing up Nord Stream, but of course we wouldn't blow up the infrastructure of our dear neighbor. Who would think of such a thing? Well, but maybe if it is good for us, should I really complain? Like,
For example, Pakistan versus India.
Right, exactly, right. And this is not that you can ideally be like insulated and it's not an issue, but generally speaking, you kind of oh, sorry, Effie, please go ahead.
Effie,
are you listening on
Also
Streamyard or on
introduce yourself
YouTube?
because Effie.
Sorry. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome. We hear you.
I'm on. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to mute myself. Anyway, I just have a quick question.
Oh, are you watching on YouTube and Streamyard at the same time? No, okay, so watch only on Streamyard, because if you're on YouTube, you'll have a 30-second lag.
Close that.
Yeah, or you have the echo. So just mute it. Keep it running because that's good for the algorithm. But just mute it so it doesn't cause the echo and disturb you. And then you just keep watching on Streamyard.
Sorry.
Yeah. So Effie, you introduce yourself. I think this is the first time you ever come on. I saw you on the backstage a few times before, but I think this is the first time you came on. Talk to us.
Yeah, it's my first time on. My name's Effie. I've been following basically since the Russo-Ukrainian war. I became obsessed with it. Now, starting to wane. A little disappointed in Putin, but whatever. Anyway, I really just want to ask you a quick question and leave because I don't like being on camera. And I felt a little called out by Coping when he was talking about people coming on and whatever. So here I am. Hi. Anyway, so my question regarding something that why I just said about patriotism, that a patriot will support their nation when they're doing something bad. And I just wanted to ask, or maybe throw this out there, because this is how I always conceptualize patriotism, is that the best thing not the best, but one of the most important things as a patriot would be to hold your leaders accountable, especially when they're doing bad things overseas. This is just me, because in my view, because whatever you're doing over there, chances are there will be repercussions at home. And I always find it odd that anybody would support their leaders traveling overseas to cause, I don't know, mayhem, whatever, because ultimately it'll come back home. Not only that, whatever methods of oppression are successful around the world, eventually, I think that governments will always do it at home if they succeed overseas somewhere. I'm sorry, I gotta go. I don't like being on camera. So thank you all for letting me speak.
Effie, I will email you the link to join the Open Mic Speakers Lounge. So
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, and Effie, thank you so much for your kind words. It's really good for my coping. And this is you're gonna get used to it. It's like a little bit on the first time, but
I will
really
try to
hope
come on more.
Yes, please do. Please do come back. It's so wholesome that you do. I generally agree with what you had to say there, but the Boyan has been holding his finger forever, so sorry. Thank you for coming on, Effie.
thanks, Effie. Yes. Well, we're a bit in danger to slipping again in a black hole regards philosophy about nationalism and stuff. I would like to go to Armenia and Azerbaijan before I have to drop off, but I would also like to add a bit more to this topic regards nationalism and stuff. I agree mostly also with our Indian guys here, which is interesting. We seem to agree on many points, so it's hard to understand for me that there was ever anything like Indian Balkans War, which I did not know about until Desi sent me the link of the video, which was hilarious. But there is also this thing that happened on Discord. Was it Discord? No, not Discord, but Reddit. It shows also that nationalism is, even if you look at it narrow-minded ethnic nationalism, it is not on just one level. It can have several superstructures, like the Balkan people, which are very hostile to each other, band together if there is an outside threat, and they see themselves as an entity then, and not forgetting about their internal fights or whatever, but there is an entity that is still existing there, which has sometimes more and sometimes less of importance for the way people are acting. So that's what I wanted to add. Regarding Azerbaijan and Armenia, have you already discussed this before I joined? So what do you think? What do you think? It's strange to me that well, Trump used this obviously as a thing to well, bolster American image and stuff and his own stuff. But it's obviously a situation that is going to the benefit of United States interests if they get control the corridor, and which will hurt Iran, Russia, and India, because it crosses the north-south corridor that Russia was planning, maybe, if it would to go over Armenia. But I always thought that the main actor is not America there, but it's Turkey, and they were completely in the background here. So what is your opinion about that? Is America just the front for all of this happening, and Turkey is basically just using all the way the opportunities which opened themselves in Syria and now in Armenia? What is your opinion?
I think you're right, because I also wondering who is the one behind this idea, because Trump have never indicated interest in Azerbaijan and Armenia, and they themselves, the two countries themselves, suddenly just make peace themselves. Like, they fight a short war, and then Armenia gave up the whole Nagorno-Karabakh. Suddenly they want to pro-West, and suddenly they talk to each other. They say, what the fuck is happening? Then I think they proposed to Trump that they want United States to invest and develop the area. And then I think that is the best. Actually, that is actually a very clever deal, because it allows a neutral party to come in and allow the security of these two countries. And I think it's a very, very good deal. Of course, it's dangerous in the sense that it gave United States a border with Iran, which is kind of like crazy in that sense. So, but yeah, I think if you say Turkey, I think that's a very possible, player. I think that is actually pulling these strings. I think that makes a lot of sense. Coping.
Yes, please. I agree on that one. I think my impression of it is that like Azerbaijan and Armenia, for example, they were starting like Russia should be easily able to kind of stop these two going at loggerheads with Nagorno-Karabakh and whatever, but they're pretty much absent, right? And this is a very strong signal, especially when you see Assad's fall and stuff like that. Like Russia's influence in the Middle East is clearly waning. And so for but Turkey is very clearly on the rise. Like, they are the ones who moved into Syria pretty promptly. They've had PKK now relinquish violence as a legitimate means of armed resistance, which is a pretty interesting facet in and of by itself. But Turkey is like they insofar as their mutual interests align against Russia, which they kind of do, because Turkey is in NATO, they're playing both sides, right? But they have done it so for their own expediency, and they've always been, for the longest time, been associated, like very closely linked to Azerbaijan. They kind of like, they're not Turks, they're Turkic, as they kind of refer to it, and they're like, there's a lot of shared history therein. And I think, if you're just looking from a power politics point of view, like Azerbaijan and Armenia, like, these are tiny countries. They don't really have much to, like, maybe against each other, fine, cool. Like, they can duke it out like little sparrows. That's cute. But, if as soon as any of the bigger ones around started getting involved, they don't have really much of a choice. And I think that's what they're kind of like, okay, look, hey, Russia, you were supposed to maintain the security between us. You can't even stop us. What makes you think that you can stop that? Well, why should we believe you can stop, say, Turkey or Iran, for that matter, which is also at a neighbor, and whatever issues they may have, right? So yeah, I think that it's a signal of Russia having lost influence. Turkey is the one who takes over, and it's riding a bit with having the United States on its shoulder, because the United States seem to have a fairly offhand, like, like they seem to be like, some would say like Trump is very supportive of Israel, but what I kind of more see is that he's kind of just like, here, yeah, you make whatever deals you can buy, we don't give a shit, here, just do your thing. As for you in Iran, if you just stop that thing, we don't really give a shit, we're not going to put boots on the ground, and so forth and so forth. Like he's somewhat consistent with like, yeah, the Russians may be out, but that doesn't mean I want to get in. Right, like this is not I'm okay if we can just make a deal from the distance, because that make me save face. Right, that's so I kind of get the impression, at least with the current administration, unless there is some drastic changes with, let's say, Vance, I don't know why. Right, I'm not that familiar with American politics, but if I were to be, I would assume like the Armenians and the Azerbaijanis, like if I were them, I would definitely take note that Putin is waning, and it is not because the others in the Middle East are that powerful. It's just because they're preoccupied with Ukraine. Winning there, fine, but at the price. And then that's the opening for these smaller countries that have usually been under them, and they see that Turkey is clearly with an expansionist mentality. So let's curry some favors beforehand, before they decide that they need to discipline us into kind of doing what right. Like they know that like they either do as they say or they get a beating. Right? They didn't get a beating from Russia. They gave Russia lip. Russia did nothing, and then they'll be like, okay, but Turkey seems that they're kind of keen on swinging that stick around, so let's just scurry away over on that side. That's kind of how I see it. I think Desi held the finger.
Yeah, I just wanted to say like more than Trump. Yeah, it is definitely a good deal for Trump, by the way, because American companies can come and start building on that corridor. He also got a road named after him, and both nations proposed him for the Nobel Peace Prize. But more than that, I think this was definitely a defeat for Armenia, a humiliation for Armenia. I would say go so far as to, and definitely a victory for Azerbaijan. Most of Azerbaijan's demands were met, and also, I wanted to address some of the comments that are in chat. People are saying that Azerbaijan is a Israeli ally, while Turkey is not. I will tell people not to, confuse rhetoric with action, because Turkey does way more trade with Israel than Azerbaijan does. That's all I wanted to say. Yeah, go ahead, Wayne.
Yes, I agree with you there. Turkey is definitely not the main enemy of Israel, at least if you look at the trade that is happening. I kind of see it the same way that Azerbaijan is obviously the winner of the current situation, what concerns Armenia and Azerbaijan themselves. But this topic is concerning much more than the states alone. I have read some people arguing that this is now a path for NATO to gain access to the Caspian Sea, and this will is obviously one of maybe the interests of the Americans to gain basically access to an area that was not accessible before, and which is important for both Russia and Iran. And that there would be some kind of integration of both Armenia, because it seems that they have been promised to be integrated somehow in the Western institutions as a payment for this loss that they objectively had to accept. They accepted the loss of Nagorno-Karabakh and basically also gave away a bit of sovereignty, at least on this territory. And that Azerbaijan is also maybe clinging to get to the Western club. I'm not sure about that, I'm because this would mean that Turkey is just, a provider of that capability to NATO. I'm not sure that Turkey is doing it for NATO. I think Turkey is doing it mostly for itself and for the Turkish influence in this area, not just on these two states, but further on the stance. So I'm not convinced about that this will gain a lot of Western influence. Maybe it will just it's just a precursor of a rise of the Turkish power there. And also the question what Russia will do about it. I'm not sure that Russia will just accept it, they will accept it for the time being. But I'm not sure that they won't come back at some point in time to clean up from their point of view. However, if you look at it, the Caspian Sea would be affected, which is not good for them because they have obviously some ships there and they can shoot from there to anywhere into Europe, basically, and at least Ukraine and all of the Middle East. But Russia has a quite safe front on this southern part of their border, which is the Caucasus. They control it and they are quite safe there. That's why the Georgian war was fought. They kept the control of the main passes, so they're not afraid to lose and or to be threatened from this side, except maybe over the Caspian. But losing interest, they definitely did lose influence there, and I think they will come back when the Ukraine stuff is solved. This will, I think, it's I think named something like the weak south or weak underbelly of Russia is basically the stance, you know, and they will I think switch focus like the Americans would like to switch focus to Asia. Russia will switch focus to the underbelly. Which one was first? I'm not sure. Coping or Desi?
Who wants to? Coping, you want to go?
Yeah, well, I can remember. I just want to kind of substantiate further what's being said here regarding Turkey being the rise of Turkey is more like the more important factor, because like if you're like, let's say again Azerbaijan and Armenia, like again they're very tiny countries. Who are their neighbors? Well, one pretty notable neighbor, that is the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, the Islamic Republic of Iran has taken a very big beating, and the momentum has very quickly been taken by Turkey. I mean, that echoes the rhymes of history throughout that region, right? The bigger empires go fighting each other, and then before you know it, a third party comes in. And like when you look at, for example, the Islamic Republic, even though they're kind of done with the 12-day war or whatever, the Ayatollah has mostly been hanging out in a bunker, only occasionally making an appearance, and he make a speech maybe for an hour or something like that. But very tellingly, his last speech, he did not even dare to go on the podium, bulked up in armor, standing with mic in hand at the doorway for merely 8 minutes, and somehow cramming in that, they're going to kick Israel's ass or something like that. But clearly, their sphere of influence in Syria has been duly taken by Turkey, right? And Azerbaijan has little reason to fear Iran, because if they were, then they wouldn't have already acceded to having Israel kind of, cooperating with Israel in striking Iran. So Azerbaijan have clearly, even Israel, the Azerbaijan considered to be a better bet than, for example, Iran. So, like, who are you going to pick as your bigger brother? Iran is clearly off the table for these little countries, as far as I can tell. And like I just want to add one thing here. Like there was a few open mics ago mentioned that you notice people, they're walking without hijabs and they're not doing anything, right? And that's what I'm trying to kind of emphasize. When they're officially legislating law, which is also permitting foreigners to enforce it, that's an indication that they cannot enforce their domestic laws. And when they have it legislated officially and you don't see it enforced, that is the surefire proof you can get, right? So the Islamic Republic is having a lot of internal issues. Like they're causing people who are otherwise Muslim to hate Islam, but it's not really because of Islam, it's because of the Islamic Republic, because it's actually quite corrupt. It clearly is. I mean, they could not be failing so miserably in the way that they did. Anyways, I could go on, but the point is that of all things considered, the regional power that was the Islamic Republic. Israel knocked them down a couple of pegs, at least enough for Turkey to essentially become the de facto biggest regional power. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's how I see it. I don't.
That's a bit of wishful thinking.
I would say Turkey is clearly the strongest one in the region.
No, I don't think it's just visual thinking, one, because this has historical precedents, and as well as if you look at contemporary events, I mean, arguably, Erdogan did what MAGA wanted Trump to do, right? Erdogan is that kind of, despite all his flaws, he has many. He has achieved a lot of victories recently for Turkey, dismantling the PKK, gaining influence all over northern Syria, this deal with Armenia and Azerbaijan, and now probably, well, that road might be named after Trump, but it's definitely going to serve Turkey. it's going to link Turkey and Azerbaijan up. So yeah, absolutely, I completely agree with you, Coping, that the biggest victor here is Turkey, and Turkey has definitely emerged as a regional power. And let's not forget that, I mean, Anatolia and the Mashriq, the Middle East, in the last 2000 years, it has been, it's been separated for less than 100 or like 120 or some years. For the vast majority of history, this entire region has been a single state, whether it was the Byzantines or the Ottomans, doesn't matter if you think about it, right? And well, I feel that the Greater Israel might be a pipe dream, but Greater Turkey, or at least a Turkish sphere in the Middle East, at least in like the Levant, it's completely possible. I think it's completely within possibility of Turkey, and I would argue that yeah, in the deep future, maybe Russia will become an adversary. But for Turkish interests, I think they should continue doing what they are doing, playing East against West, and also not provoking Russia, cooperating with Russia. Because even if Russia is a malt tiger now, Russia is still the great bear. I don't think like uh, you know it would be wise for Turkey to go against Russian interests, even if it is paying off right now. Rather utilize the Russian help, secure, just as he gave you gave uh, help Trump name a road. Let the Russians and the Iranians and the Indians do trade, secure our interest, and ensure that the two spheres do not have that the interest coincide, not clash. Essentially, that will be the best outcome for everyone. Yes, one, go ahead.
Yes, regarding the visual thinking comment was a bit stingy maybe, but it was not regarding that Turkey is gaining influence. I agree completely. Turkey is gaining influence and Russia is losing and Iran is losing. But the visual thinking is that Israel punched basically Iran out, and I don't agree. Iran has lost on influence. Obviously, they lost the proxies in Syria, and the one in Lebanon was weakened. But the bombing itself, Iran got some heavy beating, of course, and they have been shown their weaknesses, especially regards infiltrating Mossad special troops who did, I think, most of the damage on the air defense and stuff. But also Iran beat back. They beat back, and Israel and America wouldn't have so easily stopped if Iran was really beaten down. The stop was not just to be, gracious and friendly towards Iran, but it was because they also got beating. So that was the point.
I want to clarify that that's if I was misunderstood, because I didn't mean that. Like, clearly the Islamic Republic is still standing, so Israel has clearly not knocked them out by obviously, but they have knocked them down enough for Turkey to enter, right? With the collapse of Assad, even though Turkey moved in, did they come in the way of Israel when they started striking the Islamic Republic? No, because it was in Turkey's interest to have the Islamic Republic knocked down a few further pegged up until that point, right? And yeah, they're weakened, they're not knocked out, but the thing about the I think it is a pipe dream, the notion that Israel will be during the Greater Israel. What Desi was pointing out there, I think there's so many clear demographic indications and so many other reasons why, like, I think it's more conducive if you kind of view like the Greater Israel in two different perspectives. So one way that is more common among Israelis would be the ancestral homeland of Israel, which includes what's known as the West Bank and Gaza, parts of Lebanon, and I think maybe parts of Syria as well. But it has a limitation to historical boundaries. And then you have the much more expansionist one that they kind of expands from, let's say, Israel to Euphrates or something like that. But this one has no historical basis, really. It's more of an expansionist mind that I mean, not really. It's. I don't think it's. I haven't gotten the impression that it's something Israelis actually take seriously. Their concept of Greater Israel is pretty much restricted to the Palestinian areas and maybe a little bit beyond. So, who is then the greater regional power? Because Israel is as much of a punch as they may be able to deliver. They're typically like short, right? Like they don't do well with long combats. It's usually like good punches, and if they're able to get some good ones, then they have good success. If not, it's like it's just a mess, right? And so, like in the case of Turkey, I think there's some quid pro quo. That's why would Israel otherwise accept, for example, Qatar and Saudi Arabia? I mean, the Qataris have been outmaneuvering the Israelis like left, right, and center all the time. I mean, this is a tiny country with like 300,000 people, and they have a tremendous footprint around the world. And it is just astonishing to see that, for whatever, interest that Israel is tied to, especially like the arms industry and so forth, you still see like Qatari money just boom, bribing Trump right in public, and voila, Qatari and the Saudis are inside of Syria, where they have been wanting the Turkey-Qatari pipeline, right, for the longest time. So why would Israelis want to have Qatar, which is one primary funder of Hamas, right? Not only that, I mean, like, why is Hamas not defeated? Because their political leadership is generally not possible for Israel to target. I mean, they can. They clearly took Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, right? But they don't care. They don't want the diplomatic fallout of taking out, Khaled Mashal or any of those in Turkey or in Qatar, right? So there's like, okay, we are not friends. We're like frenemies. It's sort of more like how I view the dynamic in the region, and that's geopolitics in a nutshell, really. But yeah, I'm a Shamapak. I'm sorry if I kind of took your time.
No, no, that's fine. That's fine. I would like to address the issue that was brought up by Bowen. Like, we also have to put into account that Turkey allegedly is the only NATO member who actively supports terrorism or cross-border terrorism, if I may say. They do send insurgents into other territories so that they gain a certain degree of political leverage, if I may say. And this time around, they probably got it their way. And I think it's going to help them. But then again, like Bowen said, it's directly not suggested or advisable for Turkey to meddle with Russia's interests, because it's Russia. Come on. It's Russia. It's Putin.
I would disagree. I would see Syria more as Turkey's backyard rather than Russia's backyard. And I would say, I mean, Russian presence in Syria was more unprecedented than Turkish presence. And I mean, Turkey didn't go into Syria to begin with, right? The Syrian project was an American project, right? And yeah, Syria, I mean, the Assads and the Turks have always had their differences, but Turkey entered very late, and they entered primarily because of, well, the Kurdish Peshmerga, essentially. When the Kurds gained power in northern Syria, especially northwestern Syria, and formed their own army there, that's when the alarm bell started ringing in Turkey, because the Kurds are, well, I don't care about Turkish here, but they are a oppressed minority in Turkey, and they are very belligerent, and they always have had the tendency to rebel. And if you have a belligerent population within your borders, it's not a good idea to have, armed, semi-statelet right across your border. So I think it was definitely within Turkish interest to get involved in Syria. I was surprised that they did not have more influence over HTS and Jolani, only sticking to SDF, and SDF is still sticking to their enclaves in the north. So I think, I wouldn't say Turkey's response was restrained, but I would also say that it's nothing that is unprecedented in the region, and compared to like its neighbors like Israel, it's, I mean, it's nothing. And well, I'm not so sure if how much of a difference, a difference of opinion that Turkey's help to HTS and SDF in removing Assad's, how much of a friction that caused with Putin. But I think even if there was friction, and even if there was an insult, I mean, that still can be mended essentially, because if like Syria was that vital for Russian interest, Russia would have intervened, right? I don't think it was completely beyond Russian scope to send more help, but Russia had other interests like Ukraine to deal with right now, and they can always come back. And I think it'll be more beneficial for both Russia and Turkey to work together in the region. I think, because
That I
again,
agree with you. That I agree with you.
yeah, because again, like Russia, the people in the region, they are more closely culturally, they are more closely associated with the Turks than with the Russians, right? And the people of Syria, definitely, from what I saw on the footage and the discourse online, they definitely viewed Russia as a foreign interventionist and foreign presence, not beneficial for the nation, especially the ones who were celebrating Assad's fall. So anyway, go ahead, Kopin.
Thank you. On the thing about the HDS, how powerful they are in Turkey, I am of the perception that HDS is very, shall we say, replaceable and expendable. Their military prowess is quite limited. It's very like bottom of the barrel stuff. Like they can take some, hunter rifle militias maybe, but they can't really like combined arms like be it Israel, be it Turkey, it doesn't matter. But why would then Turkey then be focusing in the north? And I think that probably correlates a bit with the PKK relinquishing armed resistance. Like they're focusing, like maybe they're thinking like, you know what? Once this thing with HTS, it runs its course, and they settle because the fact of the matter is that in some cases you need there to be a bloodletting, basically. Like if you are from outside, like it's sort of like what I mentioned with Sweden and Denmark not bothering conquering Norway because they view from outside like, yeah, sure, we could beat the living shit out of them, but do we want to control them, right? And so, like, why would Israel's strategy be fracturing? Yes, of course, there are some merits to that, but there are also merits to wanting to keep it in like one controllable entity, just like what Turkey would be, and it would be a conduit. Then they have a mutual interest aligned there. So, like, when it comes to, for example, the Kurds, like insofar as they have a secessionist mentality, this is a problem, right? And it's interesting to note how this is also a problem in, for example, the Islamic Republic of Iran, right? It's not like those who are against the regime, they're maybe even more so against Kurds who are any secessionist movement, basically, because for them it's this is the national aspect of it, right? That are anti-regime. They would be like the dismantling of Iran is like sacrilege. Like it's the worst thing you could think of doing. The unity of Iran is nonetheless the northwestern part with the Azeris to the Balashis to the southeast, Balochis or something, right? Then this is going to be remaining one country with the Arabs, with the Persians. It's not just the Persian country; it's Iran, right? So they're very in on this part. Those who like and they're fastest therein, right? Like I'm not going to pretend that I understand it like intimately or something, but what I do get is that like you will have those who are anti-regime, but if you start acting with some sort of secessionist movement, let's say with the Kurds or the Baluchis, then you are going to lose favor very quickly, right? So, and that's an incentive, right? For if Israel cannot, because Israel does not have, like they can give a beating, sure, they can give some jabs, whatever, but they cannot really comprehensively destroy Iran, right? No matter how helpless Iran seems to be, they cannot ultimately defeat them in a military sense of the matter. Like they need to aim for regime change. It's pretty much their only option. Now, the chances of success therein may not actually be so dependent on them. Yes, of course, degrading the IRCG and taking top commanders and stuff like that is, of course, going to be helpful for the dissidents, especially if they have close cooperations with the intelligence. But because I don't believe for one fucking second that Mossad has infiltrated that profoundly in Iran without having a expanded espionage infrastructure that is combined with political dissidents, right? And they probably then know that, okay, look, if you guys start supporting the Kurds in the secessionist thing, we are no longer going to help you do feats like taking out Ismail Haniyeh, right? Because that's good PR for the Mossad. Taking out Ismail Haniyeh in the heart of Tehran, like that's an uppercut right into your face, right? And that you could only pull off if you have a very well established, up to date espionage infrastructure at that place, high ranking, right? You would not know about this high security, clearly here the Islamic Republic has been penetrated to such a degree, but who is then dependent, right? You mentioned Turkey having more trade with Israel. Yes, but let's not forget that trade is also an avenue for dependency, right? This is why, for example, Israel, not only militarily, but also because they don't want the other fallouts from going after Qatar or Turkey regarding, holding their leaders, peculiarly shielded in 7-star hotel while they, ravages is unfolding of war otherwise, right? Well, that, I kind of get the impression that, like if you look at Hezbollah, for example, that's the best example. They're bigger, they're stronger, but still they yielded because the political leadership was impossible to get targeted. Hamas can just persist because their revenue stream, it kind of continues unabated anyways. So yeah, I've been talking about that. I'm not sure if I deviated to getting tired.
No, no, no. I completely agree with you, Goping. Like, it's especially about Qatar, right? Qatar is like a small heavyweight in the Middle East. That's what most people do not realize, because Qatar has connections with the Saudi bloc. Essentially, there are three blocks in the Middle East, right? There's the Saudi bloc with alongside UAE. There's the Iranian bloc, and then there is this middle ground Turkish bloc that has recently formed, right? And well, Qatar has connections with all three,
Not
and the
just that, and the
Saudis did try
terrorist
to,
groups. All
and
the
the terrorist
terrorist groups
groups,
is also friends with them. They are friends with
everyone,
everybody.
including Taliban, right? Including the Taliban. The Taliban
They,
like do
they are the
anti.
Singapore of Middle East. They are,
Yeah,
we also friends with everybody.
pretty much. I couldn't have said it better, Commander. I mean, yeah, they're a diplomatic heavyweight. They have connections with everyone, and yeah, it's like, you hit Qatar, your own network will get hit in the Middle East, essentially. So you cannot risk doing that. But yeah, I mean, I think it was back in 2014, 2016. Saudi Arabia and UAE did try to blockade Qatar to try to, force their make them align to the Saudis' interests, and Qatar didn't fold. They were blockaded for like a year or so, I think, and they just brought in airdrops. Yeah, food prices went up, but they don't care. They have the money and the connections to bring it. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I kind of got that impression as well that the Saudis and the Qataris, they have some divergence when it comes to like Teletubby financing and stuff like that. So the Saudis, they seem to be trying to kind of move a little bit away from it, because what they're noticing, and I think it has something to do with their peculiar positioning in with Mecca, Medina, and all that stuff, is that they are liable to be held into Islamic law and account, but that's not always practical, right? And so 101 on geopolitics is practical interest, because national interest above all, than what people actually believe, right? But if you are arming these people with strong convictions and they have a strong sense of where the connection is lying, you are seating at the capital. What the Saudis, I get the impression that because they're supporting a lot of the armed whatever that many people are supporting, but many of the Muslims, they also hate the Saudis, but partly for the same reason, right? And so the Saudis may have come to the point where they decide, like, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. If we can have a good relation with the BRICS coalition, for example, and retain the security arrangement with the Americans, and maybe be a part of this oil pipeline, because the Qataris are kind of dependent on us in that regard, then I would be okay, right? And then the Qataris say, like, hold on, but we are just like tiny little us can influence so much more if we just strike a little bit of chaos. I mean, like, look at, for example, their funding to U.S. universities. And this is an amazing thing with the United States, that they kind of have so much foreign funding, right? But then they had like peculiarly focused that funding, I think it was $6 or $7 billion on social sciences. And where do you see most of the university protests them emanate from? Exactly, those social sciences. That's where they have all the flags and everything ready. And this is a way for Qatar to kind of like, like not only just be financing Hamas and whatever, and kind of keep that as a thorn on the side of Israel, but it can also show that, hey, and every time we want to slap around with you, we can make this look really bad on your optics as well. And they have done that to really great effect. And so here they're just like basically on every single avenue, they're outmaneuvering the Israelis. And so they're permitting. So what if this Israelis succeed in this war, right? Is this a problem with Gaza, for example? And they occupy whatever, right? Okay, is that a problem for Qatar? No, because now they're seated in Syria, a much bigger Gaza, right? What are you going to do with that one, right? Are you going to stop? And this is the Qataris, they're clearly quite ruthless for being so tiny. Like, they understand, like it's sort of like Was Epstein a part of the Mossad? I mean, is that hard to believe? If you're tiny Israel, right, and you're relying on the United States, a shift in administration is all that it takes, and you're screwed, right? We all know that. So you need to be able to hold those people in power to account. Now, is this despicable? Of course. But would you be able to change the clientele by offing or rejecting Epstein? No. He said that much more useful as a tool, because he's going to do whatever he's doing. You get to be holding, you get to have a damning indictment and proof that will be problematic for those who might be able to influence you. And if you are Epstein, for example, who do you give a shit? You get to indulge in all your sins, and you get everything covered from both the Americans, those that you're holding hostage, and the Israelis, right? All the mutual interests aligned. So did, for example, the removal of Epstein remove the practices of his clientele? I mean, that's got to be rather naive to think so, right? So like I think I get the impression like the Qataris, they are playing that game that the Mossadis, for example, inclined to do. Like they call you up and they say like, and then they finish off you and your family, right? True mafioso style. The Qataris, they're kind of like, yeah, the Arabi gangsters or something like that. They do that. They have their own way of doing mafioso intimidation and holding people. And if they cannot intimidate you, which they of course often cannot, then what they would do then is like, but look at all this money, right? That you want a little bit of this money, and then we see that has a pretty good effect, giving Trump, like, what was the value of that plane? 400 million. Trump may be a billionaire, but $400 million is still quite a lot of money, right? And this right in the open. Here, Trump, let us be in Syria, for example, and whatever. Let us still keep influencing your internal mechanics in your country, right? Like the lobbyism, for example. I mean, most countries are involved in lobbyism in the United States. Qatar is by no means an exception. And this is like a unique trait of the United States. I said this before, but I think it bears a reminder. The function of the lobby is, regardless what intent, it clearly indicates that it's simply inviting the elites around the world to come and buy policy from the world hegemon, the most powerful one. The United States' preponderance of power after World War II permitted that as much as it permitted the global institutions and the global reserve currencies, and those things are intertwined, right? So this is also a convenience. It's not necessarily like a grand strategy. It's a matter of convenience, because look, we want our corporations and our business and whatever that is beneficial for, sure, our economy, but first our interest. And I'm talking about the special interest, oligarchs, of course, right? And so they want, of course, what was I going to say here? When it comes to the lobbying system, they want to make it easy. Why go and coup when you can sue? For example, you have that from the World Bank, for example. These are things that they encountered over the time, while using the state apparatus to keep, smashing down the states and keep them compliant to doing what they do. But then you find about that they have whatever. Like the point I'm making here with the lobbying system is that it is unique in and of by itself, that you permit foreigners, and not just foreign countries, but also foreign entities, be it corporations and so forth, which is precisely why they talk sometimes about sanctioning a person, right? Sanctioning Putin and some of his people, because there are those people in power that are going to be coming exactly to the lobby and say like, you know what, we would like a little bit of favor. Norway, for example, we have a tendency of trying to get drilling licenses in the Arctic, while we're greenwashing for rainforests in Brazil and Indonesia, which peculiarly enough has a lot of oil, which we are very duly into our oil fund investments and so forth, right? So like it's and we pay the Americans money to be operating freely in their sphere of influence. And the Qataris, they are playing it brilliantly, in my opinion. Like they're kind of, they're so good at kind of like where they lack, because think about it. It's not that you cannot compare, for example, the money that goes to, say, the universities to the bilateral arms agreements that Israel has with the United States. So what is the Qataris doing? They're maneuvering with the optics, and then they're also maneuvering with where do you have like radicalized core, where one of their parts of their business model that works particularly well against Israel works well. Syria. It's been torn up for over a fucking decade, right? It's rife of jihadis and stuff like that, right? So here, we already have a lot of a finger in the game in those kind of things to keep Israel kind of poked, because every time, why do you think the Qataris have not been beaten by Israel, right? it's not that the Qataris are militarily powerful. They have an indefensible geographic position, right? If the Saudis let them, then boom, they're done, right? But like you said, they are able to connect interest in a form of subterfuge, right? That kind of makes the Mossad looks like the flashy version, but the Qataris, they kind of make, I'm not sure how to kind of make the opposite role of that, but they kind of have like a different persona to the subterfuging that they're going about with. So yeah, I'm not sure what. Thank you for the super chat, Archimedes. Why don't you come on?
Those who I'll do it. Those who complain about Qatari lobby are invariably apologists for the much bigger Middle East lobby. Middle East lobby, quote unquote.
Who is the Mid East lobby right now? I don't
Yes,
even know
please,
what is a
come
Mid
on and
East
tell
lobby.
us. Don't be so cryptic. Please come on and tell us.
Yeah, I'm so confused. Archimedes, break my brains. Yeah. Now
Archimedes is
he's
so
very
edgy,
busy. Now he's very busy.
Yeah, Coping, I kind of agree with you that Qatar is a small heavy hitter. But if you want to look at it, I view it like Qatar is the opposite pole of Israel. Because on one hand, you have Israel who doesn't speak with their neighbors and has opposite interests with all its neighbors, while Qatar, on at least from the outside, they're talking to everyone. They have best interests of everyone on their heart, and they're doing their diplomacy well, essentially. So yeah, I completely agree that they're doing brilliantly. Anyway, Commander, you wanted to say something? No?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. Never mind then. So,
Voyin.
Well,
yeah.
I have to drop off, so I wanted to thank Wyatt for again hosting this, and people do like, share, and give some more super chats, and see you later. Have fun, guys.
Thank you, Voyin.
Thank you, Voyin.
Take care, one.
Yeah, do you guys want to talk about Ukraine war? So then we can bring back Vaughn. If Vaughn is still
Okay,
around.
well, I actually want to give honorable mention to forgotten conflicts like India, Pakistan, and the Myanmar war. And I'm just wondering, since you guys are fairly nearby Myanmar, could you share a bit, are we just talking about some imperialist and commie thingy, or is it what is the deeper thingy going on here? Because the narrative is always a bit it's always flashy and funny, and and I'm on the other side of the world, so. Well, I think you're typing with unmute.
Oh, sorry, it's me.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Oh, the handsome guy is here.
Oh, bring him on, the Swiss guy. Hello, Upgrade.
Oh, now you super chatted strip money, people. Here we go, strip money for Upgrade. There we go.
Yeah, Johari said, just a thought. What happened if Zelensky appears in Alaska out of the sudden? A sudden ambush for Putin. Technically, he can fly into a friendly country. Huh. I not sure. How that would be a long flight, man. Imagine he fly across the Arctic and then he got intercepted by Sukhoi 57s and escort back into Russia.
Well,
we got the president.
Putin and Zelensky actually ever had a face-to-face meeting?
Yeah.
Maybe this is a
means agreement and all this. No,
but I mean since the SMO. No, right?
No,
so,
since the war, no.
So is it that inappropriate to have it on U.S. soil? That you get Zelensky and Putin together and then they kind of have a little chat. They're probably not going to go that far, but at least they get to say hi before they go back to having the people kill each other. It's a start, got to take what you have, right?
Or Zelensky.
Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. Zelensky is a comedian. He's just an envoy.
I mean, just getting them. I mean, it will be a big insult to Putin if Trump did pull something like that off, getting Zelensky to meet, Putin directly, because Putin doesn't want people meeting Zelensky. He has made it very clear. He was extremely pissed off with India when Modi did go and meet Zelensky. But anyway, yeah, go ahead. VDP.
Super chat. Vor said, 5 communists talking about the West's failure.
And why is there not 6, Mr. Da Silva?
Yeah,
Please
not
watch
so
the
long.
Povo. You're the only BBC we trust, and we
Yeah,
haven't
go
seen the
ahead
videos
and
of the
finish
ties
your
for such
thing,
a
and
while.
it will be like at maybe in 1 hour
I
we
don't know
start.
which 5 communists he's talking about though. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe it was because I was referring to the Cambodia Thailand thingy. Like what little I've seen on the mainstream media is like, you know, people who like to be having like this narrative binary thing. They would be like, oh, and these Cambodians are the communists, and then the Thailands are like the blue ones or whatever, right? Like, and they view it with that team distinction. But I know pretty much next to nothing except that Thailand, as far as I could tell, was militarily like on pretty much every metric superior to Cambodia. Their economy, very superior. Like if it really boiled down to it, they clearly would outmatch Cambodia in the long run. You know, and they seem to have all the advantages from what I could tell from Wyatt's mapping as well. That, you know, what already pre-existing borders there were. Some places the Cambodian were able to seize by the element of surprise. But these are not advantageous grounds for them. Like it's going to be hell for you as Thai forces going up fairly open hills on uphill battles. But how is it for them to supply it up those even steeper hills? Once you've seized it, there the line is likely to ossify, especially since Thailand is more powerful, right? And then so if you're going to have any form of attrition thereof, it seemed to me like there was mostly like a jungle belt going across the border, and that would be the only geographic advantages that the Cambodian could rely on, where heavy arms, for example, and stuff like that would not weigh that much in. And this will probably be giving the Thai some bloody noses, because that kind of warfare, like even if you're technologically advanced, it's a tough one to perform. And yeah, they might have training, but that as after that though, I think, like, hypothetically speaking, if this were actually to drag on, so like the Cambodians must have understood this, right? Like if this they can only achieve like a quick concessions in some regard. But I'm still not entirely sure why they would do it. Like the thing with the tempo, like it seems like, okay, here you have some revenue from it, but then if I recall from one of Wyatt's reportings, the Thais started just saying, like, they started going with heavier caliber, and then they're just like, okay, you know what? If you want to go to war for this, we're going to destroy your reason to go to war. And then it just up the caliber of the artillery right into the temple grounds and so forth, because they probably realize that they can kind of replicate it sufficiently enough to retain the touristic value and also settle some scores with their neighbor. Sorry for rambling on, Desi.
No, you go as much as you want, man. There's no problem.
I want
go
to
ahead.
the Donald Trump mentioned something, you know, during the press conference. Very bizarre. No, it was during the peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. So Trump just casually talked about, you know, thousands of people. He said 1,000 or 2,000 people died at the border conflict between Thailand and Cambodia. But if you actually look at the official reports from Thailand and Cambodia, it was never close to 1,000. So which means the U.S. intelligence actually identified that, you know, or they know that for a fact that, you know, over 1,000 or 2,000 people died. I forgot much the number. I don't know, it's 1,000 or 2,000. And this is highly possible because according to DPA members who talked to me, they say that, you know, his relative or someone told him that the smell of dead bodies was very strong from the border. So, you know, and you don't have this. If they can smell the dead body from near the border, that means a lot of people actually died in that conflict. But no, both sides decided to keep it mum, to don't escalate the thing, because they actually fought pretty hard. Like, you know, in my reporting, they literally were throwing airstrikes and then constant artillery shellings. People surely have to die, you know. Then in the end, numbers come out like 6 dead or 3 dead, on the kind of thing is ridiculous.
Can I please interrupt you with a question on the death toll thingy? Because what you're basically saying is that they both will have the incentive to underreport it. But generally, one kind of gray zone we often tend to find, for lack of anything better, is the accusation of how many, because they would tend to want to prop up how many they themselves killed, right? And we see this both with Russia-Ukraine war and any other war, right? So, like, are you saying that they don't have the incentive to boast about how many they took off the other side? Like, they don't want to, like,
yeah, I got a feeling that maybe because once you say the other side lost a lot of people, then the automatically, you know, people will be thinking that maybe our side also lost a lot of people, like, because it's a jungle warfare, right? And then there's heavy artillery and airstrikes being dumped on each other. So I won't be surprised it's like 2000 because there is a pretty long front line. There's a few main battlegrounds, and then they are just bombarding nonstop. And
But
and in the
how do
jungle, once
you?
you die, maybe your colleague cannot find you. No, it's a jungle.
Okay, I get it. You kind of got like corroborated anecdotal evidence from like where you had the smell of dead bodies and stuff like that, right? But how would the Americans conceivably know this better than the Cambodians and the Thai themselves? Like, are they holding
No,
the
they
records
definitely
of all
know.
the soldiers that
They
are
just.
sending? And
I'm quite sure the Cambodians and Thais know. Like in every conflict, once the fighting ends, you just do your roll count. You will know how many men is missing. Don't say they die, but just missing. So I think they both know, but they both have to conceal the numbers because the conflict. If you talk about thousands, then they're gonna start fighting again, man.
but what
The people
numbers
want
were?
revenge.
But what numbers were the Cambodians and the Thai? Because you say 1,000 to me, like I mean, these conflicts have had the last few years. They've been taking tens of thousands and way more, right? So it doesn't sound like. And granted, this was a
No,
short
no.
war,
Before
right?
that, they didn't have very big battles. It was always very small skirmishes.
What is the official death toll that the Cambodian and the Thai government are releasing about themselves, like compared to 1,000? Because you said like they didn't even come close to 1,000, and then like okay, but even if you have
No,
a
but
1,000
Koping,
dead,
no,
yeah.
Koping, you have to consider the
So
fact
so
that this is the. Oh yeah, go ahead, Vamana. This is the
so
first time that heavy artillery was fired, I think. This is the first skirmish in which Cambodia fired heavy artillery and Thailand responded with airstrikes, right? That shows how much the conflict had already escalated when, these events took place, essentially. And it had been going on, and that's when the reporting started, when the heavy artillery and airstrikes took place. Uh, you know, so yeah, essentially, and people are gonna die, uh, if with that kind of firepower. Essentially,
So
I
I
wouldn't.
saw one report. They only talk about civilian casualties from the Thailand side. They didn't talk about military death. So the civilian was like 14 or 17. 32, sorry, 32 civilian death. But imagine
And
there is 32 civilian death. Imagine how many military death is going to be, when they're fighting at the front line.
also, there are not that many towns there. It's like literally like border zone.
It's just a village.
It's not. Yeah, small villages.
The exact front line is of jungle because the Thais did not develop so close to the border. But then the Cambodians was firing MLRS into civilian areas. So that's where the death came from, I think.
Exactly. So that's like proof of like large scale escalation, essentially.
It's a
Heavy
large scale
fighting.
battle. It is a
Large
very
scale
big battle actually.
Yeah.
It's a
I
huge
have
battle.
a question regarding shooting into civilian areas, and it kind of relates a little bit to the thing about the Islamic Republic in Israel earlier. Like clearly, Islamic Republic was able to hit back, but not with precision like Israel. They could only scale up, and so I get the impression that sure they took a lot of beating on the Nevatim air base and stuff like that. They didn't really take a significant amount of high-ranking, like they didn't take any high-ranking military personnel. They mostly damaged residential areas. Damaging, yes, right, but it kind of shows like how can they escalate. They can escalate in scope and scale and penetrate through the system, but it's a widespread. So like, and the reason I'm mentioning this one is to kind of make it a little bit analogous with my perception of Cambodia here, right? Because why would they waste ammunition into civilian areas? Like, why would you bother doing that? You don't need to bother with the civilians. You can just go, but if you are unable, if the military is there and you are unable to actually take them, with precision, then you will just like, of course, you have no choice. You just aim them down, basically. Yeah, that's it.
Now, from what I know, and I might be wrong, but I've only read like newspapers and stuff about this. So, Cambodia has essentially very old school artillery system, not precise at all, right? And they have a few of the Chinese made Soviet style rocket artilleries that they are using, while Thailand stuff is much more precise, essentially, and much more modern. And It is inevitable that if there is large scale fighting, that Cambodia will kill a lot of civilians because they have all tech essentially. But Cambodia does have, and I
commander can say if I'm right or not, but from what I see, at least in the border area, Cambodia has an artillery advantage for now, at least. Of course, like if the conflict continues, Cambodia doesn't have a ability to replace the lost systems, while Thailand will. And obviously, as you have said, coping like the economic disparity is something like close to 20-1 between Thailand and Cambodia, and same with the military equipment. But yeah, I mean, but also like considering like 14 people or 32 people, what you said, Commander, that have died in these sparsely populated villages, right?
Yeah, so that is the latest report. I think
That's a lot.
30. So that was the latest report. The final report regarding civilian death, because they do accounting of all the civilians, right, of all the different provinces. That's the number they came out.
So
But
it's
you
it's
said
an
they did not
indication.
they did not reveal military deaths. Or
Yeah, I didn't see
casualties.
the military one. I didn't see. I was googling and I saw only the. Yeah, they did mention some soldier death earlier, but then after that I think they didn't show.
So there is like, are there no official acknowledgement of how many they have lost? Because like both sides have obviously lost something. Like even if you have a low count, you start with something like we have so many dead and at least so many missing, and then we have whatever. Maybe you find out later it's a higher number, right? But you usually do something. It's a bit strange that both sides would be like, oh no, military death, that didn't happen. We didn't have a war. Just this didn't happen.
Let me find. Ask AI to find, because I using search. So Thai armed forces say 15 Thai soldiers died. No, and that's only July 24th to 29. And then they released the name. 103 was injured. Cambodian side say at least one died. And then
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah,
say
you
it's
can see the
ridiculous.
numbers are
Correct.
ridiculous,
It's a
right?
far cry from the American estimate of 1,000.
I mean, and it's not even the like official estimate from the Americans. It's just Trump just randomly just saying when he was in the presser. So when someone just casually say, because for him this is just information, right? He got the reports. So I'm not saying that it might be the truth, but I say that it does sound plausible given how
That's
intense
the
the
information feed
bombardment
that
was.
Trump got, at least.
Because you have to understand that the soldiers went to entrench a certain position, and then the fighters just drop a bomb. Everybody's going to die, man. Everybody's going to die. And then they were fighting in very small like areas or around the temple region, and then they are heavily bombarding each other. So of course they're going to die, man. So, and if let's say 200 people, 100 people die a day, 10-day conflict will be like 1,000 people. It's not a surprising thing. So and I'm quite sure more than 100 people have died, given such a conflict.
But
But the thing is, it doesn't feel like a big conflict because nobody tried to capture ground. You see, it's still a border skirmish. But this border skirmish use tanks and artillery. It's like it's not a normal border skirmish.
So what deterred this conflict from actually? Because I mean, I would think that considering the disparity between Thailand and Cambodia, yeah, sure, maybe they have an artillery advantage, but that's not going to like as soon as Thailand manages to mobilize their artillery and they also start to strike and degrade the Cambodian artillery, that advantage is going to be lost, especially if they start advancing, right? Like they know that when you push comes to shove, they are the one who they have the upper hand, right? And so, what would deter the Thai from this? Simply are there like ancient historical reasons why they would not want to? Like, is this just going to be a problematic population? Because then the question is, why then not seize? If you're first going to make a show of force, why not just seize all these empty swaths of land? You have now increased your strategic depth. Next time they try, they're going to have an even harder time, right? So, like, why would Thailand not do that? Oh, super chats.
So I read the super chat first. About whatever rocks your boat said, why did Putin agree to meet Trump? Why? Geopolitics is being conducted on a man-to-man basis like this just seems wildly inappropriate to me, considering what's at stake. Yeah, if they don't have the man-to-man relationship, there won't be a talk. Because based on the whatever is happening in the geopolitically, they shouldn't be talking at all. So,
but I kind of like I would say like the into that super chat, like the like if you, because the policies that are operating beyond the theatrics, right? They are widely different very often on both sides. Okay, anyways, but
I
they
missed this
both
part.
know. Don't have time
Mr.
for
Eric.
kids and everything. Yeah.
I don't understand the
Okay.
sentence though. Mr. Eric said
Thanks.
Trump and Putin
Nobody
don't have time
counts.
for kids. They're meeting.
Thanks for the
Zelensky.
super chat. I
He
guess.
means Zelensky.
But like, so the thing, why would they want to have, for example, Trump and Zelensky and Putin, for example, meet? It's because like they may know some of the bullshit, they may also know some of the bullshit of each other, but they need to kind of actually have that a bit squared. And the only way to kind of do that, like, I mean, there are ways to do it, but one way to kind of go about it, this helps kind of lubricate emotions, the memorandum of understanding, so to speak, right? And let yourself intent and all these agreements, they become that much easier when you've had, like, yes, they have officially met, they have talked about policies that their advisors have told them to, consider, and how it it goes through, like, so this is like it's telling, right, for everyone else looking from the outside regarding, for example, the United States, and they're just throwing out this number 1,000, right? It's rather telling for us right now. Welcome back, Effie. I keep talking all the time, Effie. You have something on your mind, please don't hesitate. Or unless you want the handsome upgrade to go first.
No, I'm just really bothered by this so-called meeting. Like, why? Why do they need to meet in person? I guess Trump is just an individual, he's not America. America is its institutions, and if you can't trust the institutions, then like, I don't know. I'm just.
I think
Well,
I think
my
if they
impression-
talk in person, right? For example, let's say they talk in person, only with translator around, only that means there are only 4% in the room. The conversation cannot be recorded.
Right.
So if they talk on the phone, I think everything is recorded. I think that's the main difference.
I understand that, but in the grand scheme of things, the goal is to get to some kind of agreement on, but you make an agreement with him, he still has to go back and face those institutions. Like, so.
But at least at least America can conquer Greenland, right? I mean, no.
Well, I get what you're saying.
I'm just floored by why Vladimir Putin would agree to.
Can I get my take on that regarding
the
institutions?
West still supplicating the West? Like, come on, dude! Like,
I get.
I
what
agree
you're
with
saying regarding
Effie. I
how I
institutions,
feel.
but-
This is.
but-
It seems like he's still like, and I still think the America and the Europeans are playing good cop backup. I don't believe for a second that Trump is, any different. He's still a product of the machine. He may not be in the political class, but he's still made in the same machine, a product of the same cultural, infrastructure. Absolutely.
That's it. But
And
that's it,
now-
because you're talking about institutions, like, I think, like, I get where you're coming from on this, but I think you're kind of viewing this very linearly, that everything follows from the institutions. But if you have a stake in the game, you can also influence the
Nah, come on,
institutions.
coping. Come on, coping. Now it's definitely.
I don't believe
the
in
deep state is
individual
in charge.
actions. Personally,
Come on.
I do not believe
The
in
Epstein files. After the Epstein files, no man. Trump is not in charge. Trump is not in
I
charge.
don't disagree. I don't disagree, but because there's a thing called institutional inertia, right? And this is an inherent feature of any institution, because they need to be self-referential and self-reinforcing. So you get automatically a club mentality for the simple, intuitive understanding of self-preservation, right? And so I don't disagree at all. Of course, I reckon that push comes to shove, usually the institution wins because it's consolidated and is positioned explicitly to take power. But that's also partly the thing. If you have, for example, Trump, Putin, and Zelensky meeting, then certain agreements on political and economic things can be met on a, like, they reach closer to a mutual understanding of, like, where do they start, right? Where's the impasse? Where do they start? And yeah, it may seem like it's just empty talk, and often it is. Like, of course it is. But what do they want here? Like, do they just want a war? No, they want to get as much blood money as possible from this war, right? Like, if you have most of the interests that are backing both Trump and Putin and so forth, those who want the war to go on, they are benefiting from the war. And who are they? They are always a part of the base, right? So the politicians, they're going to do what the base wants. And that's why I think like the base, but both sides, they want to make more money. And that's why they're trying to see if they can, let's take this political avenue where Trump and Putin and those, they get to meet. And then we kind of get a little bit closer to the formal step. It's an iterative thing. Like it's not a grand move really as it's often presented, but it's also not entirely insignificant as far as I can tell. I hope that explains. That's my perspective, at least.
Thank you. I'm still floored by it. I still don't think it's necessary, and I don't know. But anyway, that's just thanks for
upgrade.
I'm off now. Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay.
Upgrade.
Yeah. I think it's necessary that they meet. It's some things can just be discussed face to face. I think it's like in business, right? It's nice if you send some emails, but most of the big things are done face to face. So especially with this kind of difficult decision about about land and other topics like sanctions and stuff like that, which will also for sure be discussed. And I think Trump not just going to talk about Ukraine, maybe about also some future plans with the Russians, because at the end, what Trump wants is to make money. So it's all about the money. So if he can get over this war as fast as he can, and that's what his goal is, because he's always talking about it, especially about something which Trump always reminds us that there's human lives who die, every day, and even if he's exaggerating with the numbers, right? Most of the time it's just he throws out, like White said, right, some random numbers because it's just his stick, it's Trump, he's just one day it's 1 million, tomorrow it's 200,000 and so on. So you don't need to believe all the time what Trump says, because most of the time it's just for entertaining purposes, like you saw with Armenia and Azerbaijan. It was also talking about Ukraine, and all of a sudden he starts to talk again about them, how great they are because they finished the war, who was 35 years ongoing and stuff like that. So it's also about a lot of public perception. That's Trump. He wants to make everything look great for him, and that he achieved things, and that he did it, So to meet with Putin is definitely a good step towards getting something done. I disagree that it's not something necessary. It's very necessary because some things can just be discussed between leaders of especially big powers like they are. It's not like it's I don't know, no offense, but it's not like it's France, or Germany, or hello Ron, and so on, but it can be also just done just for the image, but I think it's more deep than that. I think it can be something which can lead to some maybe written documents, who we can present to the Ukrainians and to the Europeans, and say, look, that's the official position. Now we know what they want, and we have it on the sheet of paper. Accept it, or if you don't accept it, I will just leave. That can also be a possibility. So let's see what will happen. We'll just know Friday, right? Friday will be more concrete, but it could also be that there is nothing going on, right? That everybody stays in their position, and at the end the war will just continue on, and nothing will be done. That's also a possibility. So I hope not. I hope really they try to figure it and to figure out something to end this war. Vaughn, go on.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I mean, I think the main reason they picked the location, and I guess I didn't say it earlier, but it applies. I mean, it's far away from Ukraine. It's far away from the EU. And if you go the other direction, Trump's far away from D.C. and the neocons. And it's kind of an offset place because, I mean, if you think about it, obviously people can go there and listen and leak stuff, but it might have been because everybody's saying, oh, Saudi Arabia, UAE or something. And there's probably places there where like the NSA and CIA and all that already have everything bugged up. So it's like, hey, yeah, man, why don't you use such and such hotel? We always use that hotel. So maybe he threw a little wrinkle in it by going to Alaska. That way, he's far away. You know, both sides are far away from all the basically the meddling parties that are not going to bring anything to the table or offer anything realistic or substantial, and probably just try to sabotage it one way or another. So that might be another reason why. It's just, you know, the optics of being that far away and excluding everybody, and then just making sure it's harder for somebody to like take notes and leak shit and all that kind of stuff, because they might have not had time to get people up there. I mean, yeah, granted, somebody can fly up to Alaska and hope they land in Anchorage and they're close by and they can get up there quick. But I mean, that might be the main reason, because look how far away it is from DC and from the EU and Ukraine. It's like, and then when Trump goes up there, what if they meet somewhere out in eastern Russia and he doesn't go all the way to Moscow, you know? Unless it's like the end deal, you know, like we're signing the deal, Ukraine's done and all that. But I mean, they could meet in Kamchatka somewhere or somewhere like that and have the second round and the same image, you know, way far away from all the meddlers.
And I just wanted to like tie in one's point with what Effie was asking, is as to why Putin is still engaging with the West, right? And I don't think Putin is still has any hopes on the West itself, right? And I think Putin acknowledges and realizes that Trump is separate from the West and from the deep state, right? Europe, the Democrats, the American institutions, CIA, and all these people, they are one entity, and the MAGA movement and Trump are a separate entity. This other entity is what Putin is still willing to engage with, right? This, which was even this, yes, I admit it was shocking to a lot of people when Putin himself came and said in a press conference that he's willing to talk it out with Trump, and he's willing to pursue the peace deal, like before Trump got elected, right? And I think that's the part of the West that Putin is still willing to engage with, and the location is, as one said, very much proof that he does wants to keep the other parts out, the problematic parts, the parts that want to continue this war, the parts that call him Hitler and whatnot, right? So yeah, I don't think we have 2001 Putin anymore with us here today. Anyway, upgrade. Go ahead.
Yeah, and to the location also, yeah, there's a history between the two countries, right? It's Alaska was Russian before, you know. It's all symbolic, you know. It's okay. Imagine also all the journalists who needs to fly to Alaska now. You know, they will never have so much traffic in their entire life, maybe, but who knows, you know. But it definitely is a sign, like you say, Daisy. It's something which can lead to something big. We don't know, you know. It can be like in the history book that later on this was the first step towards the peace in this conflict, you know. And like you said, also it shows that Trump is separate from the Western leaders who definitely after what he said, right, in the press conference, went to Zelensky's help, you know, to say, "Oh, okay, we're still with you," you know, and stuff like that. But Trump is totally different on that topic, and he will not budge because he really wants to end this war. And that shows also the rift between the Western countries, where we always said, "Yeah, NATO is united like never" and stuff like that. No, it's fragmented, and it has more problems that they're willing to accept. And I think this will also be like I said, if something comes out of it, right, and there is some stuff which will be written down, right, as some paper, you know, and he can go back to the NATO countries and to Ukraine and present what the Russians really want, and he agrees with that, and the Ukrainians don't sign it or don't want to sign it, that's gonna Trump gonna have also incentive to push harder on Ukraine and on Western countries to do something, if not even leave, right? And that will be catastrophic for the conflict and for the war, because the United States is needed in this conflict, even if the European Union is always talking big, you know, that they will replace the United States in armaments and money. But I don't think so that the European Union in its current state is able to do anything without the United States. That's why they always want to drag them back in with any means. And also when you see the different people who are pretty neocon, you know, and saying that like Graham, right, who said, "Oh, okay, they will not take Kiev, but they will also not get back the 1991 border," right? That's also some sign that there was already discussion about things before already the meeting was happening. That's why also the meeting is happening, right? If there would be no like concession and talks already beforehand, the meeting will never happen. So I think we're moving on on a discussion and on a conclusion on this war, and it's going to be just up to the Ukrainians and up to the European Union to accept it or to deny it. Yeah, Vaughn.
I was going to say too, I mean, I assume he's flying into Anchorage because that's where the big airport is and like most of the infrastructure. And there is a Russian Orthodox church that I think has been there since, you know, way back. And it's pretty, you know, ornate. It's got the big onion domes and it's painted. So I'm just wondering if that might be a location they have it, which again, I think if that's the optics, that would probably be a bad sign for Ukraine because that's like a historical site that shows the tie between Russia and the United States. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see where they do it. I mean, it might make more sense just to do it in a hangar at an Air Force base, but I kind of feel like it's Putin and Trump, you know, even if you hire the best decorator, the greatest decorator, they probably would, you know, not want to be in a hangar, you know, doing the meeting, even if it was heated and all that, and they had all the bells and whistles. So I don't know what else is up there, but I thought that might be an interesting site to see if that shows up in the news, if they visited at least, or maybe even meet there. It's not huge, but you never know. Upgrade.
Yeah, for me, what's most interesting will be what actually will come out of all of this, right? What the Russians are accepting or willing to negotiate on, right? Because many people start to say, "Oh, they just want Donbass," and then afterwards, you saw that it was denied that the Witkov actually misunderstood Putin. I don't think that he misunderstood. I think, honestly speaking, yeah, White.
I think it's all totally made up. He
Yeah, it's
never
made
even
up.
say anything. He didn't even say anything to the press. It's
Exactly.
all made up by the media.
Well, the
They
thing is with that
literally
land
run the
swap,
whole story
now that
without
people
no.
started bringing that up, you know, that everybody started bringing that up about how it might have been misinterpreted. It's like, yeah, they talked about a land swap, like how much land Ukraine is swapping to Russia. That's the only land swap. Because like I was saying way back, you know, today, I mean, if you think about where the Russians have some land that they may not care about, I mean, I don't think Ukraine would settle for losing the rest of those oblasts and the rest of Zaporizhia and Kherson and Odessa probably, just for a little bit of Sumy and Volchansk and that a little bit around Kharkov, all those little pinpricks across the border. There's no way. I mean, that's like what, maybe 100 kilometers of land
Yeah.
for all of the Donbass. I mean, there's no way in hell. I mean, that's why I think I do agree. I think this whole negotiation thing is kind of a song and dance. Like they're going to go through there, dot their I's, cross their T's, make sure they did the whole diplomatic dance and parade. But they all know in the end that Zelensky and the EU and the Rada probably won't take it. So they, like I said earlier, you know, we tried 20 different times. They never said yes. It's their problem. You know, I can't help them.
Yeah, of course, but what I think is definitely they will not go back on what Putin said like long time ago, and they annexed it like this is in the constitution, in the Russian constitution. So it's like Russia will give up land to Ukraine, and that's unacceptable for Russia because it's their territory in their constitution. So it will be a loss for Putin, and the Ukrainians, like you said, one will also never give up the most of Donbass for the little piece of Sumy and Kharkiv.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're going to give up the buffer zone for all of the Donbass. There's no way.
Of course not. But that's my point, which actually goes against my point previously, right? That something will be done, but I think it's actually undeniable that anyways the Russian will take it in one means or another. If it will not be diplomatically, they will just take it on the battlefield. It will just take time, but they will take it. And then afterwards, when it will be taken, then it will be very, very difficult afterwards to negotiate something else, because every day is worse and worse for the Ukrainians. So he can go on and make his little speech like he usually do, Zelensky, but it's not going to change the outcome of the war. The war, at the end, will be Ukraine will have to seize territory, and everybody knows that. And more is the denial is there, more it will be difficult at the end with the Russians, because the Russians going to be like, we propose the same bullshit for 2 years now, and all the time you deny it, and then you come up with some new plans which we don't agree. So some people said also, okay, they will give the Donbass, but then they will have the agreement with NATO. No, Russia will not accept that shit. You know, it's so clear. You know, so at the end, how it's gonna be, I don't know, but it's really strange. Yeah, it's strange.
It's like you go to the food store and say, I want to buy a chicken rice. Then the person give you noodles. They will say chicken rice. Then they give you spaghetti. He said, what the fuck are you talking about? I want chicken rice. They give you duck rice. That is exactly what Russia is facing, you know. It's like, it doesn't make sense to them. Anyway, Super Chat, you're right, I get it. And certainly the Russian president knows what he's doing. But for a layman, it's frustrating because, especially when the vitriolic rhetoric continues. Thank you. Thanks for letting me rant.
I want to say something here. I think it's quite important. Look, notice what a gem Effie is. She comes on here. She comes on twice, and she excuses herself for her very short rant, which had us go ranting on for half an hour or something like that. She contributed directly to the open mic, and then like with the first appearance, and then she kind of just sweetens it extra with super chats and stuff like that.
And
you see people,
and we totally ignore Thailand and Cambodia. Like no, what Thailand and Cambodia? Like nobody give a fuck about them anymore.
But do you see that's how easy it is to win our hearts, people. You know, you just have to come on. We really we appreciate that you view things differently. Like, look how easy that was. She just came on.
Yeah, just identify as a girl.
Yeah, she just identify. She talked about the Trump meeting, right? And we started spinning off like, okay, where are the power connections on this? I had a rant, and Upgate and Desi had a rant, and Bond has had a rant, and deviated up, tried to take it over to Ukraine. But,
and
this is the beauty of people admit it. This is why you all love the DPA Open Mic. You never know what you're gonna get.
Effie, you should also come and rant more.
Yeah, get your ass on the open mic if you want to come out here. Anyway, hey,
what about Odessa? You always go on with Odessa. What's your fetish with Odessa?
Well, I just feel like that's a necessary part of the win. I mean, that's really the only way to guarantee that your will is enforced on that region. I mean, if you leave Odessa open to NATO and the West, and people say things like, oh, a free city or an open city, yeah, a pain in the ass. I mean, make it Russian. You can still do business there. You just won't be able to fuck around like they want.
It's a Russian city built by a Russian empress.
Thomas said they'll get it militarily, or they can just wait diplomatically. I mean, like Thomas was saying the other day, I mean, even if they don't get it, before the end of the war and the peace deal, more than likely there'll be a civil war. That area will become unstable and collapse. You'll have people voting to join Russia. Russia's little green men will magically show up and save the day, and NATO and nobody can do anything about it. Because think about it. Nobody's going to run in there and save the day.
It's been 3 years that we talk about.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, that's like saying they didn't take Odessa on the first day. I mean, look at it. Within a few weeks, they completely took all of Mariupol and all that southern peninsula got cut off. And think about it, from Zaporizhia all the way into the Donetsk, from all the way back, that line ain't never been fucking dented by the Ukrainians once. Not one time. I mean, unless you want to count that massive penetration in Robotny. What was it, like 11 kilometers? It doesn't even show up. Like, I'm just saying. I mean, it's right. I mean, think about like what we're looking at right now on the north side of Pokrovsk. You've got this new pincer going up. It's spreading kind of northwest behind Konstantivka and Kramatorsk. If they keep going up that way, it's a huge gamble, but it could pay off. But think about it. The more they push, the more the Ukrainians are going to go to that point, which means something else is going to open up, like Kherson, then crossing the Dnieper. and then casually strolling into Odessa.
And when you cry,
Amen.
I'm gonna
Amen.
push it some more.
Yeah, upgrade. You have to understand. Vaughn have an obsession to make Ukraine into a Switzerland. You see, like totally landlocked.
What now?
Inshallah.
I-
Inshallah.
But I'm hoping I'm not digressing too much. You were mentioning Robotina, right? I think Robotina is because that was a terribly failed offensive from the Ukrainian side. Like I think there's no disagreement there. The Zaporozhye offensive was a disaster.
Yeah.
And I have wondered, like from the get-go, why would they like even like because Solution said himself, like if we don't get so many hundred tanks and shells and whatever, we're not going to succeed. They get crumbs from NATO and they go ahead anyways. Of course, it was doomed for failure. But if you're still going to launch an offensive with such a limitation, it strikes me very strange that they will go straight into the most fortified lines and just to get, of course, predictably bogged down.
I think it's overconfidence.
Because look at what the Russians are doing. They're trying to get now near the river, right? Because that will make more sense. If you were Ukrainian, you were going to make one of these Reconquista assaults and offensives, and you did not have the means, it would make a lot more sense. Like if I was General Solution, what I would have done is like, okay, I have to do it for show anyways. I'll concentrate it near the river because there at least one flank is covered, and the grounds are easier to hold, so it's a little bit more tenable. But no, what he does was slam them straight into the like. It's kind of beyond belief, really. Like if I was Ukrainian, I would consider that to be a war crime, like against Ukraine. Like that's really how I would see it. Upgrade, please.
Yeah, I think Ukraine, like White said, is a lot of overconfidence, especially when they tried their summer offensive, right? They make trailers and all that stuff, like it's a movie, it's going to go well. The Russians are just gonna run away, when they see the modern tanks and the modern artillery and stuff like that. None of them happened, right? Because like usual, the Russians are overestimated at the beginning and then underestimated meanwhile the war, and then after they win, and then after everybody overestimates them until the next war. It's a circle of the Russian.
No. It's the Ukrainian propaganda is too good.
Okay, I said that
they
too.
totally brainwash themselves. No, like it's like, oh my god, we are so powerful. Like the Abrams tanks. Oh my god, the Leopard tanks.
Not just that, right? I mean, like they went into first, right? So somehow they had their glory day, where they can say we do. And then we saw what happened at the end, right, with the consequences. So the military strategy, you don't always need to think or analyze it like it's going to be logical on the Ukrainian side, because they do a lot of unlogical things, which they hold lines which they don't need. Since 2 years maximum, they should have retreated. If they would be smart, just retreat, on more defensible position. Best would be Dnieper, right? But of course they cannot do that because of the political consequences of that. But you cannot always think rationally, in a war, especially when the hatred between each other is so big. The every centimeter of land which is conquered is pain for the Ukrainians, because they will never get it back. Never. They will never get it back, and that's what also Zelensky says by himself, right? Each town and village who goes to the Russians, if they will never get it back, so that's why they keep the line, even if it's strategically not smart to do, because they need to do that, because their entire goal of the war is to not lose ground. If they lose ground, then they have nothing to show off, to the Western allies, and they will just drop them. Yeah, right, go on.
So I think the objective, why they will go for the hardest defense line, was that they want to prove to the Russians that your best defense line is cannot deal with the Western way of fighting. I think that's the thing.
Maneuver warfare.
Yeah, but then they just smash into the wall and die. So and then they just like they're gutted. I think that's the main thing, because imagine if they have succeeded and punched through and go to Melitopol, then Russia will have to rethink all their war plans. Like, okay, shit, we can't really actually fight with the Ukrainian army. I think that was the logic behind all this. I think Krinky on its own is another different thing altogether. It's just the British trying to test out their commando tactics. And then it's like, okay, the commando tactics doesn't work. At least not against a totally fortified front line. Because all those you see in the rubber boat, and then you just attack, go through the rivers and try to land troops and then try to penetrate into the rear positions to create sabotage. That was the tactic, that all commandos, from many countries will learn, right?
Yes.
But the thing is, in actual warfare, when the front line is so packed, you just go there and die, So, and I think they have to rewrite the whole manual. Like they might just okay, fuck it. There's no more rubber boats attacks. This is the most stupid thing ever. It might be they just cancel the whole manual because it's on paper it sounds good, but in actual warfare they just go in and then they establish a bridgehead to die. They cannot establish the bridgehead. They're too small. The force is too small. They learn nothing from World War II.
Can I ask you, Bradley? I didn't know I would have to be on the phone a bit here. Nice to see you again. I wondered, have you been listening in for a while, the conversation we had about Trump-Zelensky meeting and stuff? What is your opinion about that as from the American vantage? And I guess then you could just veer it over to Ukraine. You probably have your own thing on your mind.
Yeah. So, I mean, what I think is what happened is that remember how right before all of this Witkoff going over to Russia and stuff, there was Trump trying to put down a 50-day and then a 10-day ultimatum, and then he tried to have this conversation with India, and he offended the Indians, and the Indians were like, you know what, you guys can go fuck yourselves. And so what happened was, they tried to do this kind of banhammer thing, and they try to go after Putin's war machine, right, by going after the funding, and they realize this is not going to work. This is not going to work with China. This is not going to work with India. So now Trump realizes, holy shit, I have to climb down from this tree a little bit before I fall down, because this is going to be a disaster. So that's all that Donald Trump is thinking. So he sends his boy Witkoff, because Witkoff goes out without a team. I hear he goes even without interpreters. So he sends his boy Witkoff, his actual man, right? The guy that answers to him. And he's like, get me this meeting with Putin by hook or by crook, because it doesn't really matter what agreement they're going to come up with. Donald Trump is going to say, well, after this excellent deal that I was able to make, now we don't have to put the 100% tariffs on India and China, it's just my excellent diplomacy skills. So this is what he just really needs that. And the reason why it's in Alaska is because they don't want anybody to come and complain and come and crash the party. They probably knew that they were lying, right? When they were starting to do this thing. What Witkoff didn't understand, that the Russians said, no, you have to get out of Zaporozhye and Kherson as well. You think he didn't understand that? I think Witkoff understood that. I think Witkoff was like, this is how we're going to get the meeting. Because what did the Russians say right after the meeting got booked, right? They said, our position hasn't changed. They said this right away. Nothing that we've said, we're still making the same exact demands. And it was our hallucinations over here. People saying, oh, what about Zelensky showing up? Oh, what about the Russians giving up Zaporozhye and Kherson, right? And the Russians are just like, okay, that's your own hallucinations. Who the hell knows what's up? It's Donald Trump doesn't care about any of that. He just needs somebody to pull his goose out of the fire here. They hate, and Lindsey Graham and Blumenthal, Senator Blumenthal, managed to create for himself.
I still think it's the media make the shit up. It's just now Vaughn is not in front of the camera. It's Vaughn is actually now making spaghetti. Then after that he went to tame a lion and something. You can make shit up, and then after that he comes back and says, what the fuck happened?
Vaughn joined Wagner. The evidence is right on our screens.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what it is. Donald Trump and Steve Witkoff, they must have known that there's no way that they would have gotten the okay on this meeting if they made it look like, oh yeah, well the meeting is we're going to go meet the Russians and we're going to not discuss anything new because we're going to have to agree to what it is that they already said. So instead of doing that, they played this little media game and maybe let it play out. And then while everybody's running around and complaining about, is Zelensky going to be part of it? What about Zaporozhye? They stealth book the meeting in Alaska. Nobody saw that coming. They booked the meeting in Alaska, and they're going to be, it's going to be maybe perhaps the beginning of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin talking. Imagine this might be like honey on Trump's ego. He gets to talk to big Vladimir Putin, So this might be the beginning of some
It's gonna be
kind
epic.
of
It's gonna be epic.
yeah.
It's gonna be epic,
gonna-
The
it's gonna
tears
be
of
like the North
liberals,
Korean meeting.
The tears of the
Is that the-
of the NAFO, They want to be, oh my God, he's talking to Putin. No.
A lot of PR then end up with nothing, that kind of thing. Like, with the North Korean issue, they have a lot of PR,
I was
a lot
about
of
to
PR.
say,
Then
yeah.
after that, then the whole thing just becomes so boring and it just died down. And then suddenly there's no more rocket threats.
But unlike the North Korean one, I think this was kind of necessary because this was necessary so that all the fallout that happened after Lindsey Graham and what even Trump said, and the Twitter spat that everyone was fearing would lead to World War III between Medvedev and Trump. So I think this is basically Trump normalizing his own relations with Russia more than it has to do anything with the war in Ukraine itself, because I still think we all agree that the war in Ukraine is, it's done essentially. The results are already known for it, and Russia is going to dictate the terms essentially, and United States will have to say yes. But mending ties with Russia, mending his own personal connection with Putin, that will be good. And it won't just be a victory for Trump here, because just as the American media will keep on spinning this, so will Russian media. They will have something to talk about other than the war. It's not gonna be for a couple of days all doom and gloom. So I think it's a win-win for both Trump and Putin. So yeah. Anyway, I'll be back after a while. See you guys.
See you. Yeah, it's the same actually. When they started even to have the discussion of a meeting, right? That when Witkoff went back, then it was in all American news. It was like the Russian asked for the meeting, but the Russians said no, we didn't ask for the meeting. They asked us for the meeting. So White is maybe quite correct about this, that the media is just spinning the shit out of it, to make the Americans
it's free,
look
right?
good. Yeah,
Just
it's
like
crazy.
Desi now is
like,
gone, right? Let's make shit up about him,
Yeah, I didn't believe the news. I sent it on WhatsApp. I didn't believe that Witkoff didn't understand the fucking shit that they did. Come on, man! You understand perfectly well that the Russians wanted. He was like 4 regions out Ukraine, and he's like, oh yeah, 2, yeah, no 4, 2.
No, the thing is, there's only
Come on,
one
man.
person that went to meet with the Russian, and then this person did not talk to the press at all. He was still on the way going back to meet Trump. So how the hell is there any
How he
leaks?
knows? Yeah.
There is no leaks. No, even the Russian spokesman keep mum. They say that no, it's not right for him to say anything. He can only say that the signals are sent to each other, and the proposal seems to be acceptable, and that's all. There's nothing. There's nothing, and the media just makes all the shit up. So
No, it's brilliant because if it's just this massive look over here, oh my goodness, look over here. Meanwhile, meeting is booked in Alaska, and Vladimir Putin gets to talk to Trump, and pour honey on his ego. That's a really good win for the Russians, because what happened when they asked Vladimir Putin directly, who called the meeting first, right? Very smooth. He was like, does it matter? We both need the meeting, right? It's like, oh, wow.
Yeah. And that's what Trump said exactly, right? Trump also said it doesn't matter who actually, asked first. That's what Trump said. I think, if I'm not wrong.
The worst part will be if Putin says in the meeting, no, I want the 4 regions, like openly just says it. I want the 4 regions, I don't care about anything else. I just want the 4 regions. I don't want NATO, and all that stuff. And he will say it out
Here's
loud
the land
in front of
swap.
the camera.
I will not make it. The land swap is right now. You can keep Kiev, and
No, you can keep Kiev. Yeah, you can keep Kiev. I want these 4 regions, And if you don't want 4 regions, then it will be 6 or 8. You can just be throwing.
I can totally imagine Trump is like, oh, no problem. It's perfectly fine with me. As long as I get the rare earth deal, I get import all the rare earth, and then you will support me if I take Greenland. Then they shake the hand and it's like, done deal. Who give a damn about Ukraine?
Loses. Trump just wants Trump to win.
Yeah,
Trump's
like
like,
who cares about Ukraine?
he wants if Trump wins, then
Ukrainians,
that's a
though,
good
yeah.
thing. Okay, peace, man.
Eric say Odessa is key, either USA or Russia.
Well, as it's the thing, Odessa moment, right? They talked about the Odessa moment. How long ago? Like this was like I think the second year of the war, where they asked
Yeah.
Vladimir Putin about Odessa, and he's like, "This is actually." The journalist asked him, "I want to visit Odessa, like in the year 2030 or some shit. I don't remember how it went. Like, do I need a Russian or a Ukrainian visa?" Right? He's like, this is a really good question. You know, he's like, this is up for discussion. This is something that's still available. So, you know, when they say things like the Russians might be getting out of Zaporozhye, we might be getting our hands on the ZNPP, the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. Hooray! Right? I think they're very far away from the opinions and feelings of most Russians. Most Russians are like, Putin, why are you leaving Odessa in the hands of the Ukrainians? Like, go get it, right? What Kiev? Man, are we sure that we want to leave Kiev in the hands of the Ukrainians? Man, these guys are freaking bonkers. They're renaming the Baba Yar Street to literally Baba Yar Street. Like, these guys are nuts, right? If there's anything the Russians don't like, it's Nazis. So
I think Putin is just dragging time. You know, he just want to give his troops more time to fight, and he deliberately he's probably very happy that the Europeans want to continue to support
And the
Ukraine
Ukrainians.
because they needed more time. You know, Ukrainian military is not wiped out yet. You know, they still need time. So upgrade.
Yeah, and also there was, like Bradley said before, right? There was this deadline of this day, and then there will be sanctions and stuff like that, you know. So Putin is very smart. He just like, before we start to get more sanctions, just make a meeting, right? So more days, like dragging on this thing. But I had something in mind. Would you accept as a Russian if they say, okay, you can have the rest of Ukraine and they can be in NATO, but we take the 4 regions and Odessa? Is this a acceptable deal? What do you think?
the
guys?
bottom line is there can't be ability for NATO to move massive arms onto Ukraine's land for whatever reason, military exercises or peacekeeping forces. There can't be an excuse for that to ever happen. So Ukraine, when the Russians say has to be neutral, they mean like, we want that space from you motherfuckers. We don't trust you for obvious reason. So that's what they mean. And whenever we say things like, okay, well, whatever, we'll go to, put them into, now we're going to be able to somehow put them into NATO. Well, what if we make some kind, like the Russians are always like, no, this is bottom line. Because see, here's like when Donald Trump approaches, just the Americans in general approach negotiations, like they start from a high place and they negotiate down to their position. But the Russians are starting from their bare minimum system requirements. And they're saying, this is what you need to come and sit at this poker table, period. You need to give in these 4 regions, neutrality, denazification, demilitarization. You think that's harsh? Okay, well, the thing is, we're going to keep going forward, and then we will have Odessa in our hands, right? What happens when we do come to Kiev, when come knocking? So, and we understand that too. So we need that deal as well. We need to. It's like holding a fish, and the fish is trying to like squeeze out. Right, we're trying to slip out in any way, shape, or form right now. And it's the Ukrainians as well as the Europeans that are holding us there. The Europeans don't want us to go anywhere. They don't want us to dump Ukraine on them and then go focus on China and the Middle East. They want the United States and Europe and the Ukrainians, because the Ukrainians are cooked. Without Europe and the United States, they are donezo. Go ahead, Coping.
So maybe I lost my train of thoughts there a little bit in all that you were saying. Yeah, it was you were talking about Odessa, and I'm thinking like in terms of demilitarization, it doesn't necessarily have to be very black and white. It just have to be a strong enough signal to show that Ukraine has acknowledged that it has been comprehensively defeated. This can be done, like it's a form of coping, right? Think about Hezbollah, for example. They accepted a ceasefire where they're supposed to disarm and withdraw. They call it a ceasefire, but it's surrender. The Ukrainians might be coming to do something like that as well, where they'd be like, okay, if we accept a widespread demilitarized zone and we willingly move and we call it a ceasefire agreement, a peace deal, right? Whatever. We have not lost faith because we can now
goodwill movement. Goodwill. It's a
Yeah,
goodwill
so
from the Ukrainians.
but here this is kind of predicated, I would say, that the Russians would be willing to give them an off ramp on this one, like because I would imagine like one thing that the Ukrainians might be inclined to request, whether successful or not is irrelevant. It's that they would have a referendum, so the final political say has been done through constituent assembly of their own population. And of course, they will probably try to twist it as much as possible to get as much of the land back through that method. I think that would be one option they will go for. And then would Russia be willing to take that risk? Basically, because they've had referendum, but you can't really take that particularly seriously when it's like half of the territories of all the oblast and the populations and so forth. Like, and then you have a lot of refugees and whatever have you. So settle the war, have a new referendum, and this could be kind of a middle ground where both of them are going to be testing each other, who has now gotten the best grip of the population. Because for all you know, Odessa may then be actually just voted into Russia. That's because they will see the signal if they're living there too, right? Like, okay, the Ukraine is the one who receded, basically. So they might be trying to find those kind of gray zones. But on that note, I want to ask Vaughn a question, because I want to kind of get.
I want to answer. I want to respond to that, if that's
sure.
possible. So I think that you're kind of looking at this a little bit wrong. The way to look at it is the Russians are fighting the war because it is a continuation of their political objectives. The battle over Ukraine's position in Europe, let's say, has been going on in the political sphere for a long time. This is the reason why Vladimir Putin did not want to take the Donbass. He wanted the Donbass. He wanted Crimea. He knew he had to leave this question off the table. It can't be under threat. But the Donbass was the Russian half of the political weight in the country. This was basically the Russians would have loved to have negotiations, freeze the things as they are, freeze the civil war as it is, and take the fight back into the political sphere where it's been going on for decades. But we did not want to do that. So for the Russians, they don't care if Ukraine is seen as winning, if Ukraine is seen as losing. If we can look at the Russians and say, you guys lost the war, they don't care about that. What's more important to them is the achievement of those political objectives. What are those political objectives? They're tired and they're done with this, like, Ukraine. We try to jump the shark. Basically how the Russians did Crimea, where nobody saw it. It came out of the blue. They just completely slapped the world across the face with their annexation of Crimea. That's how the Russians felt over the Maidan coup. They felt like they made significant compromises with the West, and they got slapped and taken for a ride, basically. And so the Russians are like, that problem is going to go away. That you're going to this whole thing where you're like, Ukraine needs to be independent and strong and sovereign. Ukraine is not sovereign. You guys are basically controlling Ukraine, and you need to, even if you want to maintain some kind of mostly political control, we're going to neuter Ukraine. So you're not going to hold the gun. It doesn't matter if who the heck is in charge, but it's not going to be the Nazis. So they want that problem to go away. So it's not about necessarily how they're going to win. If they can get those objectives achieved in negotiations right now, they don't want extra land. They don't want it, right? They want to be able to have a Russian population in Odessa that continues to be the political weight on Ukraine from there. But the longer the war goes on, the more they're put into position where they might have to do that. Anyway, go ahead, Wyatt.
Yeah. I was just thinking just now, if the war just ends with the Russians taking the 4 oblasts, and even if they take all the grounds that they have captured right now in Kharkiv and Sumy, I think it's just another Nagorno-Karabakh situation where the war will happen again. Because the border is shit. It's a horrible border. So it's not a solution. That's what I think. And I feel like the only solution is the Russians really capture every Russian land, the historical Russian land, and then create a border that is sensible to defend, is easy to defend, like along the Dnieper River, cutting across to that Transnistria, because Transnistria is still a problem. They cannot support Transnistria at all. It is a stranded land where they cannot develop because there's just no connection to Russia. So the Russians have a lot of geostrategic considerations where if they just accept the deal right now, I think a lot of Russians may see it as a defeat. It may not it's not worth it. This war has not been worth it enough Vaughn.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, it's anecdotal, but I've seen a lot of interviews with like a variety of Russian soldiers, you know, stormtroopers, you know, volunteers, not conscripts, obviously, but just the run of the, you know, a good variety. And a lot of them have said that they don't want the war to end early because they have revenge to get and payback, and they want to make sure the job's done. Like one guy was saying, you know, I want to get this done because I don't want my fucking kids or grandkids coming back here dealing with this bullshit down the road. So, I mean, despite whatever the Western media tries to say, I mean, I really don't see any decline in the Russian population's will to fight to the end to get to what they feel they need to get to be safe, and definitely not the government or the military. I mean, it was, you know, like some of the guys are Spetsnaz and stuff, and, you know, you think a lot of these guys are like big dumb lugs, and some of them probably are, just like we have guys, but some of them are really smart and historically, you know, informed, and when they were talking about, you know, why they were doing it and stuff like that, they laid out a pretty good case to justify. And, you know, a lot of it has to do with something, not a lot, but, you know, some of it has to do with drones and friends being killed or wounded by drones. And, you know, they really just want to finish the job, and they don't want it to end early. And like the guy said, have to come back down the road or have your kids or grandkids come back. So I think it's just going to have to be dealt with militarily.
Exactly. That is the problem.
There's no way, there's no deal Trump can make. Well, it doesn't matter. There's no deal because Ukraine and the EU would never take whatever deal there is. So, I mean, it's like, just finish it.
So what is this meeting about? It's not about the deal. The meeting is about maybe getting a process going, maybe getting some kind of a ball rolling, perhaps.
I was half joking earlier, but I mean, I was saying, you know, they literally could spend 5 minutes on Ukraine and then spend the rest of the time talking about how we're going to work in the Arctic, around Iceland or Greenland or around Alaska. I mean, there's other things to talk about that are more beneficial and they can actually get something accomplished versus, hey, that's a great deal. Yeah, I know. I can't believe you're going to compromise, Vlad, like that. I know it's crazy. And then they'll take it to the Ukrainians. They know they're going to say no. So, I mean, seriously, it could literally be 5 minutes of Ukraine and then 3 days of like real shit.
Yeah, I think that, we want to offer the Russians sanctions relief. It'll be boon to our European economies. So, yeah, imagine like, oh, we got some kind of agreements. We got some kind of a temporary Russian agreement to stop bombing any nuclear power plants. And this is the reason why sanctions on uranium are called off, right? Or tariffs on uranium are called off, and we continue to buy Russian uranium. Something like this. So,
I mean, seriously, you could literally have the meeting about Ukraine, have somebody like take notes or record it, call Zelensky up and play back the meeting bullet points, wait for him to say no, and then say, okay, well, thanks, and then get back to talking about
what he really wants to talk about.
Yeah.
There's so many things to talk about. In between Russia and the United States, there's insane amount of things to talk about. You have Iran to talk about. You have the Armenian, Azerbaijan, the corridor situation, because that is Russia's backyard. Russia definitely will want to know more about it. Whether they can collaborate, because they want to link to Iran, right? There's interest in that as well from the Russian side. Of course, the Arctic Circle is a thing. Then maybe the United States want to talk about the economic reforms, because Trump is now pushing the total reform of the global order.
What if they talk about
himself? Because Putin, for Russia's case, they actually benefits from the US dollar. Everything they buy, they sell oil, everything is in US dollar. When they translate into Russian rubles, it's a lot of money. They don't have to deal with every country individually with individual exchange rate. It's actually very beneficial. It's the same situation for all the oil selling countries. For Russia, they are very happy with the US dollar situation. So it's just that they need to talk about these reforms that the Trump is doing and how Russia can play a part and help to support United States case. And then they can talk about China, because both countries don't want China to go to war with Taiwan. So they can talk a lot of things. There's so much to talk about. Ukraine is like what Vaughn said. It's a side note. It's like, are you do you still want the 4 regions? Yes, we still want the 4 regions. Okay, then that's the end. We will talk next
Ukraine
time.
Is at an impasse. Yeah, Ukraine is at an impasse, but that doesn't mean that there's
and I think about the optics too. I mean, you have Russia and China potentially, or Russia and the United States having a meeting on U.S. soil. Obviously, they'll probably talk about other things in Ukraine that might be like joint ventures or strategic partnerships, which is just 100%. Another point of contention to put pressure on China. Because, I mean, they're friends with Russia, too, and they want to stay friends. And now, all of a sudden, America's cutting into their alone time with Putin. So that might just be, it might not amount to much, but it's just another thing for China to be leery of, like, now they're friendly. And what if they start, seriously, like I was saying earlier, what if they start putting in like some infrastructure to have a massive amount of LNG and oil go out from both countries down there? And, because it's like an oil point, and they're obviously going to be pulling mostly oil and natural gas out of those areas and the Arctic. So China probably wouldn't be too happy with a Russian-American, venture up there.
And every time, right, Russia or United States have private conversations with any countries, even between each other, it's always a bad deal for China. When Russia privately talk to North Korea, suddenly North Korea become a military ally, like out of the blue, same thing, North Korea speak to Trump, then suddenly the whole North Korean missile crisis gone, it's just disappeared. It's like, and so when China is not involved, they feel very uncomfortable. They don't know what the hell is happening. And like just now what we have discussed, in Alaska, that is like the best place because no one is going to prepare for a meeting in Alaska, and then there is not going to be like all these listening devices to be installed. It's like they can't even.
There won't be no Chinese fishing fleet with just a lot of antennas showing up nearby.
No, I don't even think there is Chinese.
So.
No, you see, right? In every major cities, there's a lot of Chinese people. Like that's for real. Like every
But
Chinese,
not Alaska.
Except Alaska. I don't think China people want to go to Alaska to live. So that's the most safest place from getting espionaged. So it's super smart. It's crazy.
Yeah, and so this whole entire meeting is, I think that it's besides the Ukraine war. It's almost like on the topic of the Ukraine war. No natural gas from the Arctic is exported. I'm sure the Arctic has probably massive metric tons of natural gas. So yeah,
no natural gas from the Arctic is exported.
Yeah. But anyway,
right now that might change later.
So that's what I was saying. Yeah, but it's not like they don't have any. But I'm sure it's freaking Alaska.
So, can I ask a question here? Because I kind of like, to me, it seems like the impasse is what's going to have Ukraine yield, right? And what is the minimum term that Russia can permit? And as far as I'm concerned, like they might be okay with if they are permitted to settle troops in Odessa. They don't need to control it that much or anything like that. You just have an eye on your education system. You change your education system with the stop with the anti-Russian antics and all that kind of stuff. Start fundamental changes, and whether the Ukraine because those in power, they might be nuts and bunkers, yeah, but they're probably also gonna want to survive, right? Like this. There's going to be there are elements of coercion that can be going there where, okay, look, we can actually stop it here, and we can just you can pretend that you had some sort of victory, but everyone will see that obviously we comprehensively crushed you. You have changed your domestic laws. You have permitted our troops into your cities, etc., etc. But it's peace and ceasefire, and maybe we'll have a little candy here for the sake of appearance, the referendum. But now they're firmly within our borders, so we're of course never going to let that permit, regardless. So. But you can have that candy if you want. Like we are nonetheless going to be in charge here. That's the only thing I kind of get it from the Russian side, right? Out of necessity. So how do they get then the Ukrainians to stop, right? Because the Ukrainians, they seem to be like, either it is because the Europeans and the Americans are somehow supplying them enough to think that they can just keep on going, but I mean, they must be seeing the writing in the wall with it's just more and more rapid. The territories are taken, more and bigger arrows. The disparities just get more glaring for every week, right? So, they no doubt must be understanding that they're not in a pretty favorable predicament. So, okay, what are you actually going to do to make these people concede to such demands that Russia have? Right? Like, well, what can the United States do, for example, when it's offshoring much of this to Europe, right? And Europe is actually not much in position to say something. They can maybe prolong the war a little bit, but they're bunkers. I don't know. It sounds like they should have some leeways for conceding, but why would they not?
Yeah, I think he's fighting against both. I think the Donald Trump is hemmed in by the Europeans, by the Ukrainians, and by his own deep state. So it's not like Donald Trump can make what Donald Trump can do is make some sudden moves and make some sudden tweets or write some sudden truths. But he can't, remember when he tried to suddenly pull out of Syria? How did that go, right? So he understands that he's very hemmed in by a lot of this stuff. What can he get out of it altogether? I'm sure as they're gearing up for this meeting, both sides are thinking about, oh, these are great things to be able to bring up at this thing, right? I'm sure that that's going on, but the primary reason still is this this getting out of from under this deadline situation, because Donald Trump doesn't mind. Like, remember him saying Zelensky's a dictator. Then somebody asked, "Did you say Zelensky was a dictator?" He's like, "No, I didn't, bro. It's on camera. Didn't care, right?" So it's for him. It's not. He can go back on his own word, no problem. It's never been an issue, but it's like it's his own deep state, and it's his own government, and it's that severely limits what he has available. It's in Trump's interests for the Russians to be able to hardcore pressure the Ukrainians more without making it look like he's allowing it to happen, right? So that their position sort of declines and they're forced to take any kind of deal. And then Donald Trump walks away and says, I got a deal. So for it, in a way, it actually serves both sides. They're almost like allied with the Trump administration on this, or particularly the Trump himself on this situation, because, you know, I think Donald Trump would rather be talking about the economy and would rather be talking about things that he, you know, imagine building Trump towers somewhere in Moscow or something like this. That is much more up his alley. This whole meeting, it really was like, I think the Russians just saw an opportunity for getting some kind of ball rolling or something, and for the Americans and for Donald Trump, which I go back, this is why it was Witkoff, who we haven't heard anything about for forever. For Donald Trump, this was a pull my chestnuts out of the fire move, and Vladimir Putin is like, okay, let's do it. Yeah, but yeah, the Europeans have for them, it's both them and the Ukrainians that desperately need the Americans to stay in Ukraine, and it's the deep state that doesn't want to go. Like, we don't want to. Like, we're still led by, you know, boomers and like Lindsey Graham, who, when you talk to them, they think that, oh yeah, we can totally fight Russia and China and Iran all at the same time and beat everybody because we're America. So he has to deal with this on his own side as well. It's like, ironically, Vladimir Putin might be the most actually like able to act individual, like actor that can actually make something happen. And actually get something moving out of everybody involved. Even if the Europeans, what if Macron decides to start making steps towards Russia? Everybody's just going to make take the initiative to take France's spot to be the next. I guess we have to be part of take charge of European security, because France is pro Putin now. So everybody's screwed. Everybody's basically talked themselves into this corner, except for the Russians. So,
and the best part is that the Americans by right is in this corner too. But now Trump just says, no, it's not my war. No, and he's totally out of the corner, and he's like, it's not my problem. No, you yourself talk yourself into the corner. It's not me. And then every European leader is like all stuck in the corner. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So yeah, maybe he's gonna go there. He's gonna say, Vlad, what can we do for you to expedite the takeover of these 4 regions ASAP so I can get them off of my freaking back? Because the issue is the Ukrainians don't want to retreat.
I wouldn't be surprised, no, because that's why I say they need a one-to-one talk, like only them. And in fact, they don't even need a translator, because Putin can speak English actually. So they can literally just 2-person just sit there and talk, and then try to find a way out. And then there will be no recordings, because you remember, like the first time Trump talked to Zelensky, Zelensky was just elected. That phone call got leaked, and then they use it as a quid pro quo allegation to try to impeach Trump. So talking on the phone is not safe. To talk about very sensitive things that you cannot let the deep state know. So that's why I think they need to talk in private, and and go to a place where it's so secluded that anybody who is not supposed to be there suddenly flies there, they will be tracked. the CIA or the FBI or whoever, they'll be like, why
What
are you here?
you doing in Alaska?
Yeah, why do you come here? You've never came to Alaska before, That, so that's what I think, it will become very obvious, if anyone who's trying to go there and bug the rooms or try to do some weird stuff. I think it's so clever actually, to talk in Alaska. That is like so insane. But then also, it's quite a sad state of affair, for like they have to defend against themselves, because of the deep states and all the espionage. Like you constantly have to fight internal threats that you don't even know coming from where. Upgrade.
Yeah, about the Europeans doing anything, they do nothing because we don't have the money, we don't have military means to do anything against the Russians. So we clinch to the Americans, like some simp or something like that. Please don't leave me,
Why?
Please don't
Okay,
leave me.
Upgrade, can you
But
explain to me why the Europeans are so scared of the Russians? Why? Do the Russians not take showers? What's going on here?
no, it has,
The Russians
it has
have no
to do
toilet.
because the Europeans wanna decide something, want to be part of the decision too. I think it has more to do with that than delusional thinking, even if they are delusional also. But I think they start to realize that anyways it's going to happen, and they just want to be part of it, so they have the legitimacy to say that they are still some big power and can decide something in the world, even if they don't. Because you took the example of France, for example, Macron, Starmer, and Merz, they're just basically relevant in this war because they're there. But do they actually do something big?
They can't
No,
even.
no, because they're just there, they're just like, we are former big powers, and that's why we want to also be there and be on the photo at the end, because if not, it's a sign of decline, that's the only part, and but we don't
So
have
it's
anything like what are you gonna do if the Americans
so
leave?
depressing, right? So
It is.
depressing, right? No,
We need to be realistic, Wyatt. I mean, like it's a
less than
sign
100
of
years ago, France is like a powerful empire. No, the
yeah, not
British
just
is a
France,
powerful empire,
UK,
and that's
the
not even 100 years
German.
ago. No,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
even
yeah.
100 years ago.
But
It's
it has to
insane.
do.
Actually, if you think about it, it's quite insane that how much the Europeans have fallen. It's quite
Yeah,
insane.
because we are not independent countries, and because we rely totally on the United States for military
Yeah, but at least you
military
don't speak
equipment.
German now, right? You have to be grateful. At least you're not speaking German now.
Yeah, you're
I
speaking
speak
English
German
now.
though.
Well, actually, he does speak German. Yeah, right. Yeah, I would suspect very strongly that you speak German as well. So it's,
But it doesn't matter about it has nothing to do with language or something like that. It has just to do with the relevance of the different countries who clinch to the past and think they're still superpower when they are not anymore. They're definitely not, because if they would be, they wouldn't need the United States to actually help them in this war. They would just found it by themselves and say, "Okay, America, you don't want to do that shit, fuck you," and we're just gonna do it by ourselves. But they don't do that, right? They don't do that. If they would do
No,
that,
you
then
have
at
to
least you
first
have some
remove the.
respect. Mhm.
You have to remove UK and France from the Security Council seat first. How do you remove their nuclear weapons? And if not, then you'll always forever think that they are very big because of they got nuclear weapons.
That's
And
not
UK
how.
almost lost the nuclear capability. They're very close to losing it because of the freaking submarine problem. They cannot get the submarine to work.
That's even another story, right? The nuclear umbrella, which is protecting Europe, is still valid, in some point to show strength, right? But in military capabilities, we are pretty weak. We're pretty weak, and every general in all European countries say that we're weak. That's why they try to ramp up to 5% for NATO. But even then, it will take years and years and years to actually do anything, to produce any amount who is necessary to actually hold any weight in the fight against Russia. That's why they always try to show, talk big, right? To make think that they're still like back in the past, like you said, like France was quite a big superpower back in the past, right? Germany also, the UK also. Okay, let's not talk to other countries in Europe, but this like the main powers, right? And there were most of the time wars because of these main powers. And now the biggest mistake I think is we thought in Europe there will never be a war again, and that's why we just removed all our equipment. We said, oh, let's invest in in economic growth and stuff like that. But it didn't happen like like many people thought, right? Because yeah, this war happened, right? But on the other side, we could have also have never war with Russia, right? If we accepted that Russia would be part of NATO, it would be not a problem at all. It would be actually a great success to have this alliance between Europe and Russia, and that's what, like I said before, in Switzerland, more and more people start to think about like, oh, why we are always with the Americans who want to fuck us over, and put some rules and tariffs and stuff like that. The Russians don't do that, right? They just bring the cash, to the
That's
bank,
what I was gonna
that's
say.
it,
I was gonna say,
So
if Europe has completely grown so fat and unable to defend itself, and they need a big daddy with a big machine gun, well, Russia is close to you. Like
that's it.
they
That's it.
they
But we
also
don't
can
want
be
it.
part of your nuclear umbrella. Why is it that you're fighting tooth and nail to keep the Russians out
It's
and keep the
ideology.
Americans in? What's going on here? It's almost
It's
like
the
it seems like it's
ideology.
personal.
It's
What?
ideology. It's we think the Russians are like the evil guys who are like in times back then, when we don't want to go back, like in like their medieval times, people, who just drink, and it's this kind of like strange, behavior of Europe, which is full of it. It's full of it. They think they are better than other people's in not the people by themselves, but the politicians. They still think that they are better than the Russians. That's why they imposed sanctions, and they thought they will crumble their economy. But they miscalculated it very badly, because they didn't thought that the Russians could actually sustain 3 years of war with that much of sanctions. They thought they will crumble like the Soviet Union did, and it didn't happen. And now we are in this situation where we need weapons, and we don't have the weapons, and we don't have the cash, because we have welfare systems who are huge, and we have huge immigration problem, and we have a huge cultural problem in many of our European countries, and we have the European Union on the top of that, who's trying to regulate all the shit down our throat, and that's a very, very big problem. And if you accumulate all of that shit, that's a big problem, and it's no solution in sight. And like I said, and write down also in WhatsApp group, I'm saying to you guys, mustache man will come back in Europe if we continue like that. One big European country will bring back some radical motherfucker who's gonna say, you know what? We're not just gonna deport the fucking illegals. We're also gonna start to deport the legal immigrants. We don't give a shit about them. We just want our people to first, and the other ones, they just can go fuck themselves.
Hey, that sounds like Donald Trump.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying it's gonna happen if we continue like that. It's just gonna be the conclusion.
Just now you talk about the state of affairs about like the military, right? I show you this. This is hilarious. How is this a positive news? U.S. nuclear weapon deployed to UK for the first time in 17 years. This means what? This means the UK don't have nuclear weapons to defend itself.
This is what you want to do when you want to shine in the barbecue competition.
Oh my god!
Like, this is a way to ask yourself.
Is UK fallen that badly? Is it weaker than France? Honestly speaking.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I think so. I think.
You really think that
when I saw
UK is
this?
weaker?
I think so.
When I saw this headline, I was shocked. It's like, why would the Americans need to deploy nuclear weapons to UK? They are nuclear power. No, then it's like, I think their nuclear weapons are also.
Power.
No, I think all their nuclear weapons are also old. It's totally irrelevant. No, they are totally like irrelevant in modern day geopolitics. Like, your nuclear weapon is just too old. If you fire it, it probably will never reach the target because you'll be shot down. Like, so you're useless. That's why the Americans need to deploy their nuclear weapons. And that's so sad. That's a freaking sad situation. Oh my freaking god.
Well, I mean, it's sad. I think that says a lot. Like, here, we always talk about the Chihuahuas, the Baltic Chihuahuas. What about the English Chihuahuas? God damn. Like, you guys talk really big for a former nuclear state. How are you part of the Security Council?
I want to touch on one thing that the upgrade just briefly touched on. That was the EU being an overarching authority, because this creates a fair amount of like recurring problems where the people who are in the union they have their own self-interest. They get paid really neatly, and they kind of follow basically an incentive structure that's detached not only from their member countries, but it's also from their neighbors. So they kind of for Norway, for example, they're generally perceived to be like a big entity trying to encroach and take us. And we see this happening also, like even though we've had like several referendums and what have you to be not join the EU, and we have like certainly somewhat better deals than what, for example, Britain have, but we didn't have many of the exceptions that Britain have. Nonetheless, it does not matter. Both the Norwegian elites and the British elites, they are still playing very much the tune of the EU, and those who play the tune in the EU within the member states are giving no fucks whatsoever about their own societies, which is one of the reasons I strongly suspect there's such a disparity in, you know, the talk and the walk, right? So they slush a lot of money. Yeah, you have a lot of you get your friends lubricated, so to speak, but you kind of don't really do the practical, tangible things to actually prosecute the war, which they could, right? Like if they took these measures and started off like that, sanctions, and we're increasing our military spending, and we're actually not just going to be sloshing money around, we're going to use it to expand our industrial capacity, then this would nonetheless be a much stronger signal for the Russians, because even though they might be willing to say at this point, now they will be able to feel a lot more heat. It will be more costly. And so, you know, that does affect the calculus. But what have the European done? None of that, right? They just depleted their own armies. And that's pretty much it. Just like that. And now we're going to have the European army. Yeah, okay. You're trying to replace all your equipment. Or like, what's the deal here? Like, what's the maneuver? Like, what's the brilliant move that you're making? None that I can see, at least. Upgrade.
Yeah, I think if the European army is managed like the European Union, good luck to win anything. You know, I mean, like this is gonna be ridiculous. We cannot even manage, you know, basic economic talks or immigration policies between the member states. How are we going to manage an army? Who's going to manage it? Who's going to give the orders? You know, are we going to have European generals from all member states, and everybody going to have? It's so complicated. It's so unorganized, and it's going to cost us a fucking huge amount of money. And I don't know why we continue to be such delusional continent. I'm tired of it, you know. I'm tired of hearing all the time that
you
Europe
guys need an upgrade. You guys need an upgrade.
We need an upgrade.
There's a story now about another UK F-35 that's stranded in Japan after it had some kind of problem. And I was thinking about it's like that's twice now where the UK's had an F-35 stranded in another country. And then they were already having issues with how many they could keep operational and how operational the carriers. I mean, it's really showing you just how weak the UK is, at least in that sector. And the nuclear weapons are probably just to give them some confidence, like, hey, buddy, it's not your fault you can't get it up. You know, we're here for you. Because, I mean, seriously, it's like, would you trust the UK Navy to show up for a fight, even if they wanted to? How much? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what are they going to really bring to the table if they're having these kind of issues in peacetime? What's going to happen when you're operating in an environment where, you know, it's not as forgiving as peacetime? I mean, 2 aircraft with just random technical problems getting stuck, the shortages in the Navy, the fact that they've reduced it to 1 carrier because they didn't have enough for 2. I mean, it really, you know, I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, what are they even bringing to NATO? I mean, you know, Poland doesn't have an aircraft carrier, but as far as on the land, they're bringing more to the table than Britain is, and probably even Germany and France. Maybe all 3 of those combined might be able to match them, but even that, you know, maybe in some things, but probably not in most. Like artillery, I think they probably outgun everybody, because I think they bought 480 of the MRLSs or HIMARS. I mean, that's like double what the United States has right now, supposedly. So I
What's
mean,
the saying?
Vaughn,
The dog that barks the loudest is the dog that has no bite. I could see why the Europeans are barking so loud. They're like, no. This is the only teeth that we have left. You can't. We've already given all our teeth to Ukraine. There weren't that many to
it's
begin
nice
with.
shiny
We
teeth
can't
we
have the
have in the
Americans
museum.
gone. Sorry. What?
It's more like showing like we had nice teeth in the museum. There's not much teeth to really show.
Yeah.
But,
Look, back in the day,
Vaughn,
look at these
I want to
nice
ask
teeth
you a
we had.
question. I wanted to ask Vaughn a question for quite a while because like I got somewhat the impression that like the anti-Russian pro-Ukraine craze that went down from the beginning of the war, like the media landscape in Norway was very similar, I would say, and as how it was in the United States, much of it, and like the team play thingy, right? But I wonder now, like Vaughn having now the Wagner banner in the background, like is that gonna get, like, can you show that to people regularly and not get into trouble, or is it like people like, yeah, whatever, it's that Ukrainians and Russians?
Well, I mean, I usually hang up one for when we do the open mic, but I have two other ones that I have hanging in the hallway at work, and it's my workspace, so nobody's gonna say anything. So and they don't know. They don't even know what it means. It's like,
yeah, that's what I was gonna
say. They probably, you know, I think somebody asked me before what it was, and I told them it was a band, and they're like, "Oh, cool," you know, like, you know. I mean, I'm sure
musicians, the whole
like
world knows
sometimes
these
I'll wear my
musicians.
Z hat to work, and it's kind of awkward because I'll see a guy from the local National Guard or the Army, and it's like, they don't even notice it. They don't even say that. Then I got the regular little Z patch on my hat. You know, and you think maybe one of them would notice and say, "Hey," but one guy did ask me, like, "What's that say?" And I said it was that one that had, you know, "fuck off" on it.
Oh yeah.
But I think he just recognized it as it was Cyrillic. But yeah, nobody notices. Nobody pays attention. I mean, there's probably people in the military that do, but I've never. I mean, I even saw a guy one night who got out of his van and he was wearing one of those gay ass green Ukrainian shirts with a giant yellow trident on it, and I was wearing my Z hat, and we just looked at each other like, "What's up?" But you know, that's the only guy I've ever. And even he didn't say nothing, and I didn't say nothing. It was just like a peaceful truce, you know. But yeah, I mean, nobody notices. It's kind of funny because it's like.
Because the reason I was asking is because if I were to judge from the media, like I recall, like in the early the years of the war, the first year or so, like I had like, even if I just pointed out like blatant corruption, they'd be like, you pro Putin, the communist, Nazi, whatever, you know, all that kind of shit. Like it was impossible to have a conversation on the matter. But if you deviated even slightly from the media narrative, and so like I kind of expect like, okay, especially if you're that unabashed about it, having it at your workplace and stuff like that, that you'll be encountering all kind of strangers, all the pro-Ukraine environment. I would imagine you getting a lot of fingers pointing at yourself. So
No, I mean, honestly, from the beginning, though, I would say most people, your average people, they're not paying attention, so they don't know or they don't catch it. Because, like I said, I literally, they were like, "Oh, what's that flag?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's just a band." And you know, they didn't question it because it looks like it's just a cool looking logo. I mean, what am I going to start explaining the history of Wagner to them and all that? They'd be like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, loser!" You know?
Yeah, freaking nerd. Freaking nerd. No, but this is the truth.
I always thought that's funny. And I've made the point a couple times. Like one time, I dressed up like, remember Prigozhin when he was in the desert uniform with the beard? I dressed up and went all the way over because we used to have a park where they had the Ukrainian flag. And I went over there and I took a selfie with me, like doing the little finger waggle where you could see the Ukrainian flag above my head. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody even gave me two looks. And I'm dressed like a goddamn Middle Eastern fucking warlord, dude. Nobody even looked at me. And I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of weird as much as the Western media hypes it up. I mean, yeah, there's people with stupid shit on their Facebook and stuff. But I think and think about it, as much negative press as Wagner's got, nobody ever connects the skull with the logo. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny.
Because that's the real world. Because what you described, that is the real world. That's what I keep trying to tell people. The real world don't give a fuck about the Ukraine war. The Ukraine war, I can tell you, the whole freaking world, at most only 1 million plus people cares. Like really, like following the war on a daily basis. Like you look at the pro-Ukrainian space, like under Danny Davidov's views, you get 1 million plus. And then you have on the neutral pro-Russian side on YouTube, is like maybe another 500,000. and that's it. No, not more than 2 million people, unless you're talking about Russian media or Russia. Of course, Russian media on its own, within Russia, there's another thing altogether. But in the English speaking world, it's not that big. Most of the people don't give a fuck. And then you go to Twitter and you see the NAFO people talk as if like that's the most important thing in the whole freaking world. Like, no one in Singapore cares about the Ukraine war. Like, I tell you for a fact, nobody cares at all.
I have to say this because it's so funny because it fits so well with all this. I have a friend of mine that lives in Spain, and he was talking to another Norwegian girl that was living there, and casually talking. And then he ended up like asking, "So what do you think about the Ukraine war?" And she's like, "Huh? Are they still fighting?" Like, she thought the war was over or anything. Like, she had paid like zero attention whatsoever on all the media hype. And it kind of
same.
Like, yeah, right.
People keep asking me, "Is the war over yet? Who is winning right now?" Nobody knows.
Okay.
Yeah, it just shows that the Americans don't give a shit and don't even know where Ukraine is. So that's one point, So I mean, like, with all this, like you said, like all this propaganda with Z. I mean, like, Z was everywhere at the beginning of the war, right? At least like some people would have recognized, your hat.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm wearing a white Z that's straight. I mean, I got a guy
Come on, it's like the most obvious side,
It's like
of
an
this,
exact copy of the patch you saw Russian dudes wearing. I mean, I got another one that's like stylized that I saw a Wagner guy wearing way back or not Wagner, it was down in Mariupol. It's iconic. Z.
I think the if you would walk around with the Soviet star, with the shapka, maybe more people will be aggressive to you or maybe shout at you, because they will remind themselves.
Oh hell no, they'd probably be like, "Hey, comrade, what's up?"
Yeah.
Yeah. and to coping also, like what he said is true, right? At the beginning of the war, if you said something which was not like aligned to Ukraine, to positive to Ukraine, you were finger pointed. But now it's totally different, right? But it's with all kinds of topics like that, right? It's the same with the transgender topic, with the war in Ukraine, with many topics like that. At the beginning, everybody's tried to cancel people who just say the obvious, right? Or the Israel-Gaza war, right? To say the obvious, right? To say, hey, listen, maybe that is not very good, or that I have a different opinion on, and then everybody goes on you until it shifts, right? The opinion of long years of discussion it or
It's
having
not
different
cool
opinion
anymore.
about it.
It's out of
Yeah, it's just like it's like human behavior, right? It's logical. At the beginning, everybody's emotional about the topic, and then after, when you start to have more discussion and free speech, which is very important. If we didn't have that, then we couldn't talk about it at all, right? So that's a point, right? What's wrong with my cat? Okay, it's okay. And yeah, and that's just a thing, right? It's just a human thing, right? At the beginning, everybody goes on you because you have a different point of view, and then afterwards, when this point of view is more discussed and more elaborated, then obviously people start to change their point of view, right? And like I said, most of the people don't give a shit about war, and they don't go on every day to see the news. They just go and barbecue in summertime. They go out with their kids. Have a normal life. They don't care about what's going on if it's not affecting them directly. That's normal. It's normal human behavior.
Yeah, I told my neighbor I was listening to a geopolitics podcast, and she said, "Geopolitics? What's that?" That's America for you.
Yeah, geopolitics, is not a natural thing to know. Like, you don't learn about this in school. This one is like you read news and you play computer games. Maybe you learn from computer games, but no.
I mean, think about it. You got a lot of people that you say Russia, they think Red Dawn. It's like they're really out of touch with where things are now versus back then. I mean, especially all the boomer people. Russia, Stalin. Russia, Gulag. Russia, people stand in line for food or toilet paper.
I can't express enough.
Levi's and rock and roll albums
Uber.
are gold. You know,
I take
that's
a lot
all they
of
know.
Uber
That's
rides.
what they think.
I take a lot of Uber rides, and anytime I get a boomer, it's like last time I had a boomer, I was just telling him that, like, yeah, I don't know if the war in Ukraine is going according to how you're saying, because he was telling me how Russia's on its knees and it's on the ropes and stuff. This was like last month. I'm like, yeah, I mean, just don't be disappointed when, things don't play out according to this plan that you have in your head. And he just went, okay. What do you even say? Go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, to your point, this is because the old generation is consuming this daily news, every day. They go at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. I don't know in your countries when it is, but in France it's like 9 o'clock, and then there's this big news there where they discuss all the things which happened today.
8 o'clock usually.
Yeah, 8 o'clock news, whatever. And then they're sitting there, and it's like a ritual, and they're getting brainwashed by these things because they are not able to research by themselves on the internet. They're illiterate to Google anything, stuff like that. And it's not their fault, right? It's just they're born in a different time and age. Maybe when we're gonna be old, our kids gonna be like, I don't know, searching things with the chip in their brain, and we're gonna be like, oh, I searched it on Google. And like this guy is just still searching it on Google. Look at this loser. You don't know what's going on. We're all brainwashed by this chip. But that's the difference of generations, and that always existed, right? It's not like something new. But to a point, at the end, if the war is going to be over and Russia didn't take, at least, I say half of it, everybody will say Ukraine gonna won it, because they didn't lose that many men, and Russia fought 3 years over it and didn't conquer this amount of land and so on. So the propaganda going to be on both sides, right? The Russians going to say, look, we defeated NATO and we took land and la la la, we saved our Russians, speakers. And on the other side, it's going to be like, we didn't lose Kiev, and look at how many casualties they had to 3 years of war to just grab this amount of land, and Russia is still sanctions and stuff like that. So it's probably going to be like that.
Well, it looks like Desi wanted to respond to that, but I
Oh,
wanted to.
Desi. Okay, sorry, I didn't see. Yeah.
No, it's okay. So I agree, and I can completely forgive the boomers and the old people who are only have access to television, and everything in television is propaganda. But I don't think it's just limited to the boomers. I think there was a concerted effort, especially in the beginning of the war, where Western media, especially in social media and also on YouTube, did a lot of anti-Russian propaganda and tried to set the narrative on the war. And then I see, especially in social media, a lot of young people, especially liberals, also parroting these same kind of notions. They at least will agree that the war right now is not going well for Ukraine, but they still have hopes for, they'll believe, oh yes, Ukraine is gonna, they have a station, and the stations, the destinations will get greenlit, and the Ukraine is gonna take back eventually. It's all because of Donald Trump that it's not happening. If Kamala have won, we would have won, and blah blah blah. And it's one of the reasons that this kind of thought has persisted is because of a lot of online echo chambers, especially like on Reddit. Like if you go to Reddit, these vast huge Reddit subcommunities like history memes, r/history memes, they're still not even borderline, they're practically Russophobic, right? The
Is
memes
Reddit
you
still a
still
thing?
find, I don't know, but there are 8 million people in r/history.
Okay.
That's huge, right? I mean, it's still huge, and it's still like active communities who are still making absolutely anti-Russian. Like they'll have regular memes and stuff, like trolling Muslims, trolling the Roman Empire, trolling the right wing, but occasionally you will see absolute anti-Russian stuff and like pro-Ukrainian stuff. But if you try to engage with them, they will immediately ban you, right? And the reason why they do not know what exactly is happening is because they don't want to engage. They don't want to engage with anyone who's talking about the reality of what is happening.
and they ban anyone that says that Russia is actually winning, or the
Yeah.
truth, whatever.
They'll immediately ban you. They'll immediately ban you.
On this
Yeah.
boomer point, I think that there's, especially for American boomers, there's one other missing piece to the puzzle, and that is the Cold War. So the boomers still are to a large extent reliving their glory days. The Russians are still to a large extent the Reds, and the main bad guy, like this horror monster you put down, and now in the sequel he comes back around and you got to put him down again. So I remember listening to this quote. I was watching a documentary about the space race, and what this like boomer said that the rocket gap, the missile gap, was a huge psychological burden for the Americans. He said the entire U.S. education system changed over the summer after the Sputnik launch. After the Sputnik moment, they came back that same summer, and school was completely different. All of a sudden, you had to learn engineering and mathematics and STEM, and nobody cared about literature and history as much. They started doing social studies instead. So that was a big, big psychological shift for them. And he said that there was everybody was on board. Everybody, from the teachers to the youngest student. We were on a mission. We wanted to catch up to the Russians, and then we just wanted to keep going on forever. That was his quote. So these boomers are still living in this age of like, we want to catch up to the Russians and we want to race them and we want to keep going on forever. And we did. We beat them. They think that, right? You guys, it should be no secret. I think the moon landing was completely fake. So we instead of us beating the Russians at the space race, we just like told the boomers, shut up, close your eyes. We won. Don't worry about it. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. You guys won the Cold War. It was you. And just, your property values are going to rise, and you're just going to continue to charge rent from the younger generations at absorbent prices. Everything is going to be fine. And so they don't want to live in a world where that's not the reality. They're not interested in somebody telling them, no, that's not how the Cold War went down. And actually, the Russians won the space race. That is heresy. There's if there's one founding American myth that's the most important one, it's the moon landing. We made it to the moon, right? We can't do it again. But we did it at some point in time. So never been able to come back after the 60s or whatever. But there was that one time where we did it, and that means that we won, and everybody else shut up. So that's how I look at it. So boomers in America have an extra stick up their butt about Russia. Go ahead, Limbo.
I never actually stopped, but
okay, sorry, Limbo. I apologize. But my God, this is some fucking stupid, some bullshit that you're spouting, Bradley. What the hell happened, dude? My God, do you think the moon landing was fake? Really? That's completely retarded.
100%.
All right. The second thing is, okay, even if the moon landing is faked, okay, the Russians didn't win the space race. Okay, you see, when you're running a marathon, all right, the winner of the marathon is the guy that gets to the end of the race first, not the guy that gets to the 10-mile marker first. Okay. I mean, who has a fucking gigantic telescope out in the fucking Lagrange point around the moon? Okay, is it the Russians? Is it the Americans? All right, who's got a solar probe that's fucking doing circles around the sun and getting as close as possible to the sun? Is it the Russians? Is it the Americans?
Who found the alien spaceship that's coming to Earth?
Yeah. Well, look, who's got the two probes that have left the solar system? With,
exactly.
I mean, I was going to make the same point he's made. I mean, there are points where Russia.
I'll use Archimedes'
I
own
mean,
point.
you're right.
Hold on.
You're right in the sense there's aspects that they did win, but overall we beat them.
Ask me a question. I'm saying the marathon, it's not over yet. So
of course it's not over yet, but who's got the lead in terms of the commercialization of space?
There was no.
Who has real?
Bradley, I am a space guy, and I completely agree with Archie because, come on, they're it is commendable that the Russians still have a space agency, right? Even after the fall of the Soviet Union, you can't tell me in any way that the Russian space agency and the Americans are even parallel. Right? Come on. There are America is going to the moon again.
Come on, dude. We have space
America is going to the moon again.
I just
also Bradley, let's just be real. It's not that hard to go to the moon, okay? The Indians have done it, all right? So it can't be that.
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
night
But
there.
no, I'm saying the Americans didn't put a man on the moon. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, wait. We didn't just go there. We went on a budget which was lower than the budget of the movie Gravity.
Yeah, so
100
listen.
mils.
Yeah,
We went
yeah.
100 mils. That's an achievement. Going to the moon on budget. That's an achievement.
I'm getting shot on, and I feel like I need to express my flesh it out a little bit better. So with the space race point, I agree with you, Archimedes. I think that the space race, the whole idea of it, was a public relations stunt, a PR stunt on the American side. The Russians didn't know there was a space race.
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on.
Okay, look,
we're the ones that
you don't have to defend your overall point. I
Yeah,
your overall point about the
a stunt.
moon
I mean, it's
war.
a natural progression of the technology to go to space. I mean, they were shooting missiles into low Earth orbit to bomb London. You don't think? I mean, Jules Verne was writing about fucking space travel. I mean, obviously it was a progression. They just got to the technology. I mean, you're kind of coping there. I mean, the Russians did put things in space first. They did have breakthroughs, but in the long run, they didn't win the space race. They never had a space shuttle. The space stations are
first of all, yes, they did have a
decent,
space shuttle,
but, you know.
it doesn't matter.
They did. They blew around.
The Russians did have, but it doesn't matter. That's despite the point. I'm saying that the space race was a public relations exercise here in the West. It was not a public relations exercise out in Russia. We invented the space.
It wasn't a public relations exercise in Russia.
Who is the?
Of course it was,
dude. Who was the the space race? There's no term for the space race. And that when the Russians talk about the space race, they literally translate the American term. They just like literally use that because the Russians didn't have one.
Well, they
so
still
anyway,
use the term.
What
don't
I'm
they?
saying
They
is
didn't
that
come up with it.
there can be no endpoint. Let's say who decides the race ends when the people put a colony on Mars or on the moon, right? There's no objective endpoint for this quote unquote space race. The race implies a start point and an end point. So this whole thing where I'm saying that the Russians won the space race, I don't think that the Russians won the space race. Literally, I'm saying if we take that PR exercise that by our own kind of like definition where we like hardcore cope, that's why they had to, do this whole BS about the moon landing. Now, I'm not saying that nobody's gone to the moon. I'm saying no people have gone to the moon. No Chinese people, no American people, no Russian people. There's never been a man on the moon. In fact, I think that there's never been a living organism that's made it past the Van Allen belts. That's another topic. But anyway,
you believe in the Van Allen belts? Come on.
Okay. And I also believe in satellites and that the Earth is round. Yeah.
You believe that the Earth is round, dude? Come on.
Luckily, because
have you looked
yesterday
outside? It's pretty flat, dude.
I did a
All
big
right.
walk and I was hoping to drop over it, and it didn't work out. But,
yeah, I mean the moon landing one is definitely
be happy
a tough
for
one.
the Americans. Be happy for the Americans that Russia got bankrupt.
Bradley, have you ever noticed that what they call those things that go flying in the sky, supposedly, what do they call them? Airplanes, because the Earth is a plane. Think about it.
And the Earth is an air.
Yeah.
Just to go and
Anyway, Upgrade's been trying to speak since forever, dude.
Dude, Upgrade's not allowed to talk on the open mic. This is unknown. Everyone knows this.
This is a religion. This is a religion.
Hey, shut up, dude. He
Yeah.
look pretty. and stick his
Archimedes, what
finger
are you
up.
doing
Yeah,
here?
he's
Long
supposed
time I
to
didn't
say-
see you, man.
You're supposed to sit here and look pretty. That's all.
Yeah, dude.
But anyway, what
At least something, man. At least something. But Mr.
Look,
Lando,
take a hint from Gabriel, bro. Come next time with your shirt off, okay? Then we'll let you talk.
No. He's going to break the internet. He's ready to handsome like that. Apparently, Von says that. I don't know what's saying that.
Hey, go, Mr. Lambo. Go.
Just to fuck up a little bit with the space race, if Russia wasn't bankrupt, United States lost it completely. Now look at the United States. Privately, they are fucking shit. NASA just existing. It's now a commercial. The thing of Musk that is winning the fucking all.
The contracts.
Don't you think there is a problem in the United States that commercial is winning against private? They fucking destroyed over the past
That's
years.
good.
NASA.
The whole point is that it's mutually beneficial, right? Effectively, this is the same thing that happened with with aeronautics in general, right? It's the public side of things initially is both producer and customer, but eventually just becomes customer, and the private sector takes over.
Yeah, but that's in everything with the United States,
and it becomes the customer. No, and then that's how then you develop into an
Yeah.
actual robust
And with all
industry.
that bullshit
Like, oh, does it?
happening with
but
Russia,
Archie,
with all that bullshit happening with Russia, they are putting like people in a space station for months and months and months because they have United States defaults with their capsules.
Yeah, dude, so what? We left astronauts in space for months and months and months on purpose, and still went and got them.
For years. Anyway, guys, I got to get more coffee. I'll be back. Yeah, I do. I have a lot of stuff to say about the space race, but I don't quit. I don't expect for people. That's a tough one. It's a tough one. You can take it or leave it about the moon landing. I think that it's really obvious. I looked into it. At one point in time in my life, I was like,
Well, this is the thing about the moon landing.
But other people
May
can
I give a
disagree.
shout
And
out
it's
to Hell in a Handbasket?
They
the
got
point
that
still
in
stands.
Kubrick.
Because if you wanted to say the point that the Americans were able to make it up there at some point in time, well, then you have to at least make the point that we can't do it again for some reason.
We can
What
do
happened
it
to
again.
those wonderful rockets?
What are you
Why do
talking
we have to
about?
rely
No,
on
the
Russian
rockets
rockets to take us to outer space? Why
Because
do we have to
we
rely on?
decommissioned the Saturn V. We don't.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
It's
And
a,
we can't build
Because
it
they
again.
fucked everything up in the United States, Brady. That's the only reason.
no,
They
there's
fucked
nothing fucked
everything
up.
up.
gotta
They
get
just,
coffee.
they
I'll
just
be back
relied
in
on
like
the Russian
2 minutes, I
rockets.
swear to
That's what
God.
The Russians had better rockets. Also, you're muted, Jesse.
No, United States fucked everything up. They could invest in a replacement for the space shuttle. They didn't do it. Now it's SpaceX that's doing everything to the United States.
Hold on. I want to give a shout out to Bradley's channel.
I am speaking. Come on, guys.
Wait. Coping, just a second. Just after.
I just want to continue.
I don't even know Lambo is speaking because everybody's speaking at the same time.
I just came online and
I appreciate the camaraderie here, everybody. We're all working together to talk over Lambo.
Don't worry, you're not going to hurt my feelings with literal kidding.
That's why I came back. Yes.
Yeah. The thing is,
talking about Lambo, main point.
Speaking about social media. Speaking about social media.
Super chat.
Oh, fuck you. Super sticker is good.
Super sticker, actually.
Good. About social media, the problem is very big. It's you speaking about the youth. The youth is actually pretty okay with social media. They are the adults or the biggest problem on social media. They don't have manners. They don't have manners. They just talking shit. If they need to educate their children,
If they weren't on social media, they would have gone back to the moon. Okay.
Yeah, things like that. Because I running a Facebook group. We just exceeded 49,000 members this weekend. We're already at 49,500 one day later. About cars, imagine that, popular cars. And I made a message today. And I said, everyone, thank you all for the dedication to this group. Thank you to the group. Thank to you, the group is very healthy and growing well. Thank you all new members. But there's a but. Vinegar, piss, and people that I translated on Google. This vinegar, I call that like pissing vinegar people. So the assholes and are like not conducting themselves very well on social media. Who have no business being here. Comments about license plates, parking, car colors, how ugly you think a car is. There are comments we don't really want to see. Respect norms and values. A point for improvement for many. Not for our youth, more mature people who radiate negativity in the group. We look for them to remove them.
Negativity.
So it's a fucking big problem. It's a fucking big problem. So you're going to start to come and you see like the most beautiful car you can imagine. And the car is like a little bit crooked on the parking spot. And you say, oh, the guy can park. We getting comments of people who are 40, 50, 60, 70 years old.
I mean, Jesus Christ, there's people that make comments about goddamn shopping carts that didn't get put back. Are we really going to have this fucking argument about fuckheads commenting on how people park? I mean, there's fucking videos on TikTok about fucking Vajit's fucking shit driving.
Vaughn, you don't understand the gravity of the situation.
Just an example.
You don't know
the problem
guys,
of the whole
guys,
fucking
listen to
social
Lambo.
media.
Listen,
if you're speaking
guys,
about
this is
the Russian
insane.
war, it is a real
This is
war. I don't
ridiculous.
care. The people that are
I want to cut my ears off like Van Gogh.
always let me finish. The people that are commenting stupid are always adults. Always. Just look at
Lambo.
No,
hang on, Lambo. I have a question for you.
If you don't let me
Are you
finish-
really seriously telling me that somebody was made a mean comment on the internet? Really? On the internet?
You just say because in the previous conversation, you say that the younger people are like, blah, 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 woke and all that shit. But actually, the biggest assholes.
No,
I'm
what's
starting
happening
to
to
miss
younger
the
people
moon
is not that they're
landing.
being
More
rude
age,
on the
more
internet.
age,
It's
more
that their
age.
entire
assholes come in
social
all.
it's their
Look at the
entire method
comments
of
in the chat here.
socialization is getting messed up, right?
Or adults.
The way that they relate to the other gender, the way that they talk, that they make friends, it's all getting completely transformed and turned, it's being dominated by algorithms, right? People don't make friends the way that they used to. Kids don't play outside, people don't court each other in the same way, men and women. Those are the things that are being destroyed. I mean, that's foundational to our society, not people making rude comments about somebody's partner.
It's everything, but it's coming from the adults. The kids not going to play outside. Whose fault is it, you think? Adults, the
social
parents,
media, man.
not saying to their kids, "Go fucking playing outside."
Lambo, when's the last time you played outside?
With my electric remote car today.
Wait. I have no fucking clue what's being talked about here. Can I give a shout out before I
have no
forget?
idea,
While
too.
Bradley is gone, I want to give a shout out to Bradley
No,
because
but if you don't let me
that's the
finish,
kind of thing
I'll
that
just
gives
reply for previous
interesting and entertaining topics more to do than bumpy cars or whatever. And I'm subscribed to Hell in a Handbasket. I am coping and approve absolutely of Bradley's unabashed coping. Because that's what he does, and he deserves actually some merit for it, because he brings the discussion on not only unabashed, he's actually a content creator with Nunya, and they have a duopoly of coping that I approve of. It's I, for example, particularly like to play their shows when I'm gonna take a shit to just get it running much smoother, right? Is it for the information? Maybe, sure. Is it for the coping? Absolutely. Go for Hell in a Handbasket. It's good for you. Okay. I'm not sure who has to upgrade.
Maybe.
Poor man, he has not had the
Yeah.
ability to speak. I'll give him the chance.
I have just a short point. 1 minute and I have to leave again.
Interrupt, upgrade, baby. Let's go. Oh, look at you voting.
Yeah, I'm
so
here
proud
to
of you. You're
interrupt.
interrupting Mr.
Mr.
Lambo and preventing
No,
upgrade
shut
from
up,
speaking.
Arky. You don't have the right
Fantastic.
to say something to me if you don't do it yourself. So shut up.
Well, I can do
It's easy. No.
Should I interrupt you?
Fair is fair. Fair is fair.
So the
See?
point is
Fair agreed.
because Coping mentioned Bradley, and I think Bradley had a bit of a point, because you Western guys have eaten a bit of your own propaganda regarding the space race. I'm gonna share my screen, Wyatt, if it's possible. Wait a
I
second.
didn't see you share. Yeah, okay.
Now. See this?
Yes.
So until 68, Americans had in fact more starts than the Russians, but the Russians basically beat the shit out of United States regarding space launches until the collapse of the USSR. And right now, with Elon Musk, they are catching up in the number of the space launches. So it's not completely wrong that the Soviet Union has won the space race. But for the major things like landing of the moon, if it was real or not, like Bradley was maybe serious or not about, it was the Americans who had the main milestones, you could say. But in the pure number of starts, it was basically dominated by the USSR. That's it. And yes, please go on interrupting Mr. Lambo and upgrades. Good night, guys.
Oh, you fuck you.
Super chat. Oh my god, Lambo is crying over internet post.
No, I'm going to reply on that very quick. It's just me that's saying that if you just look at every fucking comment on every social media, it's always adults complaining, and they don't even read the message, and it's fucking disgusting, and it's destroying everything. And you have then the younger guys, or just shut up, they say nothing. The younger generations, like 18 minus, they say nothing on social media. And if you're hearing somebody complaining, and the best part is, we're speaking about adults, maybe also people that are running a company or something like that, they don't even take the time to read an article. And the best thing to do the comparison, the war in Ukraine, of Gaza, or any other war, they just believing like on the point what the news is saying. They just believing in the propaganda. Are we speaking about smart people that are believing the lies so easily? And that is the problem we have in the society right now. That was the point I was trying to make in a longer version. I know I'm speaking very long, but I don't care. But that is the point that is, and I think everybody's going to agree with me. The toxicity in the comment section and everything on social media. And the biggest fault is the adults. Are we speaking about not stupid, like degenerated, alcoholic people? No, we're speaking about real welfare people, and you're toxic as fuck. And they don't read anything. You're just complaining and complaining and complaining. That was the point I want to make. It's not me crying
Johari.
about nothing.
Johari Super Chat. Please give Upgrade the chance to talk.
The people have spoken.
Kudos to Upgrade for getting money, but also Mr. Lambo, I actually get what you're saying. Like you've been ridiculing it. You've been ridiculing it, and I'm actually gonna I'm just gonna stand on your side a little bit because it's true. Like it's like because are we civilized? Can we have civilized discussion? Can we have civilized discussion? Can I respect the finger and hand it over to Upgrade again? Because I tried the last time, so this time I want to just make it sure.
I
tried to give
interrupting
the fucking finger.
Upgrade to tell him that that you're not interrupting him. You know.
I was just.
I know.
Yeah, before you go Upgrade, before you go.
You're not respecting also. Come on.
It's like
no, before you go,
it's the usual trolling on open mic, you know. It's normal, you know. It's a ritual, you know. It's normal. No, to come back to Bradley's point that in the Soviet Union there was no talk about the space race. That's total nonsense. I mean, Gagarin is still on T-shirts selling everywhere and praised like a superhero in Russia to be the first man to be in space.
Yes, of course the Russians.
This nonsense of saying that the Soviet Union was not using the space race to
You're
push
misunderstanding my point.
Listen, Bradley.
You're misunderstanding my point. I'm not saying that the Russians didn't also do propaganda around the thing. I'm saying that this whole term, who decided that there was a race to get to the moon? It wasn't the Russians, right? It was us. When did we make this decision?
It was a space race in general.
Decided,
we were competing to get to space.
They were competing. It was
we declared
superpowers who competed against each other,
after the
and one won and one lost. That's it. You know, it's not a big deal. You know, it's
not about. Okay,
it's
listen,
over.
Listen.
You know, the Russians were doing a big thing when Gagarin was in space. You know, and saying there was.
I mean, think about it. After the United States retired the shuttles, the Russians took over and put a lot of our stuff into space.
Okay.
I mean, there's been ups and downs in the space race. I mean, there's times Russia's done more and we've done less, and there's times we've done more and they've done less. I mean, that's just back and forth.
Okay. I conclude what happened. Okay, so the Russians say we shall race. Not the Russians say, but there's a race for 50-meter race. Then the Russians won. 100-meter race, the Russian won. 200-meter race, the Russian won. 400-meter race, the Russian won. Then 1 kilometer race, the Russian won. Then after that, then the Russians say, I'm enough. Then the Americans say, no, the race is now 2 kilometers, and the Americans run all the way to 2 kilometers, and we won. But the Russians say, what? Are we racing for 2 kilometers? That's what happened. No.
That is the Russian perspective, yes.
That's the Russian perspective,
right? And
but it's not.
It's hard to say like who won the race. If you even consider that the race.
That was not the case that there was no space race. It's definitely was a part of the propaganda of both countries.
There was an arms race.
To make themselves.
The arms race existed. The arms race was.
Are you a child? Are we really going that far?
So
I know we're trolling, but I mean, like, I let you speak, I let you make your points. Just let me make my point, and then after
I just don't appreciate being shat on.
It's not a big deal. I mean, like, you don't need to be defensive about your own points. If you're that defensive about your own points, that means that you're pretty wrong, bro. You know, I mean, like, all of the people here, most of them agree that the Americans won the space race, that the Americans put a man on the moon, and so on and so forth. And I think we can move on to the next topic because it's gonna be like crazy.
Okay. So here's
wait, Bradley, wait. No, before you go, I just wanted to address something. I wanted to counter Archie actually. Archie, you said you mentioned that in the aviation, it was a natural progression to go from state-funded aircrafts to letting the private enterprise take over. That is absolutely true, and that should happen, I think, even in the space race. However, if you notice, America did keep spending in aviation. Look at the F-35 program, all the military stuff, right? And the budget for that is insanely
Yeah,
exponential,
yes,
right?
yes. But who's the
And
customer and who's the producer, right? It's Lockheed Martin, a private company, making,
and the
fulfilling that
state,
order from the
but who?
company. Well,
But
that's
the
the same.
state is the
That's the
customer.
same way. That's the same way that it is with space right now, right? Is SpaceX?
Precisely.
Who is the customer of SpaceX's launches? The biggest customer is USG. They're putting up a
Yes,
bunch of spy
yes.
satellites and shit, right? I mean that's literally the model that NASA has outlined. That's their transition.
True. But I'm just pointing out that state funding into NASA has reduced. It is peanuts compared to the American military budget. It can definitely increase because let's be honest. I mean, NASA is still, they have the best talents. Not just American, but across the world. They get the best talents, and they should be funded. They are the ones who can lead humanity forward. Like, yes, the you know in an economic basis, definitely, in low Earth orbit, even in geosynchronous orbits, uh, private companies can take over. But private companies, I don't see Elon Musk heading to Mars or like even having the ideas of where the next forefront of scientific innovation is going to come from, right? They're going to definitely have an economic value, but this is not going to be the same kind of economic value as what NASA provided back in the 60s 70s, which was basic innovation. NASA tech, every dollar spent on NASA, they say produced $3 back for the American economy. I think that's a extremely under exaggeration of what NASA contributed. It was like, technologies
Yeah,
that
but
was
this
used
is
for the
true of
space
any
phases, like,
research and development. It doesn't just have to be the state. And nobody's saying that
but
the state shouldn't be a part of it. It's just
no,
that
no,
there's also a commercial aspect to it. You can have
yeah,
both.
no. The commercial aspects can happen in places that, because look, I mean, people are still investing in like, in NASA and SpaceX and in these private organizations, and they will want a return on investment, and you cannot take too much of risks. You can't take the risks. A private enterprise cannot take the risks that a state can take, right? The Apollo missions were extremely risky, right? One of the reasons why Elon Musk still hasn't tried going to the moon is because he cannot guarantee that. I mean the Mars, is because he cannot guarantee that the person going to Mars will come back safely, will be alive, right? And if he dies, that will be a public nightmare, a PR nightmare that will completely collapse SpaceX.
Yeah.
But
I'm not
NASA can do that. NASA can take those risks.
should not be involved,
Roscosmos can take those risks. That's what I'm saying.
right?
Like the frontier, it should be funded. That's what
I'm not
all
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
saying that the state shouldn't be involved in the space business. I'm just saying that they have a job to do to help nurse the commercial industry up from right
Yeah, I
now
mean
it's
the
non-existent. That's all.
government should facilitate the civilian space program, like provide what they need to meet the government's needs. I mean,
Yeah, that's what happened.
it should be a beneficial relationship. They should be helping each other. We get spy satellites in space. We get the regulators and off your back and get you the approvals you need and the contracts you need to get the job done.
Yeah. I mean that is what is happening. That's what has happened, and it is built on the foundation that NASA laid down by launching all those Saturn V rockets, and like essentially making it so easy that even private companies can go, like the technical know-how, the technology, it comes from NASA, right? Elon Musk, SpaceX, and even Blue Origin, and all these private companies, they built on what NASA built. They're not going anywhere that NASA has not gone yet,
Well,
right?
yeah,
They're not breaking frontiers. The
that
frontiers
right.
still have to be broken by NASA itself. That's not, that still needs funding. Yes, absolutely. Send up the spy satellites, send up the commercial satellites to get internet. That'll definitely be directly benefiting humanity.
I
But
think
like,
I think another thing too, like with what you're saying, as far as NASA having to be involved, the government entity. I think it was a few years ago when they were taking volunteers to go, when they eventually have a manned mission to Mars, and it was stated up front that it was probably a one-way trip. Like you would be going there and you would stay there and live there and die there. So, I mean, that's probably, again, something that the government can offer you that contract, but, McConnell Douglas or Martin Marietta can't.
Yeah, and
So
even say like sending a just last point, huh? Even like say sending a satellite to the outer, like out of the Voyager missions, right, which went outside the solar system. It had no commercial value whatsoever, but it had cultural value, right? We can brag about it and say, yeah, America won the space race because of those things, right? And I think these cultural achievements are just as important as the commercial achievements of like SpaceX and stuff. I'm not saying SpaceX is bad or anything. I appreciate that. I want more private companies to invest and like start sending. I hope humanity starts working in space someday for some
okay,
kind. Let
so
Wayland Unitani come in, but the state has to still push the frontiers forward. That's all I'm saying.
I just want to say, going to Mars, there's no compensation. There's no money in Mars. You can't spend the money in Mars. So there's no money for going to Mars. It's just a one-way trip.
What
so I
about
was
the
gonna say
opposite
that
direction,
my
closer
my
to the sun?
Well, you get to be you get to be the first persons on Mars, so that's the payment.
So I was gonna say that just take it back to what we were talking about before we went off this massive tangent. Like my point still stands. However you spin the race for the domination of space, I do have to apologize to Upgrade. This is a fine point, and I just don't like it when I get strawmanned. But honestly, the point about boomer Russophobia is the same, even however you want to say Apollo missions turned out. So they look at it more like of a sequel to Cold War 1.0, where we have to beat the bad guy all over again. Like we have to put him in his place again. Oh, the old superhero has to put on the cape and really knock the bad guy's teeth loose again in the sequel. When you talk to younger Americans, they don't have that chip on their shoulder. Like they don't have that. They don't reason about it in that way. They don't think of America as fundamentally the anti-Russia, or Russia as fundamentally the anti-America.
This is a really good point, because I do think that boomers have basically the Marvel movie worldview in a sense. Like what you're saying is true, that boomers truly do believe that they have entered into, a new age of humanity. That their fathers were the heroes that created, that broke us out of the cycle of history and into this new world of, all of progressive
freedom.
Justice. Exactly. And progressively increasing justice. And I think that younger people are much more disillusioned because they realize that these liberal dreams have failed them. I mean, when you look at the absolute failure of liberal internationalism, these platitudes that people spout, that are so-called experts spout, and then you look at the reality that led to, which is everyone clapping like seals for the Iraq War, which was a complete nonsense of a war. It's pretty easy to become cynical, but I think boomers aren't, because boomers have, it's pretty hard to be cynical when you buy a house for $50,000 and then it's worth $1 million after 30 years. You know what I mean? And I think that's basically their scenario. Yeah, and it's pretty sad. But on the bright side, the boomers are all dying, and over the next 5 to 10 years is actually peak boomer death. Okay, so that's honestly savor it, because once they're dead, you won't ever get the joy of watching them die again. So it'll be pretty nice. Except for my grandparents, I love them. They're gonna live forever.
Yeah, and my dad, but other than that.
All your boomers suck. My boomers are okay.
Just to continue the little, I had actually a good conversation about the space race. I think it's cool. The thing is, if Russia didn't went bankrupt, we were still busy with the space race, and the technology was like 20 times more evolved. The Russians still use the same rockets.
Well, I mean, that's one reason why they made money when they were broke. They were able to keep.
But they continued to send the rockets to space to bring people to the space.
I mean, they were
station.
selling rocket launches off to whoever.
And in Germany, in the Speyer Museum, Technique Museum, you have the Buran, one of the real Burans, so the space shuttle of the Russians. And the thing was, technologically, the Buran was a better designed space shuttle. It had better space shields. It was not a glider, so it had also engines to go to a landing strip after a voyage in the space that the space shuttle of the United States of NASA didn't have. So they need to calculate where to land, precise spots to enter the orbit again and to land. So they were much evolved. They just didn't have the money anymore. The thing I see, it's so sad with NASA. After the space shuttle, they actually shut out NASA. How many videos I saw about auctions, about things on the NASA grounds, old planes, test planes that they sold on auction. So sad to see. The thing is with NASA, they can evolve, but they don't have the engineers anymore for that. SpaceX has it. You see SpaceX, a little private company, coming into the playground, and after like how many years, they are able to catch between two arms.
I mean, hey, Lambo, that thing with the glider seems kind of like horse shit too, because the space shuttle went into space and then it came back and landed at the spaceport that it launched from. So the turnaround time is a lot faster. And now you've got SpaceX catching rockets with chopsticks at the point of launch. So, I mean, in that sense, that's more advanced than just having a glider that can land wherever. I mean, that's great in an emergency. But, you know, I would think if you're running a spacecraft, getting it back to the launch point so you can reuse it as quickly as possible is the number one goal.
You can take an example. You plan a date that you need to go back into orbit, and there's a big storm on his fixed landing strip, so they can land him somewhere else. They can refueling him and take back off.
Yeah, but there's literally thousands of airfields around the world where it could land, including like friendly ones where
but the problem is
it's tens and tens of miles up in space, so it's not like it can't glide to another alternative airfield to land.
Because, yes, but you have the problem to put it back. To put it back to its normal destination point, because it's a glider. They had the Boeing 747 to transport, but I don't know in which part they need to disassemble.
It was just a more evolved design. Is all he's saying. Whatever.
Yeah, but the thing is, like,
ways.
They both had their cargo plane transporter for the shuttles. They had an Ukrainian Antonov 225 that burned out 2 years ago. It was a shuttle carrying vessel designed for it. That's why they built in first place the Mria, so the Antonov 225, the dream, like they call it now in Ukraine. That was the purpose of that plane also. But I just mean the engineering of the Buran was much better compared to the United States. And for me, it's very sad that they didn't took time to make a replacement for the shuttle.
You know why they didn't take the time to make the replacement for a shuttle? Because they didn't need to anymore, because the whole space race bullshit it was done. So you know what? We just say that we can't make those rockets anymore. You know, we just decommissioned them. And however, the current rockets that we do have, they keep astronauts stranded in space for a freaking year. And you know we have to rely on the Russian rockets in order for them to go bail our astronauts out regularly. And so all of this happening, all of this is shows what the actual purpose of the space race was. When you saw all of that on the TV and you saw all those landings, that's what that was about. It's just like it's like gaslighting, right? It's like making Germany look. It's like making Western Germany look particularly more prosperous than other places, so that because Eastern Germany is right there, and they can take a look and they can see and they can contrast. So you're going to put extra effort to make them look very, very nice. Yeah. And as soon as that's done, there's no need. Class war is back in full effect. We're outsourcing your jobs to China, and who cares if you can afford to live or not?
Yeah.
So that's the real thing.
The thing is, like with the two astronauts that were stuck in space and the space station, the only reason why they need to stay that long in the space was it was a blow to ask Musk to send a rocket, because it's a commercial company, to send SpaceX. And it was, of course, the biggest blow to say, Russia, please, can you send a rocket?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. They burned both bridges, so they couldn't.
They stayed there so long.
They burned both bridges, so they couldn't go in there with their hat in their hand and ask Russia or Musk for help.
Crazy.
Yep.
And the other thing is, too, though, I mean, the idea that the space shuttle landings were PR, I mean, of course it's PR. Human beings went to space and came back alive. I mean, I've seen Chinese landings, Russian landings, when probes come back. I mean, that's always I wouldn't put anything into that. That's just news when stuff goes into space. And
I'm just saying it stopped. We haven't seen that.
Yeah, but I mean, there hasn't really been anything to talk about other than like Katy Perry going to the fake space.
That was the biggest.
That's the commercial one. That's the commercial.
It was more interesting to watch the guy skydive from the high altitude in space He
That's all
recently
Elon Musk
died.
did.
last week.
He recently died, I guess, from
Felix
not from falling
Baumgartner,
or
yeah.
nothing, but
Felix
you know.
Baumgartner. But the thing is, I just saying, like, they actually, NASA of the United States need to try to make the biggest collaboration ever together with SpaceX and make NASA big again. For me, as like aviation nerd, little aviation nerd, it's so sad to see NASA crumpled that way. And I hope that NASA are going to have a better future. But for the moment, the better engineers are at SpaceX. So that is the thing. SpaceX evolved like so fast. Just look at the Starlink. They managed to make Starlink. The evolution of the rockets evolved again thanks to SpaceX. Like you said, the PR stand was like, we're just sending missiles, using the same shit, but they didn't evolve in anything. The only ones are the like the Indians, the Chinese, the French also using their rockets, and they try to evolve that because they don't need to grow and they have less budgets compared to the United States in the past to evolve and to bring up. The cool thing is we in Belgium also happen to build satellites, and we have industry here that building satellites. So the whole world is busy with that. The only thing is, or like the rich countries that are able to launch it in the sky. And if you look at the graphic of Vojn, like the big high of launches and from the United States right now, they are again launching more compared to other countries. It's SpaceX. It's SpaceX. All these launches the past 5 years, it's SpaceX. That's crazy. That's crazy. You don't see NASA. It's so sad. Yeah, I like to see
Okay.
evolution. Yeah.
Here's a silly question: who held the record for most successful space launches with a single platform up until SpaceX came up with Falcon 9?
Russia.
Nah, Magellan Aerospace.
Soyuz.
Magellan Aerospace made over 1,900 successful launches with one rocket.
No, it can be. But
They're still producing them.
It's Soyuz. Because like it's not just Roscosmos who was using it; it was also like us,
Yeah.
ISRO. So yeah.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, well,
I think we have 2 Belgian astronauts went to the space. One of them is a cosmonaut because he went with the Soyuz, and the first one went to the space shuttle. And they're still working together. So we are in war. But Soyuz is still flying. 4 other countries, not for Russia, 4 other countries. So
I think the best thing for NASA would be the start of another space race. Then you'll see the
definitely.
funding just flying in. I swear to God.
Yeah,
Because if China plants a fucking flag in the moon, it's gonna be great for SpaceX. I swear. I mean,
But for
NASA.
me, Elon, SpaceX is the new NASA for the moment, and I hope NASA one day is going to go over Elon. But SpaceX, I think, is going to be a very difficult one. Just technologically, what he's busy doing is nuts. Is nuts what he's doing. Like taking a booster rocket on 2 chopsticks, landing it on it. It's who was ever thinking? Because we saw in the past the first reusable rockets was like on a tripod landing on the barge or on the ground. Yeah, wow, awesome! They can land it again. And now we say, yeah, but we're going to do differently because it's too heavy. We're going to land it on a chopstick, and accurate. And it's with all bullshit with Musk, the Western media was bullying and laughing with Musk because they failed a landing, and then you see that's why again social media comments about all the adults laughing with it, like, oh, like, and I'm like, guys, don't you understand how difficult it is to do that?
Yeah,
You go in space, you go back, and you land it on 2 things like that, and you're laughing, bullying. Fuck you! It's so. That's what I say. So toxic.
It's really sad that SpaceX got caught up in the culture war, right? Because SpaceX didn't have anything to do with the culture war. I
No,
think
exactly.
yeah, and well, you have the repercussion. Elon Musk became Republican, so
But nobody
there you have it,
said
leftists.
that after the war, Nazi engineers went to NASA and to the Russians to build their fucking rockets. Nobody says that. It's like the same, like in my car thing, and the people with the Teslas when it happened with the Hitler salute with Musk. Guys like car owners of a Volkswagen Beetle of the 50s was saying that Musk was a Nazi. And I replied, but you are driving a Nazi car. You are driving a car that was designed for the people of Nazi Germany and the past. That was
Warner von Braun.
why the Volkswagen Beetle was born. And then and I hope for you, you don't go into the shop from Hugo Boss buying your clothes, because Hugo Boss made all the clothes for the soldiers in the Second World War. And don't buy Siemens, and don't buy Audi, don't buy Porsche, because they were all involved during the Second World War with Hitler. And now they
IBM
are
and Ford
saying
too.
to another guy that he's Nazi because he accidentally did a salute. Like, if you're now extreme right, if you're just like a supporter of Trump in United States, the lefties are going to say that you're a Nazi just because you support you're a Republican. It's the world right now is so sad right now.
And you cannot buy
Yeah.
Japanese car. Or if
Yeah,
not,
no,
you're
but-
imperial
Imperial
Japanese
Japan.
guy, you know. Yeah, the Honda, Mitsubishi, everything is like World War II brands.
Yeah, stop saying the moon landings were fake. Start saying moon landings were Nazi, because
Yeah.
it was led by Werner von Braun, an actual
Yeah.
Nazi, the guy who made
Only
Beat
drive
Rule
Hyundai.
I
Only
should say
drive
not the
Hyundai.
moon landings were fake, but the manned moon landing was fake. There's never been a living organism that's made it past the Van Allen belts. I stand on that. So let's do closing. I want to go first if we can.
Yeah. You want to do first? Okay. So because it's 6.5 hours, so let's do closing.
Let's
If
do
not,
it.
this black hole never ends. I cannot believe
yes.
it.
I'm sure that I'll hear more shit about the space race. Oh boy. Anyway, so about the space race, I wasn't trying to say, again, to just get back to Upgrade's point that I didn't get to make. I didn't get to respond to him. The Russians didn't make use of the propaganda opportunities afforded to them by their space program successes, of course. But the American propaganda is second to none, and we got way more mileage out of our successes than the Russians did, first of all. But just to put that whole thing aside, about the talks in Alaska, which I think are much more important, just to reiterate my position, this is Putin pulling Trump's chestnuts out of the fire in a very intelligent way. They cut out the Europeans, they cut out parts of the US deep state, the Western mainstream media, and not to mention the Ukrainians. As Trump is getting one-on-one time, as Vaughn was saying, with Putin. That's a big deal. They've already made agreements about the Americans meeting the Russians on Russian land next time around. So this meeting has even though it's like in order to get here, it was a lot of sneaky stuff that went down. I think that it has the potential to be the beginning of something promising, because we do have to wind down the Ukraine war. We can't let the Russians straight up win. We have to cut it short of that somehow. So I think that this might be a promising thing for the future. Anyway, other than that, to say that thank you very much to all of our awesome, talented, and interesting panelists. Thank you very much to Commander Wyatt for his tireless effort. And of course, to our awesome community, and especially to the super chatters. See y'all next week. Peace.
The next is Tessie. Thank you, Bradley.
Thank you, Bradley. And yeah, you guys also should go check out Bradley's and Nonia's channel. It's pretty good. And I hope you make more videos, Bradley. It's been a while since you've put out another episode. Apart from that, yeah, Trump and Putin's meeting is coming up. I don't think it'll, well, I hope it does have an effect on the war. But I think what mostly will be discussed is anything but the war, because, I don't see the Russians budging on any of their demands, and I don't know how Ukraine will accept given its current political climate. It's possible, but we'll see. But I'm still very interested in the outcome of that meeting. Apart from that, the SMO, I am 50-50 on it. I hope that the SMO against the cartels does succeed, and Trump actually plans out something, or at least the US deep state, the DEA, has planned something out. I still think that organized crime, no matter how entrenched or how invincible it seems, can be brought down at least a peg or two. We have done it here in Punjab. You can do it there as well. I just hope that the SMO against the cartels doesn't turn into an SMO in Venezuela.
No.
And apart from that, I hope not. But apart from that, space in terms of the space race, um, there is kind of a small space race going on. NASA does have plans for another moon landing. Hopefully, that does pan out and doesn't get cancelled like a lot of the missions to Titan and Saturn did get cancelled because of shortfalls in budget. NASA does need a lot of funding, even though SpaceX has taken a lot of the slack. And I think a new space race instead of an arms race would be much more beneficial for humanity. And I hope that's where we are heading. Anyway, it was amazing talking to you guys. Thank you, everyone in chat. Please like and subscribe. Let's grow this channel. Commander definitely deserves this. He comes up every single weekend for us. You're the hero. And take care. Take care, everyone. Tada.
Thank you, Desi. Mr. Lambo, closing.
Yeah. So the solution, what everybody just said, for less toxic social media is to follow DPA, watch the live streams, talk with us, don't listen to others' bullshit. Like, subscribe, share, because we are trying to tell what we are seeing in the most correct, positive way. Not positive only, but sadly also negative sometimes. We are analyzing everything what we are seeing, what you are not seeing via the Western propagandic news channels and social media that's actually playing with it so disgustingly, sadly. I hope the talks with Trumpy and Putin will be good. The only thing I want to hear, if they are putting negotiation agreements, is NATO. The word NATO, that Ukraine is never going to be a member of NATO. If that is not on the agreement, there's never going to be an agreement. So what we already read about what the talking point is going to be, or something that Trump is going to be agreeing for Russia, NATO is not in it. Also being a member of the European Europa for Ukraine is not going to be a thing that Putin is going to be agreed to. So I really hope that the minimum of Putin is going to be agreed for the what they are conquered. He's conquering. Even if you're doing a stalemate, I don't think Ukraine is ever going to see their land back that Russia already took. I think that's a pure logic. And if you're not agreeing with that and you say, yeah, Ukraine is going to continue to fight, okay, no problem. Ukraine is going to lose everything. That is the reality. Are we seeing the pace going? If you're just watching the propaganda of Ukraine, that they're winning sometimes and they're killing somebody, yeah, okay, fine for you. But luckily, you don't see what Russia is doing at the same moment. So it's the propaganda is disgusting, and don't listen to guys like Fafi Fof and all that thing, David, that asshole that's living in Switzerland and playing the keyboard warrior while he's actually need to defend his own country. He's an airline pilot. He could join the Air Force of Ukraine and fight with them. No need to be ground troop, but he already can fly planes, and they need pilots. So yeah. But that's if I was a pilot, I was willing to do that. Of course, I don't know if I'm going to defend my country, Belgium, because we have nothing. That's the problem with Europe. We have nothing. We can fight. We can say after 10 minutes, bang, bang, because we don't have bullets anymore. That is something that I know. So I'm going to try to find a Second World War bunker and hide in that, and maybe try to steal and find weapons to defend myself. But only I'm going to protect my family, and that's it, and my friends. But not going to fight for the country. It's sad, and that Russophobic thinking about yes, Russia is losing. I said it last week. Russia is losing, but they're going to invade Europe. They have nothing now, but they're still going to invade Europe. If that is your way of thinking, go home. Just go home. Go do something else. Just stop thinking about that war and just go home. So that's what I'm willing to say. So I really hope they're going to find some agreements. But I say they're not going to find an agreement because the thing about NATO and Europe is not going to be in the agreement. And if you look at what Zelensky is saying, he's not going to leave his country of territory of his country to Russia, and just want to willing to continue to fight. Okay, so it just proves that Zelensky just want to kill everybody in his own country, and that's fucking sad. You need to stop it. Just stop the fucking war. And it's the same with Gaza. It's ridiculous. Today, some whole journalist crew of 4 people were killed of Al Jazeera, killed by the IDF. Sad, fucking sad. It need to stop. But yeah, thank you guys. So like, subscribe, and share. DPA need to be bigger. It's small.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. The super chat by TechDerp. Wyatt, thank you for hosting the open mic. So thank you, TechDerp. Fun.
Hey, I just want to, as always, thank Wyatt for hosting every week and trying out the new Discord 001. I hope everyone over there liked it. But seriously, you got to come over here and check it out. I mean, I don't know, maybe you could wear a disguise like a fake mustache or something, but still, at least come on. And like with the whole Trump-Putin meeting, I don't really think anything's going to come out of it just because, like everyone else will probably say and agree, Zelensky and the EU aren't going to agree to any deal, no matter how great it is. So the war will continue, which is fine for Russia because they really do need to have certain things taken care of before they can really have a peace deal, like real security, real demilitarization, real neutrality, real denazification. So, and you know, it's not like they won't try to meet again and talk again, and there won't be flights back and forth. But you know, like I said, it's a dead end street probably. So they'll keep trying and hope something works, but it probably won't. I mean, if you look at what's going on the ground, I mean, Seversk is getting pretty interesting, pretty hot. It looks like the Russians might actually come in on the, you know, they're already coming in from the south along the trench, or they're coming up towards the south part of that trench line. They're already in the center, and they hit the trench line there where they can start moving south to north. And it looks like on the north, they're either going to hit the north part of the trench or come in behind it. And they could go north to south, either along the trench line or into towards Seversk. So that might get pretty interesting. And then there's some, you know, more than just rumor information out there that the Russians might actually be inside Kupiansk in more of an area than people think, fighting, not just on the outskirts. Plus, if you factor in the chance that they might be in Sobolivka, which is on the west side of Kupiansk, on the other side of the river and pretty far down, that place is getting pretty badly encircled too. And then you've got that pincher that's forming up around the north side of Pokrovsk above Rodinsky. And that's kind of angling off northwest toward, you know, behind Konstanivka and Kramatorsk. I mean, obviously those are a long way away off to the east. And to cut them off, you'd have to go pretty far. But the point is this new point that's moving north and expanding is going to draw a lot of troops from the area, I think, immediately around there, which is going to cause other areas to open up, especially on the south side of Pokrovsk, down there around Komar, you know, Turetsk. I mean, that, what's that, Seversky Forestry's in pretty bad shape. So if the Russians are able to make something out of this new pincher coming off of that north side of Pokrovsk around Rodinsky, I mean, that could really put a hurt on the Ukrainians, because it doesn't really have to go that far. It just has to draw the Ukrainian military to it and the support and the drones. But yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens this week on the ground before they meet. And then I think when the meeting's over and there's no settlement, you know, other than they'll probably talk about the other big stuff they talked about. You know, you might see there might be we'll meet again in a month. So you might see the Russians just keep slowly increasing and speeding up, just as, you know, as the situation merits. But I would assume anytime negotiations are upcoming, there'll be an increase to make sure that they have. Because think about it, if there is going to be a land exchange, obviously they want to get some land to give back. And what would you rather give back? You know, you're not giving back the oblasts or, you know, Crimea, so give back the crappy buffer zone land that you took. So maybe that's what their game is. But we'll see what happens. As always, it's a good conversation. It's good to see everybody. If you're out there and you like the show, come on. I mean, at least dabble your feet. Like Kopi said, hell, try the Discord first and then come over here. But y'all have a good week and take it easy.
Thank you, Vaughn. Coping. Closing.
Oh, what a nice segue from Vaughn there. I'm absolutely cooked. Hours on the recording of the first Discord, and then we had a talk going. Hey, Vaughn, can you please mute? Thank you. So we there was a couple hours on Discord, and it went fine this time, but it should be in recording. Like, it was nice to meet many of you peeps there. Like, we talked about it with you in the live chat, and here we could converse a little bit, and it's a little bit less formal as well. Like, you see here, I have like a fancy backdrop, right? But over there, you can see exactly how little fancy I care to have it around my computer, for example. So, and don't worry, I'm not going to do a naked Jesus on you or anything like that, right? But there are probably going to be some pet fornicating degenerates trying to sabotage it occasionally. So, like, yeah, you're going to get the best of the worst. Like, actually, to what Mr. Lambo was saying earlier, like, there's a lot of toxicity going out there, and if you don't have to show yourself on the camera, then you are much more inclined to torpedo things. However, this is a very good opportunity for you to just get accustomed to going on camera, and don't worry about you standing so much out, because just think about how many celebrities you no longer remember. Like, it's not a big deal, right? Like, it's just consider it like a casual gathering of just common folks. Like, nobody here can truly speak from a position of authority, not even those who are in authority. They generally be, right? Apropos, Mr. Lambo, one thing you said about that you would fight for your family but not your nation, I cannot help but to notice the flag that you have in the backdrop of yours. It's fancy backdrop of yours. Basically, what you're signaling to me is that if the circumstances were to ever permit it, the choice would be between Norway and Denmark, and you have, in my opinion, chosen wisely. So that's yeah, we talked about a lot of things today. We had on the Discord, I forgot, but I know between there were a ton of topics, and we also had a lot of topics on this open mic covered from across the Middle East, the moon landing. I'm so saddened that Wayne just dropped off for this closing, because like he was the bell end entry here. He would now have been probably coming with some crazy bullshit or something about the moon landing, and we all love Wayne for that. So yeah. Thanks to the new people who came on. Thanks to all of those who have liked and subscribed, and all those who support Wyatt financially through Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty, and of course the super chat for your partaking. We're just try to spread the word. Try to maybe because if you think about like this, like with the Discord, like you can actually just enter on other YouTubers' open mics, right? You can encourage them to like, why don't you have some of your audience to come on? And in the process, you will have people who have natural interests, right? So, for example, DPA Open Mic, it is very focused around geopolitics. Anyone who comes from the DPA Open Mic entering pretty much any other open mic will be generally much more, like, will have a much more nuance in informing when it comes to geopolitics. We are just going to excel by virtue of doing it. I'm going to brag about this. It's true, right? But then there are other open mics who deal with other topics just as well, right? And there's an overlap. You will find people, for example, on the other open mic I've referred to, Candid with Lubna, people who are pretty good at the geopolitics that I've tried to kind of invite over here, right? Because I know they will be having actually very interesting inputs. And like a cross-pollination mentality, like sharing is caring, right? But you could actually take it one step further. You can say your mind, and in the process, you can say like, oh, by the way, why don't you go to DPA? And you will also help your favorite YouTubers actually connect more to the audience, right? This is a strategic thing you can introduce. You can propose. For example, consider that introducing the audience introduces a broader set of perspectives, right? Which can cater for an even broader audience. Things like that. Prostitute yourself in the name of DPA is what I'm saying, of course. Okay, thank you very much, Wyatt, for hosting the open mic. Love it.
Okay, thank you, Lambo. So thank you, everyone. My turn to do closing. So it's a great open mic today. I actually wanted to end at 5 hours. Then suddenly a lot of people start to join, and I can't end it. And then we go into this black hole of a space thingy, and that's ridiculous. But anyway, yeah, before this, I actually had even another 2 hours of the Discord open mic. So I have been online for 9 hours of open mics already. So 9 hours. So this is long. So anyway, so that's it. So I'm not going to talk too much so that I can save some brain cells to do Frontline Changes report. So anyway, that's it. Thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, and happy birthday to you if your birthday today. Have a great week ahead because it's Monday in Singapore already. So have a great week ahead. And so I'm gonna drop the outro. What else do I want to say? Yeah, join the Discord. I'm reforming the Discord to make it a more serious discussion space. And yeah, just to make it the premier geopolitical discussion space, which is a bit more moderated than the DPA forum on Telegram, which is Wild West. Anyway, that's it. And I'll drop the outro and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech so. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, lovers, yet alive. A world where every voice decides, debating the future, unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice decides, debating the future, unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand, lovers yet alive.